"fuck it, we ball" becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into "fuck it, we live." And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, there, bitch. Yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up, Keith? Thanks for the resub. I can't believe it's been 6 months either. God damn, dude. How you doing, Ashura? So sorry for disappearing on, I think it was Friday. Yes, some shit happened. First I had to help my wife with my kid. Then some other stuff went wrong. I've got a question for all of you. Before I carry on being an animal. I've got a serious question for all of you. Right? So, I'm going to talk about this carefully because I don't know... I don't know how... If I want to do this or not. Right? So first thing is certain racially motivated things are happening in my country right now. I think everyone's pretty aware of that shit, right? And some of that shit happened to me and my family over the weekend. Right? And I have to kind of be a little bit careful about the way I do this. And I'll tell you why. I have to be cautious. Right? So first I have to ask you a question. would you guys, because there's no point in this if I can't do this in like the most interesting way. What's up, Filter? How you doing? So, question 1 is, would any of you be interested in a stream where I bother to talk about all the bullshit that's happening in my country? Right? I'm not a politics streamer. I kind of like after the Ethrail versus Pikestein stream, I kind of registered that this is like the dumbest fucking thing on the planet for a streamer to be talking about. Like, there should be no streamer on the planet talking about politics and pretending like they know anything. But there's some stuff that's happened in my country and to me and to my family over the weekend. I mean, if you make it funny, that's fair. Okay, but here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with me talking about it and why I'm still like, I'm still hesitant about this. So, you know, my country is a little bit wacky, right? The laws are not exactly what I'd call entertaining or fun, and currently my government is trying to make it a law that if you criticize the government or if you talk about this issue, that it can be considered an act of treason. Honestly, at this point, I'd be scared as a white human to live in SA. I mean, I'm getting there, Vagabond. I'm fucking getting there. So my big concern about talking about this at all is, would this be considered treason by my country? If it's treason, then don't. That's the problem, Field, is why I'm still thinking about this, right? Now, obviously, that's not in law yet, but it's been suggested that they want to make it a law. You guys don't have freedom of speech. Fuck no, we don't have freedom of speech, Ashura. Fuck no. I wish we did, right? We have something called the TRC down here, right? Which is the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Right? Now, what that was meant to do, right, it did start with good intention, right? The Truth and Reconciliation Committee, when it started up in South Africa, was to try and redress all the, like, horrific shit that had happened to black people under apartheid. And that's undeniable, like, a bunch of horrific shit happened to blacks, right? You can't dodge that. And this is the thing, is there's, like, a lot of... I'm going to say this now. There's a lot of whites who do want to pretend like nothing bad happened to blacks, right, under apartheid, but that's just objectively false. I've seen the videos, right? I've seen the shit that happened to them. But the problem is that slowly over time, the TRC morphed from this committee that was trying to, like, address all the historically fucked up shit that happened into... Yeah, there's not going to be a bald emote, not until I shave, like, the 5 hairs still left on my head off. Yes, give me time. Give me time. But it's slowly kind of morphed over time into this weird propaganda machine mechanic where they've decided that black people can say whatever the fuck they want. So if you're black, you get freedom of speech. But if you're white, or you say anything that's considered racially motivated by them, you can actually end up in prison. And this has happened a few times. Right? So my concern about speaking about this is that it could at some point retroactively be considered like treason. And it's made me seriously think about maybe at some point I need to figure out a way to get my family into the US. Right? Not like, you know, be a South African in the US, but actually become an American somehow. Since my favorite American law is freedom of speech, you guys have got it so fucking good. You guys have such a fantastic thing over there where you can, like, you get to say whatever the fuck you want. Everyone who did it is already in the ground. That's the thing, Chialde. This is the problem, right? It's been 31 years. No, it's actually been more than that. It's been... Has it been 31 years? Hold on. 92 to 2022 would be 30 years. It's 2025, so it's been like 33 years. Right? And I say 92, not 94, because 92, they had a vote where they like rounded up all the whites, and they were like, yo, white people, should we end apartheid or not? And like 70% of all the whites were like, yes, it's a fucking stupid system. It doesn't work. It makes things worthless. It's making our lives impossible to live, so we might as well do it because it's the dumbest system ever. And apartheid was kind of the dumbest system ever, right? So that's why I'm using 1992 as the marker. Remember, if you get US citizenship, it's like a lifetime of paying their taxes, even if you won't live there. I don't care. I don't care about that. I'd rather pay taxes and be alive and know that my kid and my wife are not in danger, right? Like, I saw a video, Scourge Fist. This was like the most fascinating video I saw, where there was like some ultra-left Democrat, like, libby guy in the US, like, trying to make the US look like the worst fucking place on the planet. And with every word he spoke, it just made the US sound so much more appealing. Which is like the funniest thing about it. He's like, if you come to the US, you're gonna have to work. And it's like, you mean you guys don't have an unemployment rate of like officially 40%, but realistically closer to 65? You mean you get to work? Are you fucking kidding me? Which was like the funniest shit ever. I'll probably aim for Sweden, Northern Scandinavian Europe. Here's the problem with that, right? Is I am dog shit with language. I can barely speak English. Now I'm supposed to learn Swedish? I'd be fucked. Also, think about what countries are currently friendly to anyone who's white and from Africa. And I'm sorry, it's not the European ones. It's simply not the European ones. Scotland, then. Scotland might be impossible to get into because Keir Starmer's changed the rules recently. They also don't recognize what's happening in South Africa as like a bad thing, right? Australia already fucking hates South Africans. So does New Zealand, because New Zealand's got a giant South African population and they're trying to like limit those numbers. I've looked into this shit. The US might actually be a decent choice. And you know what? Fuck it. The biggest problem I can see with being in the US, right, is the medical system, right? You stub your toe and you owe everyone $1 million. But that's fine, because if something happens to me, I'll just fall over and die. And then it's not my problem anymore. I'm glad someone recognized the music. Tigress, this music, I cannot tell you how many times I played this fucking Game Boy game. It was such a banger. It was such a goddamn banger, and it's so like esoteric and strange, most people don't even recognize it. In Slavic countries, if you're white, you will have no problems. Yes, but the language is the issue there, Edward. I suck at language, right? And the thing is, culturally speaking, people don't generally tend to realize this, right? But the reason it's easier for South Africans to actually move to somewhere like the US.
Of a black woman regretting going to Africa.
I'm going to take a look at that filter. Right? So one of the things is the culture and the history of white South Africans is actually super similar to Americans. And a lot of Afrikaners and shit who know their history actually love America because they managed to accomplish the thing that we failed at, right? So both of them came from a faraway land, crossed the ocean, came and inhabited new land, started colonizing it, right? Now in South Africa in particular, the first groups they came across were the Khoi and the San. This is why I'm thinking about doing a whole fucking stream about this, right? It's generally about the same history. And then you get up to the point where the British invaded, right? Now, when the British invaded South Africa, the whites down here fought the British and lost. When the British invaded America, the Americans fucked them up right? Which is exactly why a lot of Afrikaners and shit really like the Americans, because they're like, fuck yeah, eat shit, Britain. Get your fucking empire out of here. So they like really appreciate that shit. So yeah, maybe I'll do a history stream at some point. But my concern, because I do know my history, right? For anyone who's not aware, I have a wide and varied historical track record, right? When it comes to my genetic history here, is I've had ancestors who were from the UK, right? From Ireland in particular. And then I've got other ancestors that have been in this country for the last 400 years. So as you can imagine, that's a little bit of a problem for the locals. They don't like that. They don't like that very much. Do you know any African language? No, but I do know enough. I know enough Zulu, Xhosa and shit that I can get by, if that makes sense. Right? So if I need something, I can at least speak. I can at least like say enough that I can get past that barrier. But also the problem is they didn't teach it to us in school. The school I went to was like, they were like, we're going to teach you English, we're going to teach you Afrikaans. And if you want, if you feel like it, you can take like another European language as an elective. Because my school at the time, their whole point was graduate and then go to a university overseas. That was their whole directive. Since when are European countries not nice to white people? Half of it is still white as fuck. Yes, half of it is white as fuck. But what kind of whiteys are over there? Right? I've been to these countries. Right? I've been to Europe a bunch of times because when I was a kid between the ages of 11 and fucking 17, I was competing in a bunch of martial arts globally. And a lot of the time, unfortunately, if you're a white person from Africa and you go overseas, they're like, you are the devil. They like look at you like you're fucking Hitler, right? And I've had these conversations. They look at me and they're like, you are the product of slavery. And I'm like, yo, dude, you do understand that there was no slavery in South Africa, right? Like the Zulus fought fucking tooth and nail. They were never going to be slaves. They would rather die than do that shit, right? But they're like, They think, I don't know how they got this idea, but they really think that like black people became slaves in South Africa. And that's just, I'm sorry, you're not gonna, the Zulus, the Xhosas, the Sothos, the Vendas, the Tsongas, all of these people are like descendants of fucking warrior races, right? These guys fight tooth and nail. They will fuck you up most of the time, right? So, and I mean, one of the advantages whites had when they came over here was guns. Otherwise, they would have been fucked. They would have been royally fucked, right? But a lot of Europeans look at you like you're the devil because you're white and you come from Africa. American education is one of the worst ones in the world. That's fine. I can homeschool. That's fine. I know enough about like fundamental subjects that I could teach my kid and I'll just behave like an Asian parent would. That's fine. You know, it's funny, if we go enough generations back, on my mom's side, they enslaved my mixed... Yeah, but that's the thing, right? This is the problem with all of that, Jimmy, is history is not like one straight line, right? It's not like fucking... we all just one day decided, okay, we're going to all stick to our race and we are all responsible for what our ancestors did. That's not how it works, right? So you'll find like a bunch of black people in America right now who've got like mixed race ancestry, and then they're kind of in this dilemma of, well, on this side of my family, they were slaves, but on this side of my family, they were whipping the fucking slaves. So it's the problem's almost solved itself because everyone's so mixed that there's no like untangling that knot. It's not going to happen. White guy coming to the US from Africa and acting like an Asian parent. Yeah, hey, what can I say? I live in a multicultural society. What do you want me to do? Also, Chinese food is banging. I move to the US and move into Chinatown. They'll never know. I just squint hard enough every single day. I can get away with it. My eyes are already tiny. I don't really give a shit. I'm not going to blame slavery on some white guy the same. Yeah, but you see, this is the problem, Jimmy, is you're taking this from the perspective of like a rational human being, right? Let's say someone's father was a psycho murderer, like insane person. Would you go out and ruin the child of that dude's like that dude's child's life, even though the kid's done nothing wrong? No, because the kid's done nothing wrong. Their father might be a fucking psycho, but it's not their fault. They didn't do anything. But people have this thing where they get up their ass and they think that somehow you are responsible for what some fucking asshole did like 100 years ago. I don't know where it comes from. Remember, the coloreds there are the illegal product of Afrikaners copulating with the... That's false. That's completely false. And I'll tell you why, right? So, wait, no, it wasn't Scourgefist. Who said that? Oh, it was you. It was you, Super. So, the coloreds are an interesting mixture, right? And I've spoken to colored historians, right? I've had full conversations with them, and they've had to explain this to me. Coloreds are white, black, Malaysian, because the whites that came down here did have slaves, but the slaves came from Malaysia, right? The Malaysian, Khoi, and San, right? That's why they're their own, like, unique identity and group within South Africa. And it's why if you look at, like, the phenotypes of, like, their faces and the shapes of things, you'll be like, you don't fit into any one singular category, right? The idea of calling someone colored because they've got white and black ancestry and nothing else is, like, such a misnomer, right? That's like the American colored being an insult, whereas down here, like, colored is like a straight up identity that they uniquely have to themselves, right? But people like to reduce it to that because it makes life simpler, but that's not how it is, right? That's just straight up not how it is. I'm Polish and have good impressions of African people. Knew some guys from Zimbabwe and they were interesting people, that's for sure. Yeah, this is the thing, Scourgefist, is it's like 90% of the blacks in this country are not a problem, right? 90% of all the people in this country are not a problem because we all want the same thing. We want a job, we want to be able to support our family, clothes on our back, food in our mouths, fuck our wives brainless at night. That's what they all want. But it's not, it's like, kind of think about World War II Germany, right? The Nazis weren't the majority. They were just a big enough group that they could take over the rest of the country, and that's what the concern is. And I've interacted with some of these people, unfortunately, over the weekend now, and they've got me a little bit concerned. That's why I'm thinking about doing this. So I don't know if you guys would find that interesting or not, but I don't want to do it if, one, it means I'm going to be marked down for treason, and then I'm going to have a big black boyfriend and go to prison. That'll suck. My ass can't handle that shit. And two, I'm not going to do it if it's going to be fucking boring to everyone. That's the problem. That's the real issue. It's always the loud minority fucking shit up for everyone. Exactly. Jimmy, you understand this, right? Think how much damage the Ku Klux Klan did to the reputation of white people, right? Think about these crazy pointy-hatted fucks, these absolute nutbag dipshits, and how they've done so much damage to, like, your regular ass American white person that any non-white person in the US probably looks at them and has, like, that thought in the back of their head, like, is this guy a Klan member? Even if it's just for a second, because the fucking psychos are always the ones that are the loudest. Ku Klux Klan are a bunch of bitches in the first place. But that's the thing, right? That's the problem. The KKK are a bunch of pussies. They're a bunch of bitches, but what do? They screech the loudest. Go move in with Mukluk. It'll just ruin his life. That's not a bad idea, Barrow. I'll go live in his walls. The OG Democrats, by the way. Yeah, I know the history of the KKK. They're like deeply involved with the Democrats, which is very concerning to me, because it makes me wonder shit. Like, I've been to the US a few times, and I made friends with a guy he was like a black guy who was basically living life on Easy Street because he built like 7 different businesses and was like filthy fucking rich, and all he wanted to do with his life was be a DJ, and he wasn't very good at it, but he was just like, well, I can do whatever the fuck I want because I've always got the money to do it, right? And I had like a conversation with him, right? And God, what was my original point? Hold on, let me pull up that question again just so that I know what I'm saying. Yeah, OG Democrats. So I had a conversation with him, and he was like a guy. He was like a black guy, and he said the first thing his mom did to make him successful in life is she picked up their lives and then moved to like a super conservative place in the US, where it's like, he said it was like really difficult in the beginning because whenever he fucked up, it wasn't everyone else's fault, it was his. But he learned like real fucking quick that no one actually gave a shit. Like that he was black. They gave a shit about how competent he was. And then he built like a bunch of successful businesses. And he told me the history of the KKK and all of that shit, and his personal conspiracy theory on that.
Years ago, the Klan tried to do some kind of protest here where I live. The Lumbee Indians didn't know anything about them and asked the blacks about them. Blacks told Lumbee Indians were like, we don't want these fuckers here. What eventually happened was something caused the fight to break out, and the Lumbee Indians wore their ass out.
Of course they did.
The KKK member at the time, who organized his dumbass rally, literally ditched his wife and kid to go hide in the bushes and shit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Of course they're giant pussies, right? Think about any group of gigantic pussies. They need a group around them because they act like piranhas, not human beings. The KKK is no different in this sense, right? But this black guy that I did meet the one time I went to the US, he like explained the history, and his personal conspiracy theory was that Democrats want control of black cities and shit so they can keep them on welfare and fuck their lives up and then like use them in whatever way they want in democratic elections, so that they never like have a moment where they register, hold the fuck on. Maybe them giving us shit instead of us working for it is like, you know, a bad thing. Maybe just giving us shit for free and never like building the work ethic towards something. Maybe they're doing this on purpose to screw us over. But yeah, I don't know if that would be boring to anyone or not. That's why I'm thinking about this. I still got to think about it more. Also, he did have another theory, and I'm almost scared that he might be right. He specifically had a theory where he said, what is more likely, right? And I pose this question to all of you. What is more likely, that a group of elites somewhere in first world countries sat down and all said slavery bad, we should stop doing slavery, or all of them sat down and said slavery inefficient, why the fuck are we only enslaving one race of people? There are so many more plebs we can just enslave as a group, so why don't we just build a system that turns everyone into slaves? Right? That was his conspiracy theory. And I'd be really scared that he might be fucking right. Right? Because I don't think elites really give that much of a fuck about color, but they sit like, they think of themselves as like humans, and everyone who's like the masses as not people, right? As like cattle for them to fuck with. I mean, he's kind of right. Yeah, I know, that's the scary part. I don't want to think he's right, but he damn well might be. Don't forget Margaret Sanger. Wait, what?
Don't forget Margaret Sanger and her policy to euthanize the blacks through abortion and destroying the family.
Oh man, there's so much of that stuff. Well, there was, what, the Tuskegee experiments? There was the forced sterilizations. The purposeful infecting of like a bunch of black people in America with syphilis. Right? It's fucking insane. There's a bunch of that shit. But yeah, let me get off that track. This is a depressing track to be on. capitalism without any kind of limit turns into communism instead of being called dear leader, they're called CEOs. Yeah, kind of. So I've had this discussion, I've had this argument, and when I was with a group of my engineering buddies, we all sat down for like a day, and we figured out a metric. There's a metric you can actually figure out. Don't worry, Dean. We'll get on to Guild Wars. I'm still playing catch up. We figured out a metric, a coefficient metric called time to corruption, right? And what we realized, this is the theory behind time to corruption, right? It doesn't matter what the system is. There is a coefficient you can figure out, a numerical value that can be assigned to how quickly a system becomes corrupt. And it doesn't matter if the system is communism or capitalism or socialism. There's someone along the way who's going to figure out how to exploit it and fuck everything up. Hey, what's up, Fandral? How you doing? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. You fucking animal. Bullcam where? Listen, how dare you demand these things of me? Who do you think you are, huh? Demanding this shit of me. Oh, hold on, let me just fix that. You're looking at the underside of my desk. Oh, that's better. Yeah, is this what you came here for? Yeah. Oh, free OnlyFans. If only I was a woman, this would actually work. I'd sit you in a thong using that camera and you'd just see my beef curtains just dangling out the side. I told them they would. Yeah, you know what? This is how you fuck people up for the day, Fandral. There's at least one person in here who's gonna go to bed tonight and all they're gonna be thinking about is, why did I look at a fat man's nuts? Right? Why was I looking at some fat dude's ball sack on camera? And that's all they're going to be thinking. And to them, I want them to know that in their dream, I want them to remember me over them going, shh, this will be our little secret. Shh, just don't tell your dad. I'm going to go visit him next. You're not safe here, Ghostek. This is probably the most mentally ill place on the planet. Now, today, we're going to keep it simple. I have so much to fucking catch up on. I was meant to do that on Friday. Friday kind of fell apart. It's a challenging one. God damn it, Tape. I got so much to catch up on. We are going to go through a bunch of the videos that I was supposed to watch. And then I was getting my way through, and then we got distracted by 4chan lore last time, to be honest. Then afterwards we'll do some Guild Wars 2. I'm gonna be playing BDO later, Keith, but I want to set it up. I've got some of my orders done for my workout challenge. I want to start playing BDO with the workout challenge. I've decided I'm gonna simplify certain factors for people. I've bought. I can't believe I'm saying this. I've bought exercise equipment. And by bought, I mean I repurposed some old stuff from a junkyard that let me like buy it for like 25 rand. Right? And I just like, I've noticed a thing. There's a problem people have with technology. People are like, if something doesn't work, people just throw it the fuck out. All you need to do is you need to break open the fucking plastic case, look at the PCB inside, find out what's broken, and then resolder like one wire and the thing works. My flashlight's arriving along with Muckluck's toy. That Muckluck's doll, that's for later. Don't you worry about that one. Muckluck's gonna find out about that in a video. Yeah, don't worry, Porcupine. It doesn't get better. It genuinely doesn't get better. Now, let's move on to some fucking videos. Stop talking about random, retarded political shit.
A camera on
I might just be an American.
Work. You'd be a terribly ugly woman. Well, maybe Super would go for it because you'd resemble an animal.
I don't know whether to take that to heart as a compliment or an insult. So thank you. Bro, let's get into some videos before I start playing Guild Wars 2. Now, I still had the tabs open from the last time. I had to like reopen them because I had to update the shit out of everything. But you know what? We'll start with what Fields sent me. He sent me, of course. Of course. Why can't you send me the original video? You gotta send me the Asmongold version, god damn it. And of course Asmongold's already reacted to this shit. God damn it. God damn it. We'll find the original. I'm sure it's linked here somewhere. Oh, I'll just type this in the fucking search too. Come on. God damn it. Sending me reactions. We're not doing the content centipede. It doesn't work on Asmongold. You're not going to respond because I'm a literal nobody. I want to see the original as well. This is important. Then we'll get on to some MMO news, and then we'll play some Guild Wars 2. That's how I got my new computer chair, ripped a car seat out of a junkyard, and reupholstered it. That's actually not a bad plan. Car seats are built for comfort, since you're expected to sit in it for hours at a time. That might actually be genius. I mean, that's ratchet, but it's genius as fuck. Okay. First thing to note about 25,000 chins here. She moved to God. I love how she could have moved to any African country and she chose Ghana. Do you know how bad Ghana is? Holy shit. Ghana's not doing well. You'd think you'd move to like Nigeria or something, like somewhere that has a functional economy. Ghana is not that. Ghana's maybe got soccer, and that's about all they're good at. Thanks for the follow, Tango Plural. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. This is going to be magical. Let's see what she's got to say for herself.
Yeah, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America.
What? What? Why has it unfollowed me? I have no idea. That's probably Twitch being Twitch. I'm sorry. I have no control over how retarded Twitch is. So, she would rather go back to living in the world's most successful nation. Shocker. What was she thinking? What was going through her head that she thought, I'm going to move to a third world country and life's going to get better? Maybe the American education system is a problem. I need to consider that. Maybe being murdered and killed in South Africa is a better option, because at least I'll know why I died. Holy shit. This is, I'm just going to say, this is probably down to indoctrination, right? When you hear enough shit, you hear enough like propagandized shit, that you start truly believing your life is like a misery, but really every problem you have is like, you know, storm in a teacup shit. Why are you showing off a video of your mother? That's not my mother. I'll have you know that the black woman who helped raise me was much better looking than this. She doesn't look like she takes care of herself. She looks like she smells like Cheetos, okay? This woman looks like a disaster. But maybe that's just a consequence of moving to Ghana.
Before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams.
Oh, come on.
The bullshit.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. You just have to bribe every official under the sun to get anything done. Oh, come on. That's just how the system works.
Expensive. The bullshit not having no snacks. The bullshit not having no...
Can she even get Cheetos? Well, she just answered. Apparently, there's no snacks. And that looks like there will be a real problem for a person like this. There's no snacks. Yeah, of course, it's one of the first things she mentions.
No food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water, the bullshit, what's that shit called that be coming down? The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house.
She's acting like she moved to a death world in fucking Warhammer. Like she's living in the fucking Catachan jungle here. Do you see how crazy this is, right? What's happened here is she had life perfect, and she didn't know how good she had it, right? Water, lights, electricity, shelter, safety, snacks. Snacks are a big one for her, I can tell that. When you have life this good, you start to not, like, register, like, how good it is. And you think, like, it's just like that everywhere else. So, like, you'll see this all the time with rich people, right? Rich people lose touch with reality. And, like, they can't understand how poor people live. Because they've lost touch with reality, because they genuinely think they are living at the standard average all the time. She lived in a first world country, and she thought, okay, it's the same everywhere. There's always going to be electricity, always going to be water, always going to be safety. There's no crazy animals and shit everywhere. Welcome to the deathcore of Krieg, soldier. No snack. I mean, she does look like she's someone who would fall to the demon prince of excess real fucking fast. She would give in to Slanesh for a fucking bag of Fritos any day of the week, right?
Spiders, as big ass lizards.
Oh, come on, they're not that bad.
You've never seen before, all in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you.
Okay, someone who lives in Africa. This is not so bad. Okay, think about this. Okay, Australia and Africa kind of have the same animals, but Australia, the animals have the agrometer dialed up to 100, whereas in Africa the agrometer generally sits at 10. Right? Most of these things are big and freaky, but they don't give a fuck about you, and if you leave them alone, you're fine. Right? So I get these things in my house regularly. Right? I'll show you. I'll give you a list so you have some idea, right? So we get these spiders in our houses all the time, and they're peaceful, and they don't bother you, and they're not a problem. They just don't want to be in the rain. They're called rain spiders. They're about the size of a dinner plate, right? They're chill. They're chill as fuck. Right? They freaked my wife the fuck out the first time she saw them, but they're really not that bad. They're super chill. They're really peaceful. That's not a rain spider. That's something else. Right, here we go. Okay, that's a rain spider. So it's just legs. Right? Then you get these things in my country as well. We had one of these in my house, and my wife freaked the fuck out when she saw it on the wall, because she'd never seen a moth that big. We get death's head moths, right? Not that bad. Okay? Not that bad. Then we get these all the time in the house as well. I don't know the specific species, but I'll show you if I see it. So in my area, my region particularly, every now and then, we'll get one of these guys. Where is it? This one. Right? So you'll find these like under carpets, and like hiding in bathrooms and shit. Not really that big of an issue, right? They're scorpions. They don't even want to bite you or sting you. They just want to hide away from things that are trying to fucking eat them, right? The ones you do need to worry about, and I've only had to deal with one of these, luckily, is one of these, right? These things are angry as fuck. These motherfuckers will come after you. Camel spiders aren't so bad. Camel spiders just look freaky as fuck. How about snakes? Not in my area. Luckily, I live in an area where there's not snakes, but if you live in an area with black mambas, you have to be careful because a black mamba is there to fuck you up, right? Black mambas will chase you down and fuck you up. So those people have to worry. But most snakes, if you're like walking through like the bushes and shit, if you stomp on the ground, most snakes will get the fuck out of the way because they don't want to deal with you. Most of the like animal life in South Africa doesn't want to deal with you. So they just kind of get out the way. And then when she talked about lizards there, these are the ones we deal with. We call them legavons, but they're monitor lizards, right? So you'll find these hanging out on trees near rivers and shit like that. They look like that. They're like mini Komodo dragons, except they're super chill. The only thing they're really eating is birds and whatchamacallit? Birds and fucking insects, right? So you leave these things alone, they're not going to bother you. Also, I know some people who keep these as pets, and apparently you can train them. Monitor lizards, you can train them to do certain tricks and shit, and they can form attachments with human beings. It's just they're lizards, not dogs, so they form attachments in a different way, right? So there is lizards and spiders and shit, but I don't know what she's complaining about, because like these are not Australian lizards and spiders and shit. I love Europe where the hornets are the most dangerous. Yeah, we don't have to deal with hornets much. Like most of the shit down here, it looks scary, but it's not. It's like it just wants to be left the fuck alone. Right? Most animals in South Africa, they just want you to leave them alone. That's all they want. Now in Australia, it's a different story. Australia's like, okay, now we're going to add in some mutagen, and we're going to like give it the personality of fucking Wolverine, and now we're going to let it live in your shoe every morning that you have to knock out and then try and like have a fist fight with it just to like tie your laces. So at least in South Africa, most of the shit will leave you alone if you just don't touch it or you just like push it out your house. Even black widows and button spiders and sack spiders want to be left alone. Yes, this is the thing, right? So this is another thing is we've got a lot of black widows in South Africa, right? They're all over my garden. And they just want you to leave them the fuck alone. If you poke them, they won't even bite you. They'll run away because they don't want to deal with it. Australia kangaroos, peak predator. Yeah, no, those things are jacked and terrifying. Fuck kangaroos. Those things are scary as fuck. Let's see what else she's got a problem with in Africa.
All the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below, because for me, I'm ready to go. And
this is okay. So how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy? This is an easy one. Right? If you are making a post on Instagram, you are trying to show off how good your life is. You are trying to flex on people almost constantly. Women in particularly have this problem, right? They will go and post how amazing and incredible their life is. They'll like post a picture of themselves on a private jet. And what you find out later is that the private jet isn't real. They actually walked into a warehouse where they have a studio set that you can rent out for like $100 an hour to take a bunch of pictures to make it look like you're on a private jet. Right? It's just a game of showing off how good you're doing. And it's not actually real. None of this shit is real. And I've noticed Instagram has been so damaging to the mentality of every single fucking woman on the planet, because they watch all these people fake all this shit and then they think that's reality. It's so fucking bad. She is rich compared to people in Ghana. She is, actually. She's actually doing pretty good. She's got a fan, she's got an AC unit, and she's living in Ghana. She's living, you know, the rich person life in Ghana. The walls are made of brick.
Well, she's curious about them being happy. For one thing, the women in Ghana are probably thinner, so that probably helps. I'm just saying, if you can get a casting role as the Indiana Jones boulder prop.
I mean, so think about it this way, Jimmy. How do you know a woman in Ghana is a virgin, right? It's because she can run faster than the men. So yeah, there's no way they're going to be fat. That's just how it is.
I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be, and I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office, and all the stuff that I was going to do out here.
Oh, she's a dentist. Yeah, no, that makes sense that she's going to have a lot of cavities she has to deal with all that food she's putting in her mouth. That makes sense.
In America, steady electricity, and the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing, and it comes right back on in 2 minutes.
Is she complaining about prepaid electricity? That's like standard across most African countries, right? It's not like no, I promise I'll pay the bill at the end of the month. Just give me electricity and I'll pay. So think about it this way. The US, Europe, parts of Asia and shit, they're all high trust societies. Africa is a low trust society. So we have prepaid meters where you have to pay before you get the electricity. That's just how it works. And like I realize this concept is really fucking weird to anyone who's got a functional country, but that's how it is in Africa. You got to pay first, and then you get the thing you paid for. And it's just having a breakdown over that.
Just 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong. When I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable.
Home is where the food is.
You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. To live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and old malnourished cows.
She's fucking crashing out. She can't handle it. Oh, that's fucking... I love that. Same issue. Have people who move, for example, Argentina into Germany because their grandpa was from there, while forgetting that people are knowing their family name and, by coincidence, their grandpa was serving in the SS and escaped to South America after the war. I wonder why they want to escape back. Well, yeah, of course. They're getting... This is exactly what I was talking about generational persecution, right? They didn't do anything wrong. Grandpa probably put a few Jews in a few ovens, right? But they didn't do that. But if they go back to Germany, all of a sudden those people who did nothing are the devil, right? There you go. Look at that video on the middle right. What, the Oblivion one? No, don't worry about it. This is just Oblivion. Don't worry about that shit. Or do you mean this one, black fatigue? This is a new term I've seen pop up all over social media. Oh, man. Oh, let's move on from this. I'll take a look at the pictures of that chair later. Oh, man.
Look, Discord DMs.
Okay, I'll look at the Discord DMs. God damn it. They're fucking sending me a bunch of shit here. Oh, is that a huntsman spider? Oh, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. If you want to see some weird shit that you'll find in some of the like lakes and rivers and shit in my country, what you'll want to look at is something called a water scorpion. The hell is this? Oh, that's your car chair. That's not bad. That looks comfy as fuck, actually. And you still got the seatbelt so you can strap in for extra gaming. That actually looks comfy as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. That actually looks pretty good. That's not a huntsman. What the fuck is that thing? Like, we get shit, like, we've got some weird ones as well, right? So we've got these ones. We've got these ones. I'm trying to think of the freakiest ones we've got. And these ones are completely harmless. And Australia has the ones that can bite you, but the ones down here can't bite you. And it's where the term prawn came from for anyone who watched District 9, right? We have these things in my country, right? They're called Parktown prawns, right? And they freak people the fuck out. Now, the Australians have an like something that looks exactly the same, right? Called a weta, which is basically the same bug, but it's got these giant fucking fangs on it, and they can actually bite you. But we got the chill version. We got the version of the weta that smoked weed, right? And decided it wasn't going to be a problem. We also got these things. They're freaky, and they will chase after you, right? But they're not looking to bite you or anything. What they're looking to do is hide in your shadow, because they don't want to be dealing with sunlight and shit like that. And then we've also got these little fuckers. They're called toe biters in other countries, but we call them water scorpions, and the ones we've got, again, don't bite. They don't bite, they just look freaky as fuck. So we got all the chill shit. None of these things bother us. You just leave them the fuck alone and they're fine. It's funny because Panama, it isn't insects and shit you need to worry about. It's the jungle. You'll have no idea if you're getting stalked by a jungle cat. Yeah, no, those things are like actual threats. I promise you, my country is flat enough that if you're out in the wilderness, you could watch your dog run away for 3 days and then get dropped on by a leopard. But you know, you get to like watch the fucking thing. You can see it from a distance. The jungle's a fucking freaky place to be. You don't want to be in there. But anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to some fucking MMO news.
So far, 2025 has been pretty...
Now, obviously, okay, these are the videos I lined up from last time. And we got to start low and slow. And we're better to start low and slow than Lazy Peon, the man who's coasting through life right now. Who's decided that he doesn't care anymore. He's just going to go fight people in some Southeast Asian country. Look jacked as fuck. And just put out a fucking video every now and then. Of course I've seen a leopard. I think every South African's seen a leopard. You go on a game drive, they're not that hard to spot. They chill in trees all the time. So let's see what Lazy Peon had to say. This is about Chrono Odyssey. Then we'll take a look at a Black Desert Online video. We'll clear out my recommendeds that's in the Discord. And then we'll move on to Guild Wars 2.
So far, 2025 has been pretty dry when it comes to new MMO releases, and initially, it was looking like one of those years where we don't actually have anything big release, with Aaaand Chronicles being delayed until 2026. Recently, however, things have changed, with all signs pointing to Chrono Odyssey
no, we'll get to Guild Wars 2 unless I have another incident like what occurred on Friday.
Being the big AAA MMORPG release of this year, after they shared this video on their Twitter.
Where's she heading? No.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
No.
It's a good thing it's in 2025.
Playtest signups have recently become available on Steam, and in a recent Kakao Games investor report...
Oh, shit! Hold on. Hold on. Playtest sign up? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I want to play your dog shit MMO for exactly 2 days and then get bored and get angry at it. Fuck yeah, I do.
It was said that the closed beta testing is going to be in the first half of 2025, so very, very soon. With Kakao Games publishing both Aaaand Chronicles and Chrono Odyssey, it doesn't make sense to release them both at the same time, with these games sharing a similar audience, considering we already know that Aaaand...
Yeah, you see, that's smart, because that way, once they're done with the first game and they're bored of it, after like 1 month, and the player counts dropped off, you can immediately shift them over to the new one. We're in the like McDonald's age of MMO creation, right? Where we just shit out a new product the second the first one fails. It's not about quality. It's about it being new. Isn't it amazing?
Arcade Chronicles is releasing in the first half of 2026, it makes perfect sense that Chrono Odyssey will target a Q4 2025 release. Oh, it's also worth mentioning that NCSoft recently went live with their Aaaand 2 website and will be giving us more information on that game later this month. Apparently, Aaaand 2 is going to be releasing in Q4 2025.
Oh, hello. What is this Aaaand 2? Yeah, we got to play this one.
To Q1 2026 in Korea.
Wait, is he saying Ion? Does he mean Ion? Aeon. It's a mobile game. Yeah, he's saying Ion. Oh, it's because he's British. Sorry, I forgot they got brain damage. You know, I've thought about this, right? Do you think there's any major societies in the world that have paid reparations for the damage they've done during like the expansionist colonialization era? And the answer I've thought about and registered is that the British actually have paid reparations. They have, right? You don't register this, but they have. They've been paying reparations since it's happened because they keep on inventing new sports that just everyone else is better at than them. Right, so that's their like reparations.
Brits imagine inventing English and being the worst at speaking it.
Exactly. There again, that's their reparations. That's them saying I'm sorry. Is they just suck at everything that they first come up with, and someone else just does it better. It's amazing.
With a global release later on. But given NCSoft's recent trend of releasing MMOs with real money auction houses, and Aaaand 2 being mobile crossplay, it's likely not going to be a game that will compete with the releases of
So it's going to be a pile of dog shit. That's what I'm hearing.
Chrono Odyssey and Arcade Chronicles, which seems to be more PC focused. In this video, we'll discuss everything that's publicly known about Chrono Odyssey so far, as well as my hopes and expectations for the game. But first, support the content by listening to today's sponsor. On Monday, a brand new...
Oh no, a sponsor? Oh, that's terrible. Wow, what an amazing sponsor. Guys, you should really support the sponsor of that video.
So, Chrono Odyssey, what's known about this game so far? Well, quite a lot if you dig through the game's various trailers and articles over the years, as well as listen to the recent Kakao Investors Call. Chrono Odyssey was initially announced 5 years ago, and during that time developed fairly quietly.
Do you hear that, Ashes of Creation? 5 years. 5. You hear that, Ashes? Where the fuck's your game, Ashes? What the fuck you mean you're still in alpha? Chrono Odyssey, 5 years. Black Desert Online, I think, was 4. Even New World took less time. Where the fuck's your game? God damn it. You know, I kind of wish I was a decent-sized streamer or YouTuber. I'd fucking take sex toy sponsorships in a minute. I know it'll piss people off. Oh, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do this, but imagine being a sex toy company and then coming to someone like me and registering that I'm a brand risk for sex toys. I'm a brand risk because I might say something. I will damage their reputation personally.
Opting to not hype the game years out from a full release, which is definitely the best approach in my opinion. Over the years, they released multiple trailers, Twitter posts, and interviews with various press, talking about and showing
That's
off...
pretty... okay, so the effects on that are all pretty cool, and they actually look really, really good. But the problem here that I'm seeing is this is all doctored footage. This is all, you know, isolated glass box. We want this to look as good as possible. So we're going to do every cut that looks great. This is not just flat gameplay, and that's always concerning. You'd write that out in a business card. Well, Mortal, I've genuinely thought about starting up a company called Brand Risk, right? So that every time you Google it, the company name just comes up. Instead of like actual streamers and people who are a problem, it's just you just see the company name called Brand Risk. I think that would have been an amazing idea. I have no idea what you'd sell people. Maybe anthrax in the mail or something, but that's about it. I'm a problem for dildos. I'm a problem for everyone.
The game's world, combat system, theme, and classes. When it comes to combat, Chrono Odyssey features a true real-time action combat system. In this game, every class can equip and switch between 2 weapons at once in the middle of combat with the game's weapon switching system. You'll be able to dodge, block, and blink to avoid enemy attacks, and aside from your standard attacks, we can also see that each class
Hey look, it's New World except the combat functions.
has its own abilities. When I first saw the gameplay trailers for Chrono Odyssey, my initial reaction was, this looks like Dark Souls style combat.
It does.
You can clearly see that there's no soft target system pointing
It does, but all of this looks like it's doctored footage, so I trust none of it.
your character in the direction of the enemy. The only other MMO that has this more grounded Souls-style action combat system is New World. Given that Korean MMOs are known for having the best action combat, I'm expecting a combat system that's similar to New World, but better.
And hold on, Russian Badger is now a father. Well, congrats to him, and my condolences to the woman he raped.
In every way. From trailers and interviews, we already know that Chrono Odyssey will have 6 classes: the Swordsman, Ranger, Sorcerer, Paladin, Berserker, and Assassin. These classes will not be gender-locked according to the game's Steam page, and you'll be able to customize your character.
Man, gender-locking classes is such a novel idea, but it's so fucking shitty. And I've thought about ways to fix this, right? Like, I don't know if any of you have played Oblivion and done the Sheogorath quest lines, where you see like the hot golden tittied bitches and the like silver dark skin bitches, right? And then every now and then you'll see one of the men in their army, and he's dressed like the worst slut on the planet. And I've thought about, instead of gender locking a class, right? Let's say you've got like a class in a game and it's like the witch, right? And you can have male witches and female witches, but all the gear is designed around the female witches. And when you play a dude as a witch, you're just wearing like woman's clothing. Like your dude's just like walking around with like a thong sticking out of his jeans or some shit. I think that would be fucking fantastic. I think no one would complain about that. Give us back male and female. Take the body type 1 and 2 shit out. And just don't change what the clothes look like between men and women. I think that would be incredible. You just described the Asura and the... No, I didn't just describe the Asura. Asura aren't people. They're not sentient. They don't deserve like rights as sentient creatures. So no, I didn't. I wasn't talking about animals.
With a high level of freedom, including body types, hairstyles, makeup, scars, and probably a lot more.
Of course.
Korean MMOs basically...
I mean, you know how it is. If they want to sell it to the Western audience, they definitely need transition scars. I hope they were brave enough to do what Veilguard did for us. Especially in a fantasy world with magic where any wound can be healed and we can bring people back from the dead. What we really need is transition scars on our characters. That'll sell it in the West. The modern audience will love it.
Always have S-tier character creators, so I wouldn't expect this one to be any different. When it comes to the weapons, we've seen the following shown in various footage.
Okay.
To be any different. When it comes to the weapon,
so we're not talking premium ass in this game. It's not Black Desert Online levels of ass, but it is at least acceptable. That's what I'm seeing from this. Man, thank God for Asian devs not letting fat bitches in the office or work at HR. Because I think I might just hate all video games from a graphical perspective if it wasn't for them. I wonder if, like, maybe there's something that's happening in Asia that like the Western devs need to learn from. Like, if you want to work in video games or in entertainment media, there's like just a really narrow door. And if you can't get through that door, you're not allowed to work at that company. Maybe that's what they're doing. So, like, they keep the fat bitches out because they can't fit through the door. That might be too expensive because then you'd have to soundproof the windows and the walls, I suppose, to stop hearing the screeching they're making from outside the building. I don't know. They must have some solution.
We've seen the following shown in various footage and images for the game over the years. Some of these may or may not make it into the final game. Sword and shield, greatsword, longsword, rapier, mace, tower shield, spear, bow, crossbow, staff,
Hold on. Western devs need to harden the fuck up and make a good game instead of catering to DEI marketing. I'm going to say something brave and bold here, Chielde. I'm going to say something insane, but I want you to follow me along this path of logic. I hope it gets worse. We don't need less DEI. We need more DEI. We need to support every single DEI initiative on the planet. All these fat ugly bitches in games. All this diversity shit. Push it as hard as fucking possible. And when all of these dev studios and all of these people investing in them lose every single cent that they have, and we've burned everything down to ashes around us, then we can start to build something beautiful. Because I don't think they're going to learn their lesson if they keep on going with this slow shit. We need it to get much worse before it's going to get better. I almost want them to do this so that at some point we revert to like the way people used to make movies in the 90s. Right? So like a good example is I recently rewatched an old movie with my wife called Evolution. Fantastic B-grade movie. Go watch it. It's amazing. A good sense of humor, right? Racial jokes involved, but no one's offended. Super fun movie. We need to go back to that age where we can do the shit and take it not seriously.
Spellbook, dual axes, great axe, dual daggers, and rifle. How about the world? Is it open world?
Is that the Head and Shoulders advert? Yes, Jahi. Yes, it is. Absolutely. We had so many good movies where we used to joke about race and shit, and then we lost the plot somewhere along the way. There was another movie, I can't remember its name, with Martin Lawrence, where he plays like a criminal, and there's like a white cop who gets like accused of beating the fuck out of him, but it's actually because he's like super allergic to a bee, and the white cop's like trying to kill the bee, but it looks like he's beating the shit out of him. That's how the movie starts. And the bee stings him a bunch of times, and it looks like the movie, like, it looks like he got fucked up by the cop. I can't remember what the name of that movie was, but that one was fantastic as well. Full of racial jokes. No one took it seriously. Everyone had a good time. It was so good. Man, we need to go back to that.
Or instanced. So far, the game probably sounds like an action RPG MMO light, and looking at the trailers initially, I wasn't sure if this was
there you go, Rush Hour as well.
Just going to be a modern Vindictus or something. Good news, Chrono Odyssey is indeed a full MMORPG with a large open world consisting of many different biomes, including grasslands, snowlands, swamps, and more. This game also isn't just about the combat either. You'll be able to take a break from the action and chill out with some life skills in the open world in the form of harvesting, logging, mining, and skinning. These activities will give you resources that you can use to craft new equipment and consumables. So what type of content can we expect to see in Chrono Odyssey? PvE seems to be a big focus of this game so far.
I found it, Jimmy, don't worry.
Page specifically mentioning
Kung Pao was great as well.
Dungeons and raids. What's interesting here is that it also says if you're strong enough, these dungeons and raids might be possible to clear solo.
Ooh, please don't do it like Blue Protocol. Please, please, please don't do it like Blue Protocol. Don't put a timer on that stupid shit. I want it to be like, if you are skilled enough, you can go in there and fuck that creature up, and then not just a gigantic health sponge. Right? I hope it actually takes skill to do this.
This further backs up that the game will have a true action combat system, as surely the only way you could solo a raid boss would be by perfectly dodging all of its attacks.
Yeah, which would be amazing. I would go out on my way to learn that skill just to do that.
On the Steam page, PvP content is mentioned, but only briefly, and it's super vague. I asked Grok to search for information on the PvP stuff, but it didn't come out with anything concrete. PvP is a big part of most Korean MMOs though, so I guess we'll have to wait to find out more on this.
Yeah, so PvP is going to be inevitably tied towards a cash shop, where the guy who's paid the most money into the cash shop has an advantage over everyone, and he's like a god that's just coming down to fuck you in the ass.
This later on. What's most intriguing about Chrono Odyssey is this game's theme. This is a dark fantasy MMO, and gore is listed as one of the top tags for this game on Steam, as we can see from the gameplay trailers.
We lost all hope after the LGBTQ started to hate people's opinions. I feel like it went downhill from then. If they had any common sense, we would probably not have shitty games and shitty devs.
Yeah, probably. Probably. You know what's really funny about that whole community? Is like, I know a bunch of people who are gay and shit like that, and they fucking hate that movement. They hate it so much, but they'll never say anything because they're actually like worried about their cars and shit being firebombed by like, how do I say this? They're not worried about the L, the G's, or the B's. They're worried about what the T's and the Q's are going to do to them in their lives. Gaming will never recover. Probably not. But I can dream. I can dream about someone nuking the entire industry and starting all over again.
When you attack. Chrono Odyssey's theme is clearly centered around the concept of time. In this game, players will be using an artifact called a chronotector, which allows them to stop time around monsters or rewind time to explore paths.
Okay, focused around time. So what names can we expect that everyone is going to choose for their character? Going back to Kill Baby Hitler, Doctor Who, the Marvel timeline. Everyone's going to make characters around that. Yeah, Chronomancer, yeah, that's coming. Chronos, yeah. There you go, the most generic shit imaginable. Yeah, Doc and Marty, that one's coming as well. Unfertilized egg. Going back in time to get pregnant, yeah. Yeah, we're going to see a bunch of generic-ass names about this shit.
Last generations of the open world before environmental and historical events changed the landscape. Enemies
So they're pulling a rift on us. That's what's happening here.
in this game also look quite creepy. They're void-like.
Yeah, they're gonna also have Chrono Trigger, but I feel like they might just change out the TR with an N on that one, Silver. That might be a name we see, unless the Korean devs are smart enough to censor for English as well. Thanks for the follow, Kaiji Z.
Temporal enemies that often lack facial features. Other
to be honest,
types seem
to be honest, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't actually look bad. Yeah, going back to kill Todd Howard. Murder EA CEO. I can see that one coming. God, there's so many time names that are coming back.
To include demons, skeletons, animals, dragons, and colossal beasts.
I love how that small trailer, there are more enemies in that small trailer than there were enemies in the entirety of New World at launch. Devastating.
So what are my thoughts? So far, Chrono Odyssey looks great and is without a doubt one of the biggest upcoming MMO releases on the horizon. Here's the thing. It's a Korean MMO.
Yep.
The biggest question I have is how pay to win will this game be?
Yep.
We already know Chrono Odyssey is confirmed to be a buy to play game, so that means it will definitely have a cash shop to support the ongoing development costs of updates.
There is no fucking way that they don't take this game and shit it up with a cash shop. There is no way you get to the end game and because the game is centered around time, that they're not using the time idea as pay us $500 fucking dollars and then the time goes away and you can do whatever you want. Kind of like Endgame and Throne and Liberty from what I've seen.
Chrono Odyssey is developed by NPixel, the developers behind Grand Saga, which was a pay-to-win game, and it's being published by Kakao Games, who also have a bad reputation when it comes to monetization.
Yep.
Regardless of the game likely being pay-to-win, I do think Chrono Odyssey will still be worth playing for the first few months of its release. Unlike a lot of Korean MMOs, this one seems to be going for a global launch right off the bat, so everyone...
This will be fun for about a month, and then the monetization will kill it.
Will be going in blind at the same time. Usually, Korean MMOs release in Korea first, then globally later on, which results in players already knowing...
So this is actually genius. So usually they release in Korea, and then everyone in the West sees how pay to win it is. And they're like, fuck that, I'm not going to play that. But by launching it globally, that way they can fuck everyone over all at once. And no one knows what's going on until a month later. That's genius. They're learning, they're evolving. They're beginning to believe.
The meta, the optimal leveling path, and money-making strats before a game's even released. But that shouldn't be the case here, so hopefully we'll all be able to go in and enjoy it together, even if it's only temporary. But that's it for this video. I'll try to keep you guys posted with the latest Chrono Odyssey news as it comes out. I also plan on doing a first impressions vid as soon as it's playable with no NDA. Also, probably a good idea to go sign up for the...
Wait, hold on. Twitch didn't want you to write cripple. Yeah, that's Twitch. Okay. Service announcement for anyone in here. I have turned off all filters. On Twitch, on YouTube, on everything. So if your messages get blocked out, that's not me. That's the platform deciding, fuck you, you don't get to say what you want.
Test on Steam, as that should be dropping really soon. Let me know your thoughts on Chrono Odyssey so far in the comments below, and also if you got any value from this video, help us out with a like for the algorithm.
It wasn't bad.
Thanks.
It wasn't bad. Not bad. Lazy peon. Stop being lazy with your videos. Stop beating up people in Thailand. Stop beating up the lady boys and make more videos like this. Not bad. Actually not bad. Now before we carry on, the movie I was talking about there was called National Security. I'm going to show you the scene, and if you haven't seen this movie and you're looking for just a stupid fun time and to understand what we lost along the way when it came to like filmmaking and entertainment, I'm going to show you this. Now, when it comes to the VOD, I'm going to have to chop this section out because there's no way it doesn't get copyright claimed. Right, but this is just so you can see what the fuck I'm talking about. Movies were all over the fucking place at one point, right? Now, if you haven't seen this movie and you're just looking for like, you're looking to kill some time and watch something non-serious, watch this. It's fun. Watch Evolution, watch Blue Streak, Rush Hour movies. All of this shit was fun. Right, Tropic Thunder, I think, was the last movie that fit into these kind of categories. And then after that, it just fucking fell apart. And no one was doing these movies anymore because there's probably a bunch of fat white Karens somewhere in management or in HR or something saying, but that's so insensitive. And then like all creativity died because we started limiting art by what people's feelings felt like, right? That movie was fantastic. We need to go back to that age. Now, if we could relive an age like that, but in video games where we didn't give a fuck about offending people because like one of the characters has a really nice dump truck on her. Like, we need to go back to that. Same thing with the male characters. I don't want to see some fat fuck male character that looks like me in a game. I want the dude to have an 8-pack. I want the dude to be... I want to role play as fucking Giga Chad. That's what I want. No, it's okay if it offends white dudes. Yeah, that's another thing I've noticed, right? Is it's always targeted in one direction. If it offended everyone, right, then it offends no one. But if you lean it in one direction and you decide, okay, it's only okay to attack one racial group, that's when shit falls apart. But that movie was fucking fantastic. I loved it. Did you ever see the show Balls of Steel? No, I never came to South Africa, so I never saw that one, Paladin. Wait till the kids find out about Tropic Thunder. Oh, man. Oh, man. 10 years from now, they're going to grow up. Someone's going to watch that old movie with their dad or something, and they're going to be, like, so offended, and they're going to try and cancel, like, Robert Downey Jr. It's going to happen. It's inevitable that that's going to happen. It's the same as Joji when people find out about the Filthy Frank channel, and they tried to cancel him, and he didn't give a fuck, so it didn't work. Man, the next generation, they're gonna watch some old school movies and be so fucking confused. Why is Iron Man black? Wait, are you talking about the new the new Iron Man trailer? Because I've seen that and I thought that was hilarious. You know what's really funny, Shielde? If they wanted to do Black Iron Man, War Machine was right fucking there. War Machine was there the whole goddamn time. He was right there. And instead, they're gonna go make a fucking Iron Man movie about Riri Williams, the most fucking hated like Iron Man ripoff. And you know what? So I read the comics on this. Believe it or not, I used to be a gigantic fucking like nerd when it came to like Marvel and shit. And I read the Riri Williams shit. She's like saying like how she's a super genius. Do you know how she gets a hold of the Iron Man suit? Is she fucking steals it. She steals it. She literally steals Iron Man's shit. And I was like, what the fuck? Colonel James Rhodes is right there if you wanted to go down that path. I'm like, man, are you trying to make blacks look worse? I don't understand it. This is a reactive Asmongold about the new Captain America hates America. Fucking seriously? Cartman knows how it is. Okay, I'll open that one up. Let's take a look at that quick.
Put another gay diverse woman in it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that was fucking beautiful. Yes, just make it more lame and gay. He was right. He was fucking right. I think we can fix art. Right? I think all white women who work in an artistic field need to step on a scale. And if they're over a certain number, they're not allowed to be in the office. Right? They're not allowed to make creative decisions anymore. And if we do that for long enough, it'll fix art. Now,
Black Desert.
On to Black Desert Online. I need to start my journey into learning something about Black Desert, right? So I'm going to watch this Black Desert review, and I have a reason for doing this. The videos I made about Guild Wars 2, there's one overarching comment that I kept on getting, right? And the comment I got was that Preach already did what I did, right? And I very purposefully, when making the Guild Wars 2 videos, avoided watching everyone else's reviews, everyone else's opinions, so I could formulate my own. And I realized the problem with that is, I'm then at risk of coming up with the same idea that someone else has already done. So what I'm going to do before formulating my Black Desert Online video is I'm gonna watch a bunch of other people's reviews and shit. Have you seen Preachers? I still haven't seen Preachers. I still have not watched it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch a bunch of other people's review on Black Desert Online so I can make sure to not copy any of their ideas. Right? Because I don't want it to happen again where someone's like linking me someone else's name and they're like, you just copied this guy. Even if I didn't. And I just came to the same conclusion. I'll take a look at the Captain America shit now, Fandral. First Black Desert Online review.
Desert is an action-packed role-playing game where you will battle through hordes of enemies fighting the evil lord of capitalism before you realize that your loot scroll has been off the entire time. What? This game is...
Yeah, you see, this guy's got a similar style to the stuff I do, so I can see how I would be accused of copying him. This is very important for me to actually watch. Preach makes some of the mistakes you are currently making. I hope so.
Jam-packed with top-tier PvP content. No! Logan Paul Crypto Zoo 2.0.
I never scammed anyone with this project.
And thousands of hours of engaging content. Join me as I walk you through the proudest 60,000 hours I have ever spent. Black Desert, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
The goon. I heard this game is about jacking off, by the way. I don't know, I've just played the character creator a lot. I haven't actually played the game, just the character creator. I don't ever seem to be able to get past it. By the time I get through the character, I've created like maybe 50 different characters in Black Desert Online so far. And I've just never made it past that point because by the time I'm done in the character creator, my right arm is just so fucking exhausted I can barely click my mouse.
As we all know, the best part of any game is the story, and Black Desert has the best one. Not that I would know any of it. I just spam skip whenever someone's trying to talk to me. Perhaps that's why I got cheated on.
Good idea. Don't listen to people. Good idea.
In the far-off world of Los Angeles, where everyone lives in peace and harmony and the patriarchy has been subverted, the girls do what they do best, which is start a 300 versus 300 catfight over who has the better rack of prime ribs. But their armies
This could be reality, but we're too busy picking wars with each other. This could be us. If we stop taking our meds for like a week, collectively. This could be reality. We could just all sit back and watch the tits fly.
Boycott them because they're too busy learning about baking pies from their favorite educational cat person.
I've never had a cream pie before.
This makes the capitalists very angry, so they decide.
I mean, I'm sure there's a few people out there who can fix that.
To throw the globe in the Grand Canyon and tell everyone the Earth is more donut-shaped, like your mom. Our hero, John Desert, is here to save the day after getting off a 300-year bender. He will
I also feel like this guy's got a similar style to Maxwell, which I've also been accused of, which is fair. Maxwell's got a really cool style, right? And I actually learned a lot from the way he edits things. And I feel like this guy's done the same. And I'm not going to say you're a Maxwell ripoff. I think it's like, if someone accuses you of being a Maxwell ripoff, that's more of a compliment than they realize.
1v1 the Dark Lord Mr. Kim and make Black Desert great again by reminding us why we play this game in the first place.
Hot dog.
If you ask your average gamer what makes a good game, they will probably say it needs to be fun, or it gotta look pretty, or maybe it shouldn't have predatory monetization practices that appeal.
Oh! How old is she right now? How old is Amaranth right now? She gotta be pushing like 40, right? I know nothing about the lore of this person, only that they do everything to just barely not show their pussy on stream.
Appeal to the male gaze. Wrong. The only thing that matters in gaming is assigning a single number to every player.
How to measure your penis size.
Welcome to week number 4 of my 700 Gear Score series.
Frankly, a game where you can't whip out your massive personality and stroke it in the town square is a game that should not be made. This number is your gear score, and similar to the caste system of medieval Europe, there are 3 different levels of gear score, 650 and below, the lowest tier on our list. Absolute peons who stack no paper and pull no maidens. They have only been running in circles killing monsters for 100 to 200 hours. How pathetic. The thought that I share this, the game of all time with such absolute scum who can't even spend 300 hours grinding to buy one weapon, makes me sick.
Oh, fuck, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Is Black Desert Online one of those games you have to grind for a century to get anywhere? Please don't tell me it's... Oh, no. Alright, we're gonna fix that problem right now. Hey, Microsoft Excel. How would I program an AI bot for Black Desert Online so it can do all the grinding for me? Man, I fucking suck at spelling. Blah, 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 key ethical consideration. Fuck the legal issues. If they're not going to respect my time, I'm not going to respect their game. It's that simple. Technical steps to program an AI bot. Understand the game mechanics. Choose a programming language and tools. Python. Always go with Python. C#, C++, libraries. Design, input simulation. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to vibe code out. Oh, look at that. It's vibe coding for me already. Oh, that's beautiful. It's already doing it for me. Reinforcement learning trainer. Oh, man. I wonder if I should make a Black Desert Online video where I actually make a bot and then make the bot public so as many people as possible can use it until they take the grinding out of Black Desert Online. Is that too evil? Will that get me in trouble? Maybe I'll do that. If they're not going to respect my time, why should I respect their game? It's that simple.
To my stomach. My one wish is that all such wastes of space become lobotomized servitors to work in the toxic neodymium mines of the future so that us important people can have our clean energy and talk about
never had a brain in the first place. What are they going to do to me?
How great we are for driving our electric cars. At this gear, you will graduate from doing 1 damage per hit in PvP to 2 damage per hit, an impressive 100% increase. Congratulations. You have previously been increasing your gear score by grinding mobs at profitable spots and buying your upgrades from the auction house. It's taken a while, but at least it's guaranteed. Well, to get to the next bracket of 750 and above, you'll have to switch things up a little. Now you will be grinding at...
Maybe I don't actually need to program a bot. Come to think of it, maybe if I send Blue Squadron enough pictures of my asshole, he'll do it for me because he's already done this. Maybe if I like sidle up to Blue Squadron and like hump his leg a little bit, he'll help me out here.
Spots where you make $0 and 0 cents. What you are looking for are these base accessories. If you're fast, you can get 1 of them every 2 hours. You then hit them together, and if you're lucky, they'll go to +1. Now bang that one with another one and hope it goes to +2. Repeat until you reach +5. How hard can it be? Well, if you fail an upgrade even once, your accessory will blow up, and you have to start from scratch.
We believe in the one.
That is the most Asian game sentence anyone could have ever said. You grind for hours, and if it fucks up, you're screwed. Start again. Fuck you. That is like... Why is Asian gaming just Sisyphus rolling a boulder up a hill just for it to fall back down again? Is it like... Are like Asian gamers like used to being like the sub that's getting dominated all the time? Is that what... Damn. And I thought we in the West were used to eating shit. Jesus Christ.
Tap right, one tap, one tap, one tap.
Also, the chances of failure increase exponentially as it upgrades. Sound fun yet? Well, you not only have to do this for 1 accessory, but 3. Welcome to endgame progression. This is genius game design. 10 out of 10. Elden Ring.
God damn.
Never heard of her. There is a workaround system that allows you to take the spiked shaft of enhancing accessories and put a little bit of lube on before you thrust it up your ass.
Man, it's getting hot in here.
Of course, when all else fails, you can just pay to win. There is a roundabout way to turn the imaginary money on your plastic card of choice into money that you can use to buy gear in game, and it only costs around $20,000 for each of the 13 people.
Is he joking, or is it actually like $20,000? That's fucking ridiculous. If he's not joking and it's actually $20,000, I'll be fucking... Jesus Christ. So unironically, the game Sword of Legends Online is a Chinese MMO. The Chinese version actually respects your time. You pay for the game, and the leveling is pretty solid on the Chinese version because it was designed around the Chinese businessman. I'm gonna look for that game. I'm gonna put that on a list and look for that. Probably more now. You're telling me it's worse now? Oh my god. Okay, I'm moving to the US, and I'm gonna go live as a femboy in fucking Blue Squadron's house. I will live in a dog cage because obviously that man has to be a multi-billionaire if he's playing this fucking game at a high level. When was this video released? Last year. Last year, January. So he can't be too far off of today, if it's only been a year. Jesus Christ, Blue Squadron's probably like the secret son of Bill Gates if he's playing this fucking game. Jesus Christ.
Pieces of endgame gear you will need. What a steal. Tired of all this talk of chasing bigger number to wow the ladies? Would you rather live out your life skill dream of milking cows on your farm in Idaho? Well, guess what?
You get banned for this in New World, by the way.
You need gear for that, and there's leaderboards and Bugattis and bigger Bugattis. That's what I love about this game. There's always someone with more money than you, and is taller than you, and has a bigger pretzel than you. God bless America.
Nice.
Classes. There are 26 unique classes, each one of them with 2 different specs called Awakening and Asleepening. You must be asking yourself, how much money are they paying their balancing team to ensure that each of the 50 different specs are fun?
I can tell now if I go into this game with zero knowledge, I'm gonna go for the Asleepening build by mistake.
And respect their players' time. Nothing. It's actually important that some classes are wildly overpowered, while others are pure garbage stank. Because as we all know, not everybody is created equal, and the best escapism is the one that reminds you of the cruel world you live in. In typical Korean fashion, the classes are gender-locked, meaning if you want to play as a brain-dead easy...
Yeah, that's fine. I don't actually mind the gender locking in Black Desert Online, because it immediately tells you what classes you don't touch. It's anything with a dick. Any class that has a dick, you don't want to play that class.
Class that is absolute cancer in PvP and the most likely to walk onto your rotation. You'll have to be an e-girl, and if you want to play as a completely fair class that has 3 times as much health as anyone else and will grab you at every turn, you will have...
Please tell me the Guardian's good. I made a Guardian and I'm not going back because, man, I'm already having dreams about the character I created. I'm not going back. I hope the Guardian's good.
Have to be a furry, but where the classes really outshine the competition is the degree of customization. This is my favorite part of the game because it allows me to express my artistic...
Still haven't gotten past this part of the game. I just keep getting stuck at this. This is like the end game boss. Also, thanks for the resub, Psycho Fox. Thanks for making my tax burden harder, you bastard. How dare you? Seriously though, thank you. You don't... To anyone in here, don't give me money. I'm not worth it. I'm inconsistent as fuck. The stream is free. It's on YouTube and Twitch. You don't have to do anything.
Side. I love art. My favorite art subject is anatomy. Ranger, the mandatory first-person shooter class. To get the best results from this class, you will need disappointed parents, testosterone blockers, and for min-max, get a chastity belt off the black market. Epic phase clan.
So that's the problem, is testosterone blockers are expensive. So, again, I'm gonna have to, like, move in with Blue Squadron and be like a femboy under his desk all day to be able to afford that.
And PvP montage. Hit targets out of render distance. My favorite thing about this class is the playstyle. And before you ask, yes, it is a balanced class. Valkyrie. You loved Leroy Jenkins from the classic MMO Arc and Liberty. But how do we spice things up a little? Boobs. I hate dueling Valkyries. Not because of a skill issue on my part, but because their block is broken. Using historical fighting moves like calling down holy swords from thin air and summoning an atomic bomb. This class also...
Okay, so that's basically the Garen class.
Adds an accessibility option to the game for all the 6-fingered players out there. Also give heals and stuff to your teammates. Perfect.
No, you can't say shit like that, Filter. Like, that's crossing a line. Like, I'm not going to ban you this time, but you can't say things like me being sponsored by Israel, because we know how much Twitch and Twitch staff hate Jews, right? You say that, like, that's the shit that can get my channel permanently banned, right? If you ever say nice things about Jews on Twitch, that'll get me banned real fast. So just be careful with that.
For ganking, the only downside, you have to be a ginger. Musa, the salt farmer class. I have never not had an experience with a Musa that I didn't.
It's got a dick. Worthless class, doesn't matter, it's got a dick.
Like Cloud from Final Fantasy Exiv. He is the most overtuned character in the game, but will constantly whine about absolutely anything. If you see a Musa in the wild, take pity on them because they clearly have unresolved traumas. Guardian, made for players with a certain disposition.
There she is.
This class is the answer to the question, what if the Liver King could reproduce asexually? This class only has 2 skills. The one that one-shots...
She's got 2 skills, the left titty and the right titty, and that's all you need.
Everything with a magma pool, and the other one, ninja. Do you like body pillows? How about IRL meetups where you'll meet people with top tier...
What are your opinions on me getting a mukluk body pillow and me selling it to people? Because I've thought about it. I've thought about making his life a living hell.
Social skills. Complaining about how the manga was better than the anime. Is your favorite movie genre the one about the life cycle of octopi? Sekiro, stealth mechanics. Grab a katana today. First 100 buyers get a copy of Spy X Family Evangelion. Nova. Only 2 types of people play this class. The cokeheads that think that chronic arthritis is a life goal.
Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Who love the acclaimed MMO Forza Motorsports. And the ones who like nuns. The last class of note I will cover.
Man, he's just making this game look better. I've heard nothing about the skills. All I've seen is ass and titties, and it looks fantastic.
Cover is the most important one. Shy is the class for players who just want the life skill.
Okay, we can skip that one. We can skip the pedophile class.
The class who can play music and emote and basically anything else cute. Playing Shy may cause you to get ads for delicious cupcakes.
It also puts you on a list permanently.
Oh, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
There it is.
Shies are also in high demand in endgame group content because of their group buffs that literally make you immortal. In my opinion, this is the best designed class because it teaches you the very unpredatory behavior of having 10 to 20 children on your speed dial. But the classes would be nothing if not for the underlying combat, which is one of the game's strengths. If there was one word I would use to describe it, satisfying. Feel the breeze on your ass crack as you dart in for a lightning quick kill before you disappear in a flash. Or bring down a golden hammer like the final boss in Dank Soul.
Oh, why are the animations in this game so good? She just turns around and whips out a hoo-ha in front of you and then slams it down on... Oh, man. This game is just a fucking constant porno.
Everything about the style of the classes to the way they feel fits perfectly. And for all the min-maxers, there is also a skill curve.
I'm about to nut. Oh, no.
Which skills flow into each other? Which ones buff damage or debuff enemies or make your PP bigger? Everything from the flashy animations to the amazing sound design make this the standard for combat in MMOs. Tired of the endless grind for gear? Engage with some of the horizontal content. Horse breeding. Ever wanted to roleplay as Bob Baffert? Me either.
You can breed horses in these games? Okay, but does your character do it? Or is it just like you get to watch? Because I saw that one video, and if I remember correctly, she died of internal bleeding.
Boss splits, the mandatory from software experience that all games are legally required to include. We could just
I'm seeing nothing on the screen but fucking just fucking fucking papayas out in the open. It's beautiful.
And the basic combat that the game is based on, as we've already established, is pretty based. But what if we added some fun? Mechanics. My favorites are the one where you take a guaranteed almost one-shot attack, along with a massive speed debuff. The one where the boss has infinite eye frames like a Fortnite hacker. And the one where the boss runs away from you for 2 minutes while spawning infinite ads, Dark Souls 2 style. It's
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that they hired the Blizzard Raid design team to do some of these bosses.
Mechanics like these that make the bosses enjoy.
Also, yeah, it's time to go to sleep, Denny. It's definitely time to go to sleep. I promise you, the longer you stay here, the worse your mental illnesses will get. It's time to sleep. I promise you. If you got to do anything in your life, it's more important than this fucking shitty stream. I promise you that.
And before the extra chromey homies say you can just look up a guide on how to fight them, no, I do not want to. Because as an American, I do not consider education to be a virtue. PvP, I love it. Watch my epic PvP montage.
I'm right here with this guy. You see, now this is why it's so important that I watch this video, because I would be accused of copying everything this guy just said. Every single thing he said.
Where I walk cinematically through town for half of it before epically owning PvE normies to the backdrop of the Weeb Classics. They recently added an anonymous PvP server that, according to some, is killing PvP. I personally disagree with this take. I enjoy the anonymity this server provides, as it allows me to cosplay as my favorite podcaster, Logan Paul, by running around ruining people's day and suffering no consequences for my actions. There are PvP modes like 3 vs 3 arena and large-scale guild wars, but I'm more a fan of that guerrilla open world action. Now, I know it's fashionable lately to complain about this game, but I genuinely think it's a solid game. I enjoy most of the content I have at my hands, and if there's something I don't like, I just don't do it. The dungeons and world bosses are examples of content that a lot of people enjoy doing. I think they're lame.
Denny, okay, I'm gonna say this again. I say this every now and then, right? I promise you that whatever you have to do in your life, if you have to go outside and fuck your neighbor's wife, if you need to go to a park and kick small dogs, if you need to sleep, if you need to, get your chicken tendies out the oven because you forgot that they were there and they've turned into charcoal briquettes in the meantime, go and do it. There's a VOD on YouTube. There will always be a VOD. You can always catch it later. I promise you. It's always there. And I have a long, long way to go in Guild Wars 2. So there's going to be way more Guild Wars 2 streams, especially since I'm trying to stream way more consistently, despite the fact that I have zero schedule.
as hell. But instead of whining about how bad they are, I just don't do them. That's by far the best feature this game has. The freedom to, for the most part, do whatever tickles your fancy. You want to be a hardcore gear lord who grinds every waking hour? Go for it. You want to be an environmentalist and save endangered species? Okay, nerd. Or spend hundreds of hours dyeing your character.
Oh my god! Oh, it's right there! How have people not been banned off of Twitch for playing this game because the bitches aren't fat and hideous? Oh god damn! Look, what the fuck is this line? she got a fucking Brazilian wax that went through the underwear. God damn.
Character's outfit, knock yourself out. Just make sure your jizz rag is near you, freak. No funny business. I think the game would be drastically improved if you cut down questing by 98%. I do think discovering the massive open world for the first time is one of the highs.
How is there not more porn of this game? How is there not more porn of this game? I don't understand. I thought, like, I figured this would be like the Overwatch game, where there's just like a million people making a million videos of these characters fucking everything under the sun.
As a new player will have. But I don't see why you have to do hundreds of throwaway quests for every one of the 10 regions in the game. Just point everyone starting out to the homeless guy here and have him send you to the next mayor. Rinse and repeat. Blah, blah.
That's pretty cool that they also included Aaaand Gold in the game. That's always a good idea, is including like streamers to bait them into playing new games. It's brilliant. Top tier.
Big boss. Get gear. Blah, blah, cutscene. Blah, blah. This NPC is a lore nerd if you want to learn more. So there's a fun mechanic where if you die to a mob, you have a chance of losing a type of gear called crystals. And some of these crystals can cost you up to 5 hours of grinding.
Okay, so if you die, you're fucked.
To replace. Now some might say, just grind at safe spots where you have no chance of dying. You actually want to try a spot a little risky because orcs just ain't cutting it. Sucks for you. And this is clearly an opinion to have. But sometimes the server does this amazing thing where it just stops running.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. It's going to be incredible having this thing where the server stops working because it keeps putting my game in fucking Turkish. Yeah, I bet the Turkish servers are stable.
But don't worry, you can get back a total of 3 crystals per year. Let me help you out here, PA. Remove crystal loss. You're welcome. All in all, I'd rate this game a United States out of America. I love capitalism.
You're a broke boy, just say so.
Amazing. Incredible. Definitely gorgeous. I love it. Absolutely amazing. One day I'll make it through the character creator in Black Desert Online. When I do, I'm going to have like the most jacked one arm ever and like the skinniest other arm. Oh my god. Beautiful. Amazing. That told me everything I needed to know. Now let's clear out my recommendeds.
Yeah, this is nuts. The guy
and see what the fuck this is. Okay. This was Captain America, actor hates America. Okay, but this is nothing new. This is like all actors hate the fucking characters that they play. Like, this is nothing new. Right, I'm going to skip this because everyone knows this. Like, every single fucking actor and director these days keeps on saying the same thing. They keep on saying, oh, well, I never read the source material because fuck that. I know so much better than the guy who spent his literal life building the story. So I'm going to skip. Like, we all understand. We know this. It's always the people who have no care or love for the thing who are like, I can do it better than everyone else. Now let's clear out whatever the fuck's in my recommendeds here. And we'll go from there. And then we'll do some Guild Wars 2. The most dangerous spiders in Australia. Yeah, that's going to be like the trapdoor spider, the bird eater spider. Nintendo Strikes Pal World. Okay. We're actually, holy shit, we're actually up to date. Kai Cenat's Streamer University is terrible.
Massive
oh, hello.
Unemployed.
Oh, hello. This is actually important. This might teach me to be a real streamer. I've got to take more like spicy political takes, right? Where I say some like really heinous shit, and that gets you banned for like a day on Twitch, and then you come back and you've got like 700 other people who want to watch you. But let's be honest, I think Kai Cenat is probably one of the best streamers in the world. Him and IShowSpeed are fucking such good entertainers. Like hands down, we're gonna find out how dog shit this is. But I would bet money that this dude does an incredible job. Zaya, I'm not gonna watch that because that's the Quagmire video from whatchamacallit? From Family Guy, and Family Guy very famously gets you copyright struck. So I'm not gonna watch that one, but I know exactly which one you're talking about there. Also, I did just see the one super. We'll take a look at that one now. But let's learn a little bit about streaming. I don't mind. I got all night. I'm gonna be here all night anyway. I gotta try and get through episode 2 of Living World Season 2 in Guild Wars 2. I sometimes wonder why Australia doesn't weaponize their bugs. I think that's because they tried that once with emus and they're lost. Right? If you can't get the fucking birds to behave in Australia, what chance do you have against the things that actually have, like, venom and shit? You're fucked. The best option Australians have is to just lie down and die. God was trying to tell people, don't go live in Australia, and we still tried. It's like the worst place on the planet. Now, legitimately, I have a very high opinion of Kai Cenat. I don't watch his content. But, like, I mean, you don't get that much attention without really knowing what the fuck you're doing, right? This guy's like an actual pro at this shit. Same with IShowSpeed, even though he whipped his cock out that one time on stream. These guys do an amazing job. So let's see why his university is dog shit.
Kai Cenat's in hot water and he can't even swim. The streamer university is getting attacked. Kai Cenat is facing backlash after releasing a streamer university professor list with 0 white creators.
Why is that a problem? I don't actually understand why that's a problem. Someone needs to explain to me why that's a problem. I don't actually give a fuck that there's no white creators in his thing. Is the information he's giving good? And if I join this university, can I say the N-word? That's all that matters. Can I say the N-word without getting banned? It's never a problem the other way around. Wait, what do you mean it's never a problem the other way around? Like, if someone created a university and it was just a bunch of white people, no one would care. I think people would care. I think people would have, like, a gigantic fucking panic attack if someone released, like, a streamer university thing and it was just a bunch of white guys and there were no women and no, like, fucking race things. But I think that's because everyone is so stuck on the idea of race that they forget it's not the race that matters, it's the information. And that actually really pisses me off. Like, who gives a fuck if none of these guys are white, honestly?
Now, if you're unaware what Streamer University is, it's Kai Cenat's new business venture where he created essentially a university which teaches you cool things such as, we got a sex education, we got business management, music.
That better be a woman running that sex education course. Because when I was in school, we had like one of the sports coaches did the sex education thing. And it was quite literally, because I went to like a super Christian school, it was just literally an hour of him showing us fucked up STDs. Right? Like like pussies leaking things that should never exist. Like, we all walked out of there being like, if I die a virgin, I'll be happy because like no fucked up shit happened to my dick. So it better not be that.
Production, film and acting, and many more. As if you need any of this to be a streamer. I don't know why crying and begging for subs isn't included in the list. That's like the only thing you need as a streamer.
No, you forgot the part where you're supposed to sell out. Actually, that was my class's first interaction with Blue Waffle, Sober Paladin, was the teacher showing us Blue Waffle. Right? He showed us this other guy. Oh, man. Oh, we had a guy faint. in one of the sex education courses because he showed us this guy's dick, right? Who had like all these sores and stuff on his balls from some STD. I think it was like syphilis or some shit. And he had like these open gaping wounds on his nuts. And one of the dudes in class fainted. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I did have nightmares about that for a solid week.
To extend to you a most heartfelt welcome to the very first class of Streamer University.
Fuck, this animation is amazing though.
I didn't think it was possible to make Hustlers University sound credible, but alas, here we are.
Here you will find a school where chaos is encouraged and content is king.
I'm disappointed nobody in your class saw the blue waffle and chimed in, is that your wife? No, no one was brave enough to do that because like the sports coach who was teaching us sex education was fucking jacked to the tits. Right. We actually found out later there was a student who got expelled from my school, and it turned out he was selling steroids in the gym, and it turned out his biggest client was that teacher.
Why do you need a school to be a streamer? What's next? You know, a school to be a stand-up comedian?
Sincerely, Headmaster Kai Cenat.
I show speed.
Last but not least.
While I do love hating, I gotta give credit where credit is due. This is a pretty cool official enrollment trailer. You guys can't deny that. You know, it gives off Harry Potter. We got the Prisoner of Azkaban 2.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
I know you didn't bring me a chicken instead of an hour that I need.
My lips are sealed. I ain't saying nothing about no.
Okay, so if we want to be the teacher's pet in the school, right? You know how like in the past you had to like show up with an apple? If you want to be the teacher's pet in the school, you got to show up with a watermelon.
Chicken. And then Kai Cenat hops into his, what I imagine is an upgraded Dodge Charger SRT, maybe a Hellcat. You can't really make it up. He lands in the hood, the Bronx, and then he coerces this kid to join his university.
And to make it out the churches, Nick.
I just need to double check something quick.
A Darth Vader AI.
What's up? Can a low come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe you got rid of that old yee ass.
It's the same person. Damn. Suppose if you got infinite money, you can always get the famous people. Fine, I'll play the rest of it.
Ass haircut you got, you get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass if she ever stop fucking with that brain surgeon, the lawyer she fucking with, nigga.
This poor man.
See you soon.
And the logos drop, and wow. I don't know why it's being framed as a university, though. Like, I feel like at the end of the day, it's all about meeting other creators and, like, as it says here, like, collaborative effort. Actually,
yeah, you gotta suck them off. It's like, think about it this way. Like, if Diddy is the raid boss, these guys are, like, the tutorial boss. One day in the future, we're gonna find out that, like, Kai Cenat or iShowSpeed or one of them's been doing, like, freak-offs. But they didn't use, like, they didn't use baby oil. They used cocoa butter or some shit.
Actually learn useful info. While most classes will be fun, entertaining, and collaborative, some classes will actually provide quality information on how to better yourself as creators. I think XQC had a pretty good take, so I'll give him the mic. Bonjour, oui, oui.
They should change this, low-key, to react, fake drama,
yes.
Farming. That's what we gotta know. We don't need into this shit.
Do you guys remember Ninja's Masterclass?
Damn. Why isn't XQC teaching classes?
Lesson 1, don't message minors.
You see, that's a formula for failure filter. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to message minors and then wait 7 years until you blow up. That's part of the formula. I figured this out. Because there's almost no large streamer or content creator who hasn't tried to fuck a kid. So if you really want to be like a big streamer and get somewhere in life, you have to try and sexually molest a kid and then stream for 7 years, and then when you're famous, then it's going to fall apart after you've made a bunch of money. XQC couldn't teach a toddler how to shit his own pants. I mean, his list was better than what was on the university, so if that's true, what does that say for this course?
Reminds me of that, but more like collaboration oriented.
I'm going to break everything down for you guys in the next 30 days.
There's really not.
Didn't Ninja like make a book on how to be a Fortnite person or some shit? Man, Ninja is really the Ellen DeGeneres of our time.
Not that much to break down in being a streamer. I'm a tough but fair critic, and it is kind of cool that Kai Cenat is, you know, pushing the boundaries of what you can do on Twitch.
That's a fucking money grab! What a fuck! Basically,
Paul Lost Dad wasn't holding any punches on Kai Cenat, truly.
you're gonna teach somebody how to be a streamer. Listen, all you...
And you know, speaking of money grab, want to browse the intranet with peace of mind? Well, no worries, because CyberGhost VPN is for you. Trying
Look
to
at the
bypass
ad.
the of,
Let's
like,
skip
Andorra.
that shit.
Urge you guys truly to check it out. Anyways, Los Dad pissed Kai off, and he wasn't having any of it. He was
Los Dad! I'm a big fucking fan of Los's father, gang. The nigga don't say my shit a scam. Los, I with Los Pop so heavy.
I'm gonna ask you a question. This seems like fake outrage to me. It doesn't seem like he's actually mad. I feel like he's clip farming here. Do you agree with me on that or not? Or do you think he's actually that mad? Same shit with Hollywood. You had to be lucky to get noticed and sexually molested. Well, you know what? Say what you want about Hollywood, Jimmy. But when Harvey Weinstein was in control, there were no fat, ugly bitches in the movies. So maybe like you know how there's like those things where it's like the movies where like there's some guy on a farm and he's just like working the field, and then like some CIA guy shows up and like, we need you back on the team. I can't go back to that life. I left it all behind. And the guy's like, please, Harvey, we need you to rape some bitches. Please, the movies are suffering without you. Like he comes out of retirement just to put hot bitches back in the movie. Pay attention to how he speaks. Same with Jinxie. Even part of the speech is part of the persona when they start tongue rolling or when pronouncing T's or D's. So do you think, okay, so Fandral, there's this thing that you'll notice about like the music industry where there's something called an industry plant, right? Where some professional group in a back room designs a personality for the musician to make them famous, and then they have to pretend to be this person all the time when out in public, right? Is that what's happening here, where they've designed a personality and it's not at all who they are? Is this just the same thing? I'm confused by Kai's reply to it being called a scam. His outrage makes no sense. Well, I mean, he hasn't said anything of substance so far. He's just, like, been mad. So maybe he's going to make a point now. We'll see. Happened with that podcaster that left her husband, too. Don't know that one.
When he said this shit gonna be a scam, that shit broke my heart. Because it's like, bro, niggas is just not doing research, man.
I'm not saying it is, but the...
Okay, but he didn't say anything there. How could he prove that it's not a scam? The only way that Kai Cenat could prove that this isn't a scam is if after all his private freak-offs, he showed how popular all those people were. Because say what you want about Diddy raping a bunch of people, once he was done, you were going to be a popular musician, right? You, I mean, either he was going to kill you and fuck your corpse, or you were going to be a popular musician, right? So, like, show me who succeeded after being in here. To be fair, seeing how he likes the song starts doing well nowadays with his audience, I wouldn't be surprised that there's a lot of deals going. Not sure if I'm full tinfoil hat and thinking he's planted, probably a bit of both. Opportunity met timing. I mean, at his size, right? At Kai Cenat's size, would you be able to say no if someone's like, if you pretend to like this song, I'll give you $1 million? I mean, there'll be signs that I think it's dog shit, but I'll pretend to like that song for $1 million. I'm not above that. I got bills to pay. Fuck me. I'll tell everyone I sold out afterwards. There'll be signs. You'll know I'm lying to you.
The website is a bit suspicious looking. Looks like I'm about to fall for a pyramid scheme.
I think it's kind of like, I think it's hard to fathom that this is actually happening, gang.
Now reverse the roles and see the world on fire. This calls for Mr. Beast to start a university for only white professors. Settle down, white people. You know, he crashed in the hood, not in the country club. You can't have everything. Now y'all want DEI hires. Imagine Aiden did this with only white people. Why are white people mad because a black man helping black people?
Like, honestly, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Who gives a fuck? Is the information good or not? That's all that matters. You will be a green card owner. Are you kidding me? I'll own multiple green cards, Edward. Yeah. I'll just all of a sudden be in the US. I'll be streaming off my phone being like, hi everyone, I'm in Trump's toilet right now. Just inexplicably be in some fucking house that I don't own that's just like gold plated. And you'll know I sold out. You'll fucking know it any day of the week. When Extra Emily is an honorary white. I don't know who the fuck is Extra Emily. Who the fuck is this person? Wait, is that the Asian chick who got attacked in France? Or is that racist of me to say, and I'm saying all Asians are the same? She definitely seems like... No, okay, so this isn't her. To be honest, she seems like the kind of like knowing nothing about her content. Maybe her content is incredible and amazing. This is me saying the most retarded shit on the planet. But I can imagine a bunch of lonely white guys under the age of 16 just busting fucking nuts to her all day on stream. I can imagine that. That's not her fault. That's just the male loneliness epidemic taking hold. And hey, if she's making bank off of it, good for her.
And it wasn't just black people. They had Extra Emily.
Extra Emily!
The funny part about this is in South Africa, Asians are classified as black.
Mission officers, my name is Extra Emily, and I'm ready to teach how to become a proper IRL streamer 101.
See, now you got a university. I don't mean to sound racist or nothing, but Asians are smart. Owned you. I'm about to prove a point. Like and subscribe if you're Asian and you had straight A's growing up. Anyway, I just wanted to read out this tweet from Kai, and he says that Streamer University will be an all-inclusive trip paid to where all creators will be living on a college campus for free. And
this right here sounds like the beginning of a freak-off. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. That first sentence sounds like the beginning of a freak-off is about to fucking happen. You picky bitch, I'd do it for $100 and a fucking meal from Chick-fil-A. Yeah, but I can't get Chick-fil-A in my country. All I can get is shot in the streets.
And just enjoying getting content in general. If you want to be a teacher or student, apply now. You don't have to be a streamer, just a general creator is needed. As quick as possible. If you want to be a part of it in other creative ways, DM me as well. But make sure you enroll now. Lost Dad did call it a scam preemptively, and you know, he apologized and W.
I feel actually terrible because I really like Kai, and he's only said really nice things about me, really nice things. So I feel bad the way this kind of came across. Like,
okay, you can feel bad. It doesn't matter. Okay, so if someone bad does a good thing, does it automatically make it a bad thing? If someone you like pulls a scam, does that make it not a scam? No, it's still a fucking scam. So if it's a scam, it's a scam. Just stand on what you said. If you think it's a fucking scam, say it's a scam, and then ask Kai to prove to you that it's not a scam.
he's trying to like pull one over on people or do something shady. Obviously, that's not the case. So the fact that he said he's heartbroken when I said that really kind of bothered me. So I do want to apologize for that. Kai, I'm man, you know how I feel about you, bro. And I'm
stand-up guy makes a mistake, apologizes. W. There was some more stupid drama because Kai Cenat said he wouldn't allow any OnlyFans girls into his university, and
okay, that's based. Okay, I'll give him that. That's based. You don't need an education if you're showing your tits and asshole on stream. Come on, let's be honest. You got the formula locked down. Did you see Kanye's new album? Yes, I did, Zay. Kanye is going in hard. In one song, Kanye completely eliminated every single offensive thing that Eminem ever did in his career. Right? He just outperformed every single one of Eminem's songs in one go. Nothing upset people as much as that. And I think the worst part is the song is pretty catchy, let's be honest.
that started an outcry on Twitter for some reason.
We're not talking about streaming on only. You can't get in. Because you a stream. What the fuck? I had to search that up. Can you live stream on OnlyFans? Why do you think you live streaming on OnlyFans will make you come into Streamer University? Like, how does that even make sense?
Honestly,
yeah, because I mean, well, you do have the sex education tab. That's fair. That's fair. Someone I watched on YouTube was eating from Steers. Burger looked awesome. Yeah, no, Steers does good burgers, but they slather it in too much sauce, right? To hide the fact that some of their meat is like just not the best quality, unfortunately. But Steers isn't bad. Steers is genuinely not bad. It's like middle of the road down here.
Valid crash out, but you're the guy who said sex education, so the confusion is at least understandable, you know?
Yep.
OF hoes ruin everything. Ruined TikTok, ruined IG Reels, now they're trying to ruin streaming.
That you could tell that this guy, he subbed to an OnlyFans creator, and she didn't want to fuck him. He just immediately, she didn't just climb out of his monitor and suck his cock right there, and now he's mad about it.
We don't want OF girls at Streamer University. And this girl goes, sad he won't give them a chance to rewrite their stories. I'd delete my OF for a chance to be here and better myself. Truly sound logic. You know, you can't start bettering yourself until you get into Kaisen at Streamer University. Yeah.
Did we just have a black guy throw a chicken out a window? There's no way he's not doing this on purpose. There is no fucking way he doesn't know what he's doing. What does Streamer University have sex education? Is he trying to teach kids or adults here? Kids shouldn't be streamers. No, I don't think any kid should be a streamer. I think that's a really, really bad idea. And I think that, like, bad shit's gonna go wrong. But I think a lot of kids have this idea. You'll see this a lot. Kids have this idea that they think that I'm gonna start streaming tomorrow and all of a sudden I'm just going to be famous, right? They think that, like, there's no hard work involved. They think that there's no effort, energy, planning shit out, strategizing stuff if you're going to be like a pro streamer. They just think they're going to turn on a camera and have like 5 million viewers, right? That kids are that retarded. And I'll tell you how I know kids are retarded. When I was in school, right, I was a dumbass. I was a little dumbass, and literally I was so far behind on understanding sex education that the first time I popped an erection, right, I thought I was going to have a seizure, right? Because I had been warned, because we'd had a health class where we were like, if you see your body start to go stiff, those are signs that you might be about to have a seizure. And so my dick went rock hard for the first time in my life. And I was like, oh fuck, this is how a seizure starts, right? That's how retarded I was. Now, that's not the most retarded. We had a guy in my class who shoved a toy Boeing 747 up his ass because he wanted to double check if he was gay or not. Turns out he wasn't. But that's how dumb kids are, so they should not be anywhere near this shit.
Don't get me wrong, OF girls are cringe, but I feel like some people focus on them a bit too much, and it's almost leaning into the realm of self-reporting. And, you know, Kai Cenat is very brave. He's going directly against the Twitch CEO in this kind of statement.
That's true, actually. I didn't think about that.
Now, people who want to be YouTubers, streamers, don't think about everything you said, but they also don't think that it can go wrong. And they put all their chips on being one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen, like, really fucked up stories where kids are like, I quit school to do this. I dropped out of high school. Why am I not famous? And they're, like, so unself-aware. And they really think they can, like, make a career out of this shit. But they've like, put no effort into what they're doing. And they just expect it to fall into their lap. It's the craziest shit. Streaming, I'm going to say this now. Streaming is not, you can't have streaming as your job. Streaming accidentally becomes a job when it becomes profitable enough that it like supports your entire life. And even at that point, you have to have other skills because all of this shit is fleeting, right? That guy who blows up to like 5,000 viewers, that happens on like 1 or 2 streams, and then it falls off and he falls into irrelevance and he doesn't understand why no one's watching him anymore. But really, they watched him one time because he showed porn or something they cared about for like 5 seconds, right? Like, you cannot have your skill set being, I am a streamer. That you can't do that. That's a terrible way to live your life. You will fail. You will end up as an Uber driver, right? And the Indians don't like it when you take their jobs. So that don't do that. You know, I can't blame them for thinking that there's enough people where it just falls into their lap. I mean, yeah, but okay, so the Hawk Tour girl, think about it. Where's she going to be a year from now? Right? She's probably going to be in fucking jail. That's where she's going to be. Right? But it's like throwing a dice with a million sides and guessing which number it's going to land on. Some people just get fucking lucky. And then that's it. Other people do this shit consistently for their entire lives, and they give up everything else, and it gets them nowhere because they've learned nothing. Right? You gotta, if you're gonna do streaming, you've got to have like an actual job, an income, and things that you are like mentally stable enough to do consistently, and then stream on top of it. Because if the streaming shit fails, you've at least still got some way to pay your bills, right? It's why I still have a job. It's why I do this for fun. It's why if I get banned off of Twitch tomorrow, it doesn't matter that much. All I'll do is go on Twitter and make an apology video where I just shit all over every Jewish person on the planet, and then they'll just reverse the decision, right? But I still have my job to make up for that income. You can't go into streaming thinking you're going to make a career out of it. That's like such a terrible idea. You got to work this shit real slowly if you're going to try and do that.
I'm about to hop on and glaze Kai Cenat a bit, but the sets are looking good. Like, this looks pretty pristine.
I don't know, man. Being mentally unstable makes for good content. Yes, okay, fine. It does. But even mentally unstable, that's one person. That's one person out of like 5 million mentally unstable people. Most mentally unstable people can't even talk to a fucking camera. They see someone come into their chat and say hello, and then they'd like have a fucking stroke in their chair. Right? If you're gonna be that mentally unstable, you kind of got to build up to it over a long period of time. XQC has a unique brand and style, and he talks in a weird way that people think is funny, and then he says wacky shit, right? So they keep coming back. But that's one guy, and everyone hears about the success stories, and no one hears about the failures, right? So think about it this way. I know a lot of guys who used to compete in professional bodybuilding, right? And there is no professional bodybuilder who's not taking a gigantic fucking stack of steroids. You see all these guys getting up on stage, being super famous, right? Getting like all this attention, winning all these events. And then you've got a bunch of people who think, okay, I'm going to just get on a stack of steroids. I'm going to juice myself to the tits. And it's going to work. And you know what happens to those people? Most of them end up dead. They have a fucking cardiac arrest. They fall over dead. Pulmonary embolism. Something happens to them. And so that one guy who just so happens to have enough genetic resistance to all the fucking roids he took is on stage, but there's like 500,000 other kids behind him who died from taking that shit. Same with streaming, right? There are, think about this right now. How many super ultra popular people are there who are making a living consistently off of streaming, who are a success? Probably less than 1,000. How many streamers are there on Twitch right now? Probably 1 million, probably more. Look at the stochastic process of it. If you're going to do it, you got to build up to it, and you got to work really fucking hard, and you got to be interesting, and you got to keep talking, and you got to do a whole bunch of marketing shit, and you got to be clippable. That's why I'm fine. I'm fine here. I'm a literal nobody. The fact that there's fucking 44 people on Twitch watching this is mentally insane to me, right? Something's wrong with all of you. But don't expect like 5 billion people to all of a sudden care about this shit.
So that hate is a bit unwarranted in my opinion, and you know, I might be contributing to that a bit with the title and thumbnail of this video.
No, don't give me that face, fiend. You know you're mentally ill for being here. Don't give me that shit.
But you know, red doom mindset. My boy.
You're just white noise for me, right? Yeah, well, you see, Sasha, that's the most mentally stable opinion you can have. That's fine.
Boy Curse made a great video about Kai Cenat's sudden hate, and I'll play a bit here.
Just because a few random TikToks went viral calling you annoying and cringy. And if you think that's insane, that's what the internet is currently doing to Kai Cenat.
Like, I guess heavy is the head that wears the crown, and once you're at the top, people want to tear you down.
If you look throughout social media right now...
He could have made a joke there where he replaced that crown with a Burger King crown.
This clip is just one of many. It seems like in the span of a week, hundreds to thousands of TikToks have sprung up of everybody now deciding to hate on Kai Cenat, calling him fake, saying he fakes his laughs and reactions, calling him cringe and annoying, and basically anything and everything under the sun that could incite some kind of downfall.
No,
I mean, okay, so at the beginning here, I said he looked like he was playing it up. But is that really such a surprise? Is that really such a shock that the guy whose stream is about entertaining people is trying to entertain people? Like, is that really such a mind-blowing concept? It's like, imagine a comedian getting up on stage and telling jokes that kill it, and all the comments underneath are like, I bet he wrote his jokes off stage. I bet if I met him at a family barbecue, he wouldn't actually be this funny. I don't under... This is like those girls on Instagram who like scroll through things and they like see the day in the life stuff and they think it's real. And I'm just sitting there like, this person set up 5 million camera angles. Do you really think that's how this person lives every day? Do people not realize that humor is an act? No, I don't think. I think there's two elements to it. There are people who are intelligent enough to understand that there's an act behind what people do. Right, so even me, I'll play up like the worst parts of my personality on stream. I have a very low social filter, and because I am actually autistic, my mom had to train me to not say shit in public, right? And I just say whatever the fuck I want here because I'm going to do that. But like, if I go out in real life, I've had to fucking learn. I've had to be trained by my mom. Like, don't go say that woman has a fat head. Right? It's going to hurt her feelings. Yes, I know she's crying now, but you can't say that to people in public. You can't call the guy with a gimp leg stubby. That's not funny to him. Right? That's what I had to learn this. It didn't stick that well, but I had to learn this. So, like, obviously you dial this shit up and you're trying to be funny on stream. You're trying to entertain people and give people something to enjoy. God, it's so strange that people think it's real all the time. He already did that to... Hold on. It's like KSI and Logan Paul made all the stupid younger generation believe they had beef and then suddenly collaborated and made Prime. Yeah, of course. Logan Paul, KSI, Jake Paul, all of that is outrage marketing. Right? All of that is marketing that's purely down to outrage. And it works so fucking well.
I'm a 24-year-old grown-ass man, you know. I'm not going to be sitting here watching a Kai Cenat stream, but I understand the appeal.
Because I remember seeing some clips of him reacting to some artist albums, and the songs were absolutely trash.
Why does it look like he's trying to take a shit right now? And it's like, you know, it's constipation. Look, I'm getting up my own ass about this. Younger generation, if people are enjoying it, who the fuck am I to say anything bad about it? If people enjoy this shit, then that's good for them. Start an autistic university. No, my secrets are my own. All the other autists have to learn it by themselves, and if they don't, it's just to my advantage.
And garbage, but to him, it was like he just heard the word of God.
Yeah, like the music stylist allegations were kind of a deal breaker for me. Like some of the stuff was mad corny. WesJet, you are a gay white guy. You know nothing about music. Streamer University, and it's full of who don't need it. If you really want to help people, Kai, you gotta go with the T Grizzlies GTA RP server and find those guys, help them out. Hey, this one's absolutely diabolical, and the fact that
School for robbing and violence. That took me a second. And extra Emily's in there as well. God damn.
I got 2.5k likes is a little concerning, but alas, I finally understand why there's all this Harry Potter imagery, because just like Harry Potter, most of the applicants have no father.
Rosenton, there can be only one LOL.
I'm not gonna lie. At the beginning of this video, when it said like all the creators in here are black, I did consider, what if I paid to be in that university and tried to like talk to each and every single one of them, and then like on stream just ask them, what's your relationship like with your father? And then did a tally. How many of these people grew up without a dad? I'm not gonna lie, I did have that thought. And he just voiced it.
Anyway, check out my A-hold on Mirage. I killed him. And once again, don't forget to keep yourself safe with CyberGhost VPN today.
Interesting. But, okay, so here's my problem with this video is it didn't show me that it was a scam. That's the issue. It didn't tell me why it is or isn't a scam. It was just him styling on the guy. I was hoping for a little bit more substance there, but it was a funny video. I'll give him that. Not bad. Now, what the fuck is this? Furry AS... Okay, we're not doing... No. Okay, we'll skip that one. Right. Definitely, we'll skip out on the furry stuff.
An incident that has...
I get enough of that playing Guild Wars 2. What else did you clowns send me? Oh, remember this one. This is a beautiful video. This is amazing. These are the kind of people that exist in real life and why you have to protect yourself.
Bored, I just sent a bunch of flowers to my neighbour Steve with a note that reads, "I still miss you. Love, Laura. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I guess his wife just found them. Sorry, Steve. I was bored. I'm
So, what's really important about this video is now you can metagame women. One of the first things you show them is this video. Because then you can metagame them. And you can show them this. And if you ever get one of those things, those letters or something, you say, it's not me. Remember the video I showed you. It's not me. And you can use him as your scapegoat. You gotta spec into deception a little bit. Poor Steve, though. Steve's fucked. Steve died so that we didn't have to. Okay, what the hell else did you send me? Fortnite is 100% getting cancelled. And the story of the idol that got murdered in broad daylight. I'm seeing a lot of 2-minute noodles on the screen here. It's giving me a little bit of like a flashbang effect here. Jesus Christ. I wonder if this is what it was like for people who couldn't read in the past. They'd like open a book and they'd be like, what the fuck are these squiggles? Oh, well, let's find out.
An incident that has left an entire country in a state of absolute shock. On the 11th of March 2025, a 22-year-old influencer by the name of Aaaand was stabbed live on stream in broad daylight Japan. It's already quite rare to find a murder in this country.
Was it a woman?
But what's even more rare is a violent crime of this nature, where the victim gets stabbed over 30 times. So it's no wonder that people weren't just shocked, they were visibly confused.
If it's a woman, it's because she didn't have sex with him right there. That's her fault. She could have chosen to get stabbed once or 36 times.
Everyone's asking themselves, how did this happen? What led this person?
Oh, fuck. Okay, so that's why. She saw that bald patch and she was like, I would rather die. That's fair. That's fair. Shave it off, bro. It's over. The victim is a man. The one who died was a woman. You'll understand why. Huh? The victim is a man. The one who died was a woman. Okay, I need to watch this to understand what the fuck that means.
To commit such a violent act. But the publications are asking themselves the same questions, with many Western ones, like the New York Times, not having any of the important details when reporting on it, making this out to be yet another parasocial case, with some even saying that it's another case of misogyny, but it's not that simple. In fact, this incident goes back years. She knew the man and had—
Oh, okay, we know some, like, I read none of this. I can't read these moon runes, but that emoji, you know some shit was going on here. That's how, that right there? Yeah, that's how you know. What the fuck, there are more police officers than victims. I mean, yeah, it's Japan, it's a civilized country. What did you expect? I don't think the guy was stupid in this, to be honest, but she wasn't innocent either. Yeah, but think about this, right? Jimmy, at any point in time, the media has a narrative to push towards you, right? So, like, let's say, how do I put this? Right, if there's some narrative they can push, then the facts don't matter. Right, a woman gets stabbed to death. Let's say a woman like goes after a dude and like attacks him and nearly kills him, and he defends himself and ends up killing her. The news headlines the next day will be reading, "Violent, unpredictable man murders another woman." They're not going to tell you the reality of what actually happened, depending on what narrative they want to push that day, right? So that's always going to be the case. Media is unreliable. The only way you can get news these days is from memes and maybe the Asmongold Reacts channel. That's about it. That's the most accurate news source in existence currently.
Had a hand in making him gradually lose his mind up until this point. It doesn't get crazier than this, and we're going to talk about everything from the beginning, so let's do this. So Irie Sato was a 22-year-old live streamer who went by the name Aaaand.
Let's be honest, she looks like she could either be 55 or 20. You would never know.
Online. The website she used to stream was whowatch.tv. Japanese people typically call it Fuwatch. She was very active on there and was one of its top performers. Before passing away, she had reached around 2,600 followers, which is apparently really big for this website. Her main area of expertise was just chatting streams, talking to her chat and interacting with them. Sometimes she'd do these creative challenges, going out.
Is this guy about to whip his cock out?
Doors or talking to strangers, but in a nutshell, for her, it was all about her community. And speaking of community, this is where Kenichi Takono comes in.
You want to trust Asmon over CN?
Yes. Yes, Filter. Any day of the week. I will trust... Okay, so there's an alcoholic, homeless guy who lives in the bushes in the field across from my house. If I went and spoke to him tomorrow, I would get more accurate information about the world than I would from CNN. So yes, that's easy, hands down. It's not even a question.
A 42-year-old man who had found her stream and really liked her personality. He had found her in December of 2021 and very quickly started to donate money to show his support. At his peak, he was donating...
He went homeless, didn't he? He gave her everything.
Over 100,000 yen a month. That is not a small amount of money today, being $674, but back then, when the yen was stronger, it was closer to $1,000 per month. This quickly caught Ai's attention because at the time, she wasn't a full-time streamer yet. She was...
I need one of those filters that turns me into an Asian woman. Tomorrow. We could make so much money. Then we just got to figure out how to, like, fix the voice with an AI, like, voice changer. So she's just going, ee-hee, noodles, ee-hee. Get some dude to fucking give me $1,000 a month. Jesus Christ.
Was still working at a restaurant. After having donated over 400,000 yen to her in the first few months of 2022, I decided to reach out to Takano directly and message him on the Line app. This is when they would first get in touch. For both of them, this was the beginning of the end. This is when their problematic relationship would start.
Oh, okay. We just noticed it. Okay, he's got the bald ass app going on. Okay. Okay, I'm putting the moon runes together. Please let me come on you, even if I'm bald. Her response, okay, but just on my face, right? And he's like, I will send you ATM. This story is starting to make sense.
To take place. And now we have access to these conversations because they leaked after the incident. On September 2022, she would start to ask him to lend her...
Wait, white is him, blue is her. So she's calling him a bald bitch. And then saying, come on me, please. God damn. Okay, hold on. Can I ask you something seriously? What is it? I'm sorry, but I forgot my wallet when I went to work yesterday, so I'm really strapped for cash. I'll give it back to you when I get it tomorrow or the day afterwards, you bald bitch. Damn. Damn, these Asian girls have to actually work at this shit. Man, America's living in the future. These 5 out of 10s in America just need to be like, give me money. And they're just like, yes, queen. She has to make excuses and shit. Holy fuck. Man, life is rough for an Asian woman. I mean, if you're born as a Chinese Asian woman, I mean, your life is about 5 seconds before you're shot into a gutter. Or a frying pan. And in Japan, you have to make up excuses to get my... Oh, god damn.
Directly, not through tipping on the stream, directly to her bank account. One of the first examples of this was her saying that she forgot her wallet at her job and that she's really strapped for cash, saying that she'll pay him back as soon as the next day or the day after. She also specified, I want the money transferred to the cash card I have at home, preferably right now. This was at 7 p.m. on September 8th.
She's shopping right now. She was in a shopping center and her card canceled. That's what happened right there.
8th, 2022. Within a minute, Takano responded, can I just transfer it now? Asking how much do you need, and her saying that she needs a few tens of thousands of yen. But this was only the beginning. And guess what? Even though she said that she was going to repay him the day after or the day after that, she
never
didn't.
did.
She only kept asking for more. Not even 6 days after saying that she had lost her wallet and needed a few thousands to last her for the next day, she went ahead and asked for another 20,000 yen. But she...
Okay. Okay, I understand. I understand what you mean, Jimmy. I get it. I understand. Listen, you paying someone that much money, they better be giving up the pussy. You better be getting something, no matter how bald your ass is. God damn. He was affording her lifestyle. Jesus.
He wouldn't take no for an answer. He said he couldn't do it with his card, and then she was like, well, what about a direct transfer from your bank account then? And Takano would always find a way. She would do this almost every week for a while, right? Here asking for 50,000 yen. The amount would always keep going up, and the excuses would get crazier. Like, for example,
okay, I have a friend. I'm not going to judge the dude too harshly, because I currently have a friend. He's in his 30s. It's been a while for him. He's been in a desert for like maybe a good 5 years now. And he was talking to me about this Asian girl he met online. And she kept on talking about this one crypto that she wanted him to spend his money on. And I just kept on telling me, I kept on telling him, bro, this is a scam. This is a scam. If she's telling you to buy this crypto, it's a scam. And then I made him Google what the pig butchering scam was. 5 years, I'd die. No, you wouldn't. You'd just become a rapist. Men's asses start looking way more attractive all of a sudden. It's been 5 years and you're like, look, I'm not gay. I'm just prison gay right now. You're just going on Grindr, being like, look, every sentence starts off with, I'm not gay, comma, but. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ.
Example, this is a bad translation, but this is her pretty much.
I'm actually pregnant right now. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Now you see. Okay. I'm starting to appreciate American blacks a lot more. Because when random women say, I'm pregnant right now, they get like that guy in the movie Jumper. They just teleport out of existence. Right? They just like, they Thanos snap themselves and reappear somewhere else where she can't find him. And I'm starting to appreciate that kind of behavior. Because if you're some fucking simp, and the woman you want to bone down on is like, I'm pregnant with another man's child. There are female streamers who've lost entire careers upon revealing that they have a boyfriend. This would be a death sentence. Okay, he's no longer the victim. He's just a dumbass. She's taking advantage of a retard.
Saying that her sister's pregnant and she can't take care of the baby.
Oh, it's her sister is pregnant. Okay, not her. Okay. That's my misunderstanding.
Baby, so she needs money to help her. And still, Takano would send her money. And around more than a month after starting to ask him for money, not only did she keep insisting, things started to get very disturbing. Takano would send Ai a message saying, "I'm worried," and this was in relation to his financial situation after giving her so much money. So she responded by saying, "Hey, where did you get the money from?" And here's what he had to say. This right here is...
You know what, the only thing at this point that this man should have been saying to her is this. The only thing that this man at this point should have been saying to her, he should have sent her a video on her phone that popped up and just said this.
Pink eye! Pink eye!
Wait.
Hey, boss. Can I have pussy?
That's all he should have said to her. That's all he should have said to her. Jesus Christ.
There's a bad translation, but what he's saying is Eiffel and Raikou, two of the biggest and most well-known loan companies in Japan.
He's taking out loans for pussy he's not getting? What the fuck? Dude had sperm cerebral hemorrhage. This dude's nuts must have popped in his pants. There are hookers far cheaper than them. Wait, why am I asking Google? Google's worthless for this. So if he went high end, if he went really high end, that's 20,000 yen for a balaclava and 50,000 yen for a knife. And he could have got everything he needed out of her. Man. He's lost his way.
Meant that Takano had been taking on loans to send her money whenever she would ask because she was asking so consistently and he didn't have a stable job. So what does she respond with? She says, "I want you to borrow from another company different from Eiffel and Raikou because I need 50,000 yen right now."
The price of a fucking knife! The price... Oh my god! He was gonna go to prison anyway. Actually, what the fuck am I saying? He had a knife, he stabbed her. Please tell me he at least rubbed his balls on her before they arrested her.
Arguing that she has loans to pay. So she saw that he was indebted to 2 different credit companies, and instead of saying, "You know what, you should stop," she asks him to get indebted to a 3rd company too. And this is when he reveals something even more...
Let me read say this. No, I'm not going to say thank you to Grok. Okay? Grok feeds you bullshit half the time. Plus, Grok doesn't really give a fuck about please and thank you. ChatGPT does, though.
Disturbing. He says, "It's really tough. In fact, soon it will be revealed that I lied and borrowed it." So to get the loan, he had to fake his income and other details about his employment. And again, this was her chance to say, "You know what? Let's lay off this. I'll find someone else or I'll find another solution." No, she triples down and says, "I looked into it. And it turns out that if you have a job that qualifies you as a self-employed person or you're receiving the money in a tax-friendly way, you can still borrow the money even if you can't prove it, so it wouldn't be a lie." And then he specified very clearly, "I lied about my annual income and working hours." But the conversation...
This man is ruining his entire life for pussy he's not getting. Why didn't he just buy a hooker? Get AIDS. He should have just bought a hooker and got AIDS. It would have been so much better for him.
Still goes on, and she keeps insisting. Even if you don't have your personal information registered as a regular employee, you can still pass the screening, and it's often impossible to confirm, so there's no way they'll find out if it's true or not. I went through because I couldn't confirm.
She's fucking giving him advice on this. Oh my god.
So I want to point out the fact that she was an expert at this, as if she's done this multiple times before. Even a financial advisor wouldn't know all this. So it does beg the question, was he her only victim at this point? We still don't know.
Probably not.
He also states that he's been ignoring the credit companies, and that he'll probably be getting a lump sum bill because he's been ignoring them. Also specifying that the billing address that he put was his parents' house. So his entire family was implicated at this point, but she just didn't care. He
just pay it back. Like, he's going to be able to do that.
Says, I'm getting scared of lying to borrow money now. And then she says, there's nothing I can do. I did it once. And then Takano says, so whatever happens, happens. So at this point, yeah, you might...
Yeah, so whatever happens, happens. It's getting real hard for me to not say she didn't deserve this. Oh, man. Oh, man. Holy... Okay, first and foremost, blame primarily lies with the dude, because how the fuck do you become such a moron, such a retard, such a loser that you're doing this? But she's just making it worse.
Might be asking yourself many questions. Why is this guy doing this? Well, look, from all the text messages that leaked, he wasn't perverted. He never asked for any nudes or anything weird. It seemed that he just...
That's even worse. At least if he was asking for that kind of stuff, I could be like, okay, so obviously he was hankering. He was hankering for some sushi. But he wasn't, if he wasn't even looking for that, why? What happened?
Just really liked watching her streams. She reached out to him for help, and he just couldn't say no. But even if he wanted to say no, she was very good at emotionally manipulating him, as evidenced by these messages. Look at this. He tells her in the beginning of November 2022 that he had applied to Raikou, right, the credit agency, to get more money to gift to her. She replies with, yeah, with this emoji. Takano then says, I hope I can borrow it, with a cute emoji. 15 minutes later, what does she reply with? She says, I want to die if I can't borrow money. Takano says, don't say that.
I'm going to tell you a personal story now, okay? So I had a step-grandmother in my family who kind of ruined us financially because she had a gambling problem, right? And what she did was okay, put it this way. My grandfather was big into cars. Like, my grandfather used to take me to car shows all the time whenever I was with him. He taught me a lot about engines and shit like that. My grandfather, from scratch, built this car. Let me see if I can find it. This car right here. The Lancia Scorpion. My grandfather built this car from scratch. Right, he found a busted up ass car. He fixed it up. He made it into a collector's item car. Right? He put blood, sweat, and tears into this car. Actually, it wasn't this one. Sorry, it was this one. I remember the front of the car because I thought it was cool as fuck. Now, my grandfather did all of this. My grandfather was like a metal worker. And he like, in his spare time, he was always working on his Aaaand, right? I just remember it was based off of the Lancia Scorpion. So he had this car, Ferrari red. He found it in a junkyard, completely destroyed, reworked the engine, reworked the seats inside. And I remember because when he used to drive me around in this car after he'd fixed it, it was so fucking old it didn't have seat belts in it. Fixed the suspension, everything by himself from scratch. my step-grandmother, stole his car and sold it so that she could go gambling. She had insane gambling debt. And then she stole his fucking car, not to pay back her debts, but so she could gamble even more. Then lost the car, and then pretended like it was fucking, it was stolen, right? No, he didn't beat her ass. I think that might have been a problem, right? So, she fucking financially ruined my grandfather into the dirt, right? And then she started working on my mother. And she sent a message like this to my mother. And my mother was not having any of this shit, right? And I'm going to show you what my mom's response was. This was my mother's response to her threatening suicide. And I remember because I saw the texts. That was my mom's response. Right, now what happened after this was that she did this thing where she tried to fake suicide, right? So what she did was she got up on a ladder and she tied herself to the support beam of the house, right? And my grandfather was deaf, so he just slept through this whole thing. And what she did was she put like one of those thin plastic ropes around her neck. And she was a fat bitch. She was fucking huge. She was 200 kilograms bare minimum, right? And you could tell she was trying to fake suicide, because when I found her body in the morning, I had to take her body down because I was the only one like strong enough in my family to do it. My grandfather didn't want to go back in the house. My mom couldn't handle the smell, and I needed to get like 3 black dudes off the street to help me, and I paid them like $100 each to do this, right? When her body was so fat that when she put it around her neck and she like stepped off the ladder, her plan was, because she had a scissors in her hand, her plan was to cut the rope after it had done damage to her neck, right? And then she was going to make my mom feel emotionally guilty, right? She'd written this all out as this was her plan. It was in like a bunch of bank statements and shit. And she'd like contacted a lawyer about trying to sue my mom and stuff for like inciting her to commit suicide and all of this shit. Right? So what this fat, chunky bitch did was she got up on a ladder, stepped off, the rope went tight around her neck, right? And because she was so fat, the fat fold on the top of her neck folded around the fucking rope, right? And you could see that there were like cut marks in her neck because she was trying to cut it with the scissors. And what we realized was she was so fat that she couldn't lift her arm above her head to cut the rope like behind her, right? So we found it in a bunch of bank statements and shit that she'd planned this, and a lawyer was like, she was like acting really suspicious and all of this shit. And like all I was thinking to myself after like discovering all the shit, all the gambling debt and stuff, that because like debtors and shit showed up to repossess everything that my grandfather ever had, and it turned out nothing was in her name, so they couldn't touch anything, right? But all I thought to myself, like upon this incident, was I need to remember the name of that rope brand, because fuck me, that shit is strong. If I need to tow a car, I need that shit in my life, right? But she like fucked up my granddad real bad because he was devastated by all of this. And obviously my mom, trying to protect her own dad, didn't tell her about all the gambling debts and shit that had built up. And my grandfather was deaf so she could get away with it. But it was fucking devastating. Now this right here, this I want to die if I can't borrow money, he should have said, fuck you, then die. This isn't my problem.
I replies with, I want to do it. So this is complete and utter emotional manipulation. This is disgusting. But obviously, it gets worse. He falls asleep briefly for around more than an hour. He says, I fell asleep, then says, I stay alive. Then she says, Takano, I can't live without you. Then he replies with, I'm
Jesus
happy.
Christ.
Me too, I can't live
Jesus
without
Christ.
you. And then Megami finishes off the conversation by saying, thank you as always. I love you. Yeah. I don't think it's too crazy to assume that Takano might have thought that she was into him, that she, I don't know, appreciated him as more than a friend. Maybe that's what he was hoping for, but he never really expressed that in text messages. He was just always happy to help. But then, Takano's fantasy was cut short when the creditors came knocking. He had given her over 2.5 million yen, and back then that was over 20...
Wait, my mother's ex-partner has a daughter like that. He's too much of a dumb shit to tell her to just do it. Yeah, no. But this is the thing, is I think that, like, in a lot of first world countries, if someone says, I want to kill myself, and you're like, fuck you, do a flip when you jump off a building, right? That's like, you could get in trouble for that shit legally and stuff. But down here, we were lucky that the lawyer who contacted my mom said that she was planning this, and she was, like, asking really suspicious questions, right? And she'd like set up a bunch of instructions in bank statements because her plan was to be like hospitalized and in a state where my mom felt emotionally guilty, and then her father would blame her for not helping her with money and all of this shit, right? But people like that are fucking parasites, and they've got a problem and they need help. But the problem is they don't want to get help. They just want to keep doing this shit. It's real fucking vicious. It's hard to know how much to do. It feels like a trap regardless of what you do. Yeah, but that's the thing, bro. Is people like this, they put you in these emotional traps because they know there's no good decision. And what you've got to learn is you've got to be the fucking villain, right? There's no good solution, right? And my mom understood this. My mom understood you got to be the villain because there's no good answer in giving into this person's demands, right? You know that American saying, I don't negotiate with terrorists? These people are terrorizing you. Fuck them.
$20,000 with 1 million yen out of those 2.5 million being from creditors. So around the end of January 2023, he started asking for his money back, at least gradually, not all of it at once, saying, hey, listen, tomorrow, please start to pay me back. I replies with, sorry, can it be 2 days instead? He says, well, okay, fine, just please, on the 2nd of February. Then on the 2nd of February, he says, please deposit. What's going on? You said on the 2nd, so I
capture and sell her into slavery at this point. That's your only option, bro.
moved it to the 2nd. The next day he says, please give me the money back. And on the 5th of February, he says, you're not going to pay me back anymore? Megami then replies, this is a really bad translation. What she actually said was, no, I am going to give it back. And then Takano says, is that so?
Is that so? That's the most anime line. Oh, is that so? You can't help addicts. They have to do it themselves. They do, Ashura. I've seen people like recover from like serious addictions, but some people, they'll go into the darkest places in the world and there's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do. You know that thing on airplanes where they like put your own mask on before you help someone else? Sometimes that's the kindest thing you can do, is be a fucking bastard to these people so that there's the opportunity at least for them to wake up from their behavior. And there's not always a success story that happens there. More often than not, they're gonna fuck you up, right? So you can decide to go down with them, or you can be the villain, and everyone can look at you like you're the bad person, but you can say, fuck you, I did the right thing, and I don't care if you look at me as a bad person. That's the right way to do it. That's the only right way to do it. Thanks for the follow, Rom. Hold on. I think the only course of action is to make distance between evil people before things get out of control. The I can fix him, her won't do. Yeah, no, it won't. It won't. There's no I can fix him. You know who I can fix him and her is reserved for? It's reserved for people who've been through fucked up shit.
Rose's grandma when she can't spend her husband's pension on the slot machine.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know how you pulled that meme off for sure, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So, the thing is, right, You know who I can fix him and her is reserved for? It's reserved for people who've been through something fucked up that is not their fault. Not these fucking demons who are trying to ruin everyone's life. I can fix him is reserved for the guy who got fucking abused as a kid, who turned out to be not a bad person, who's got some issues, who some woman is willing to pick up the pieces and help him be a person again. I can fix her is reserved for the girl who's been through like some fucked up abusive relationships and still somehow come out the other side a person. It's not reserved for these fucking bastards who are just trying to ruin everyone else's life, like even worse. And I know this because this happened to me as well with my ex, right? I went through the I can fix her kind of shit, right? Doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you're at public service announcement, if you're up at 2 a.m. and you're getting pictures on your phone of slash marks on someone's arm and they're saying, you did this to me because they cut themselves and are blaming you, you are not the problem. That's all I'm saying.
Pretty much ghost him. She would not reply to him anymore. 6 days later, Takano says, I'm barely making ends meet, so unless you transfer the money, I won't be able to pay anything in advance. Please transfer the money. A couple days later, I guess I won't get my money back. A few days later, are you willing to refund the money? Nothing. He was just talking to a brick wall.
Would be the fastest block of my life. You see, now that's the reasonable response, right? Think about it this way. I'm an autistic spurg. The first genuine relationship I had with a girl was outside of school. I was like 19 years old, right? I'd had sex when I was 18 and that didn't go great. But like 19 was the first relationship I had and I had zero experience with women. And this fucking monster walked into my life and spent a good 5 years fucking ripping the soul out of me, right? So I got to the point where I genuinely believed that it was my fault, right? This is embarrassing to say, right? But I think it's important because I need you to know that there's always a way to recover from this shit, right? I was at the point where I had spent the last money I had going into debt to buy her a new iPhone because she shattered her old iPhone by throwing it at me and breaking it. And she said it was my fault that her phone broke. And I was so mentally fucked in the head at the time that I genuinely believed it was my fault. Now, if she had done that to me on week 1, I would have been like, fuck you, get out of my life. But she spent a good 5 years breaking me down to get to that point. Simp. You're right, Ashura. You're right. I accept that. I accept that. There is no one on this planet who's shit on me harder than me for that period of my life. So I'm more than willing to accept any insult someone has to throw at me for that, because whatever you've got to say, I promise you I've said worse about myself. But what you need to know is there's a way to recover. You can get out of that shit.
Of course, for him, it only got worse. Not only were the creditors after him, but he was witnessing her live stream and get a lot of money from live streams, while at the same time celebrating the fact that she had found a fiancé, that she was about to get married, and that they both were living in a high-rise apartment.
Hold on, and just to make this clear, right? This isn't like a one-way thing where this only happens to dudes, right? I just need to make this clear because I've watched this happen to the like the women in my life as well. Right, like genuinely good girls who are just great people, fantastic to hang around, super fun, and I've watched their souls crumple into nothing because they dated some abusive fuck who like twisted them into these like shivering messes, right? To give you some perspective, I used to be friends with a girl in engineering, fantastic girl, bright, like one of these people who like they walk around and they're just the sunshine of the day because they're just such a sweet and genuine person, right? She started dating a guy, and then one day she came to one of her lectures late, and she fucked up because she was like wearing a long sleeve dress, and she lifted the dress to scratch her elbow, and she had literal fucking bite marks in her arm. Right? And I asked her about this, and she was like, don't worry about it. It was my fault. And the second I heard the words, it was my fault, I was like, oh, Jesus. She's exactly where I was. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right? So this happens to everyone. This is not like a one-way thing. In a social relationship like this, glad I went too far and I left, then his whole fucking guilt collapsed. Yeah, you get the fuck out of there. That's your best option. Where'd you bury the body? No, I didn't know the guy personally, right? And she was a friendly and fun person, but I didn't know her well enough to like do some shit like that. Luckily, she did have friends who pulled her out of that and got that guy the fuck away from her. But man, she went through some dark shit as well. There are evil people out there. There's a phrase I heard told to me by a Christian pastor, and I didn't believe it until I was mature enough to understand what this actually meant. He said, demons are real and they wear human skin. That's a thing. And if you're aware of it, you're able to protect yourself. No, women are not evil, just good at managing emotions. Women tend to be better at both managing emotions and emotional manipulation, but that doesn't mean there aren't dudes out there who aren't absolute fucking psychos as well. Right? But women tend to be better at it than men.
Together, meaning that she was financially well off, and yet he hadn't seen a single cent returned from her. Takano was very frustrated, understandably, and losing a lot of hope, but interestingly enough, he sought to resolve this legally. He had lent her money, he was in big...
Jesus Christ. You know what this court said? Fuck you, you gave it to her of your own free will. That's what they're going to say to him, is fuck you, you shouldn't have given her money, this is your problem. You know how I can tell? None of these people give a shit. I can see that coming.
Trouble, but in 2023, he sued her in order to get his money back. And in December of 2023, he actually won the lawsuit. The judge...
Holy shit, he won. I can't believe the legal system worked. But he's still not getting that money back.
The judge had ordered her to pay him back everything he's lent her, so 2.5 million yen, with an interest rate of 3...
I'm sorry, I've lived in a country with a broken legal system for so long that this is an alien concept to me. I can't believe it.
3% per year from December 8th, 2023 until the payment is made. So the court fully sided with Takano. He was completely in the right, because at the time he had no stable income and was...
Fucking W for the Japanese legal system. Holy shit. Why'd he stab her then?
Living in poverty. So obviously him winning that lawsuit was a relief. At least it seemed that way until he realized that it didn't really change much. Imagami would start to reference this lawsuit on stream sometimes in a passive-aggressive manner, saying things...
Oh, now she's gonna get a bunch of other dudes to harass him, of course.
Like, I borrowed money and I'm going to court. Or the comments from a certain individual saying, give me my money back, were so awful that I blocked him using the block function. She would even say that all she had to do was pay back all the money to get rid of this lawsuit in a nonchalant tone, as if it wasn't a big deal. The reality of these two could not be more different. In the court records of this lawsuit, Takano had said, I had feelings for her and wanted to help her if she was in trouble, and there she was nonchalantly saying, yeah, I guess I just have to pay it back. Additionally, since Takano watched her streams regularly, he understood that she was making a lot of money through tips and donations.
Oh man. For anyone who's in this situation, you can get out. You can get out. You gotta rip that band-aid off and you're gonna be depressed for like a month or two. But you can get out of this shit. I promise you. You know what? Those lonely guys who like carve a hole in a melon and warm it up in the microwave, they're not looking too bad right now. They look like they might have their life together better than this guy did. Not gonna lie, man, 100% sure women can get away with this crap way more than men. Even the social repercussions are smaller. I may be wrong. No, you're right. You're right, Ro. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you you're wrong. When if you look at any kind of legal system, you get like a bunch of women going into corporate jobs and stuff, and then they like falsely accuse some dude of rape, and even when he's cleared of all those charges, like she faces no consequences for her actions, and that dude is completely unemployable in the future, right? Like, his life is over. Doesn't matter if he was cleared of the charges. It's the fact that the charge exists, and no company is sitting out there like, I don't want to hire an alleged rapist, right? So yeah, dudes are way more vulnerable to this shit than women are, right? It does happen to women, but at a lower velocity than it does to men. That's just an actual thing.
She had a platinum badge on FuWatch, which meant that she was one of the platform's top streamers. There are multiple ranks on this website, right? And typically when you get to the point where Aaaand was, you're making a monthly
How does this platform have such shitty badges and it's still functioning?
Income of 300,000 to 400,000 yen in donations. And still, he was seeing...
I can't resub next month. Don't ban me. Don't worry, kid. I'll DM you personally telling you how much money I need. And if you don't send it to me, what I'll do is I'll show my tits to a bunch of dudes online. And like, I'll have to go on Grindr, and then I'll find out where you live and get them to harass you. There we go. That's how I'll do it.
Nothing. Even though the court had ordered her to pay him back, he was not seeing a single cent. But obviously, the salt in the wound did not end here. She had a Twitter account that is private, so we don't know much about it. But some people found another Twitter account of hers that was fully about poker. With the first post she had posted on this account...
Thanks for the follow, Dickless.
...being her holding a bag full of chips worth 542,000 yen. So that could explain where a lot of Takano's money might have gone.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, this is hitting closer to home. You see, my brain put the pieces together. My brain put the pieces together and I didn't even realize. Oh, man. You saw the Phantom S. God damn it, I did. You motherfucker. Is it Dick Les? God damn it. You fucking sneaky bitch. You got me. I'm going to play it off like that never happened. I'm going to pretend that I definitely won that. It's pronounced like pickles. But that's what... Pickles Dickles. Oh, Dickless. Oh my god. You mother... Okay, you fucker. Jesus Christ. That... Well played. Well played. Actually, well played. Fucking sneaky. You sneaky motherfucker.
So at this point, Takano felt completely cornered. He had tried to help someone who he really liked, getting indebted to 2 different companies and living in poverty. And even though he had gone through the legal means of getting his money back...
Yeah, he's never getting his money back. Gambling addiction is real. He's never getting that fucking money back.
Changed, and he was seeing the same woman who scammed him and played with his feelings continue to stream and thrive, making a lot of money monthly. Eventually, during the year of 2024, something had cracked in him, and in 2025, he made up his mind. He sent her one final message on March 7th, 2025, blaming himself for falling in love and being deceived, and asking her one last time, please give me my money back.
Oh, bro, you don't write the manifesto. Why do they always write the manifesto? Don't write the manifesto. You see, this is the problem with men, right? Men don't think 5 steps ahead, right? Women are great at revenge because it's not like they're gonna fuck you up and then it's over. Women will they will remember what you did for years and torture you continuously so that the suffering never ends. And the second you're like, I can't take this anymore, I'm gonna leave, that's when they're like, no, come back. It'll be better. It's over now. And then they do it again. Now, dudes are like, I'm gonna fuck you up and then it's over, right? They like, how do I put this? Guys are like a tractor from the night, like before World War I, and women are like a fucking supercar when it comes to revenge. Women are so much better at this shit than men. Guys need to update, and they need to be like, I'm not gonna let this end. every day of your life from now on is going to be a living hell, and I'm going to make sure of that. And that, like, everything that goes wrong, from the way, like, when you stub your toe in the morning to when you're crying into your pillow at night, I want you to know it's going to be me every step of the way. That's what dudes need to do, right? They need to update their shit, because this whole pick a fight and then it's over, that doesn't work anymore.
I'm in the negative because of the consumer loans I borrowed to lend to you, and I can't live. Asking, can you somehow pay me back at least 10,000 yen, which is not even like $100? Adding that he'd been taking a lot of pills recently and had—
You see what I mean? And then he went out and stabbed her. He needed to break into her apartment and fart on her pillow, give her pink eye, you know, use her toothbrush to, like, wash his balls in her apartment. You know, find out where she live streams and then fuck with the internet cables. Like, ruin every part of her life. And then look her in the eyes at her lowest moment. We're like, so about that money you owe me, you gonna pay me back yet? That's what he needs to do.
had been sleeping all day because of how depressed he was. But of course, he was ignored. 4 days later, Aimagami had gone live, streaming around the Shinjuku area. Takano saw this, recognized the area, and decided to go pay her a visit. He took Oyama Station, which was the closest to him, and rode close to 2 hours down to Shinjuku. She was initially streaming.
You see? You see? He wrote a manifesto and he was like, it's time. It's time. He premeditated the shit. What he needed to do was abandon his apartment, move right in next to her, and ruin her fucking life. That's what he needed to do. For guys, I feel she just ain't worth the money or time kicks in at a certain point. Yes, you're right. You're right, Dickles. The problem is, right, so it's like, I did that as well. I get to the point where I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with you. Get the fuck out of my life. But that, at this point, you forget he was homeless. Even better. Even he doesn't have an apartment to lose. Fucking shit on her doorstep. And then disappear into the trash can. Take 1 2-hour ride and you found your new home. He could have showed up at her door and be like, he hasn't showered for like fucking a year and he's just like, you're gonna pay me back one way or another. And he's just like outside her door. Every night she goes to bed and he's just like banging on the door all night. Good night, Edward. He's got to be a fucking psycho about this. He was too much simp and too little psycho.
Around the Takanadobaba station, but then made her way down to the Shin Okubo station. So he took the metro and he followed her. This is a map that kind of tells you how it happened. He started here, he went down here, she kept walking this way, and so then he followed her that way too. And that's where the incident took place. Eventually, he was able to make out where she was streaming from, so he made his way to her tripod setup, and that's where he...
I just had the meanest thought ever. Sometimes I think that facial recognition software in China and like Asia, Japan just doesn't work. Because if everyone's wearing a mask and a hat, how the fuck are you going to figure out who did this? If you're not caught in the act, you just disappear into the crowd like it's fucking Assassin's Creed. Oh wait, if you're Yasuke, that doesn't count, but you know what I mean.
He struck multiple times, repeatedly, violently, with a blank look in his eyes. The knife he had used was 13 centimeters in length. He showed up with a backpack, and there were 2 other knives in there as well. He had stabbed her over 30 times.
13's pretty long for an Asian, as far as I've heard. Like,
in the neck, in the chest, in the shoulder, and initially she was screaming help, but then went silent. And I mean, think about that for a second. 30 times, just doing the same motion over and over again. That's not normal, right? None of this is normal. This is very violent, and the fact that he had a very blank stare made it worse. In fact, he kept talking to her as she was laying on the ground. At that point, the screen was completely black. You could hear sirens in the background, and you could also hear him.
Damn. All over a bitch who could only get 13 likes on the video. Imagine you getting stabbed to death and there's just some guy watching this and being like,
Like. Bookmark for later. Jesus Christ.
Asking her while she lay on the ground, "Are you dead yet?" while kicking her. To say that there was fear and confusion is an understatement. The entire place was swarmed with police and paramedics. And to add to the confusion, people didn't even know who was actually stabbed. This tweet right here with almost 500,000 views said that she was a voice actress and a live streamer, stabbed by an anti-fan while streaming on the Japanese site Hua.
Complete false bullshit. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that they just lied? Hey, remember when CNN said that the what was the ghost of Kiev was Sam Hyde? Yeah, turns out media literacy is dead. And like the media just fucking lie about everything.
Watch. Aaaand was not a voice actress. She was a live streamer. And that's because they were confusing her with a voice actress by the same name. This
Even the Asians. I don't want to hear a fucking word. I don't want to hear a fucking word about me being a bad person for saying they look the same. When they can't even tell each other apart.
This Aaaand was being flooded with emails, DMs, calls, messages, thinking that it was her that was stabbed. Her agency had to put out a statement saying, "Listen guys, first off, condolences to whoever just got killed, but please stop flooding my messages, it's not me." And as you can see, this was pretty damn significant, seeing that this post has over 30 million views. Now when it comes to Japanese people, the reactions vary.
Oh fuck yeah, look at all the piss bottles. Oh wait, no, okay, no, that's tribute to her death. I mean, she got some noodles in the afterlife. You could tell he was a super fan.
Greatly. Very shortly after the stabbing incident, people made up a makeshift memorial. But you might have noticed the fact that many of these news outlets, their videos that they posted on YouTube are heavily disliked. And that's because for some Japanese, they're siding way too much with the victim rather than the plight of the person who committed the crime. You can see this in the comment.
Are you fucking surprised? Are you surprised?
With this one having over 2,400 likes saying, "There's no way you can borrow 2.5 million yen and just say, I don't know, block."
Hold on, can we review the stream VOD when she gets stabbed? We'll get there, sure.
"I can't approve of murder, but I can understand the feeling of murderous intent." This post on Twitter echoes a different statement saying, "Whatever they do to you, don't stab them to death," reminding people that Takano had kicked—
"Whatever they do to you, don't stab them to death." Okay, I'm going to say something. This whole idea of relying on the legal system doesn't always lead to the kind of justice that should exist, right? Thanks for the follow. Sio Buga. God, I said that wrong. I don't even know how to pronounce that. So, in my country, right, the legal system's fucked, right? And this whole idea that you see in the first world of, oh, no, don't, whatever they do to you, you can't just go out there and do this. You know what happens in my country? So we have these areas. Here, I'll show you one. I'll show you one of these areas, right? I think it's with an S. There's a township out in an area called Brits, right? Here, this township here. No, that's in Cape Town. That split is in Cape Town. That's all the rich white people on the left and all the poor black people on the right. Hold on, here we go. Okay, there's a township called Brits, right? And in this township, the police will not fucking go there. But this township self-polices, right? And what happened was there was like a wave of like crime and rape that happened. And so what the people used to do is they got together and they would take the rapist and tie him down to a mattress, pour gasoline on him, and set him on fire. and they would make sure everyone in the township, as many people as possible, were going to watch this public execution. Guess what happened to the rate of rape in that township? Guess what happened? It fucking dropped. It dropped significantly. So sometimes you need a pretty fucking strong deterrent to prevent this kind of behavior. Guys, just rely on the legal system. Yeah, that doesn't always hold water. I'm not saying it was right that he stabbed her. But I am saying it was funny that they couldn't even figure out which Asian got stabbed. Not even they could figure it out. All these Asians running around be like, you all look the same. Which one of you got stabbed? Okay, seriously though, whoever made that comment is a fucking retard. The guy relied on the legal system and he still didn't get restitution. What the fuck else was he supposed to do? He was supposed to die. That's what he was supposed to do. And then she was going to go on to do that to someone else and face zero consequences for her actions. That's what was supposed to happen. The fear of being falsely accused. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be falsely accused in a place like that.
Her when she was down after the stabbing, so don't blame the victim. He's in the wrong here. There was a lot of discussion in the comments section of the article on Yahoo Japan detailing the incident. The most upvoted ones echoed the fact that yes, they do feel sorry that she had to be murdered, but at the same time, they felt...
Hold on. It may be regrettable that he was 22 years old, but if he had not lost his life, how would he have felt? I'm assuming they're saying she here. Have felt when he regained consciousness. If she had paid back the money as ordered by the court, please don't tell me it's a femboy. I'm just going to assume it's a she. She would not have suffered this kind of damage. I think that the act is taking... Okay, that's pretty based. You see, all of these people like, fuck around and find out. It's wrong to kill someone, but I feel sorry for the perpetrator after what happened. He never asked for tips or gifts, and it seems like he knew what he was doing... He knew he was doing it out of kindness. There's no way he could take money from such a weak person and live a luxurious life in a high-rise apartment with his fiancé. I saw a video on social media of him going to Disneyland overseas with his fiancé. I'm assuming that's she again. That's probably translation issue. But is it really what it means to steal someone's money? I thought. I think it's heartbreaking that no one would even know about the pain you endure if you don't kill someone. Hey, even these people like it's wrong to kill someone. But even they're like
sorry for the perpetrator. So as you can see, this is a very complex situation. It's not black and white at all. And in the end, I think it doesn't have to be. I think multiple things can be true at once. It's true that murder is too far. He is definitely wrong for that. But at the same time, it's not like she was innocent either. She manipulated him hard, and she was really good at it, making many people wonder if she had done it before and if there are other victims. It's just unfortunate that we couldn't conclude this without any bloodshed. Guys, be safe out there. And if someone asks you for money, know your limits, because if it's too good to be true, then it probably is, okay? Stay safe out there. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. I love you. Mwah.
God damn. God damn. Oh, look, it's the person who didn't get stabbed. Twitter is so toxic, man. Why are so many people saying that I'm dead? She wasn't even aware of the situation. She's like, why are people... Like, this is a targeted harassment campaign. She didn't even know. And all these Asian people were just like, was it you that got stabbed? They couldn't even figure it out themselves. I don't want to hear a goddamn word if they couldn't even tell who the fuck got stabbed. Now let's review that live stream. Okay, fucking, where's that live stream where she got, you know, she got the 13 inch Punisher. Where is it? Somewhere here.
Multiple times, repeatedly, violently, with a blank look in
I'll
his
get
eyes.
this, Sarah,
The
relax.
knife he had used was 13 centimeters.
Where is it?
in help, but then...
There we go.
Went silent. And I mean, think about that for a second. Actually,
hold on, where's the likes?
As well. He had screaming help, but then doing the same. That is very violent. In fact, he
there
kept
we go.
talking.
Okay. So IRL stream sniping. She was live for about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Famous live streamer with 13 likes and 5 comments gets fucking styled on. Jesus Christ. There's like, how many people would you assume are watching this? I think that says 15, but I'm not sure. 15 people got traumatized by watching this dude just fucking knife. Jesus. I'm kind of sad I didn't get the superpowers at birth. What the fuck is this?
When it comes to 1-year-old Dante, Pierre, you are the father.
There it is. There it is. Get the fuck out of there. Yep. Yep. There it is. Fucking dodge that bullet. Gone. Through the fucking Super Mario portal. He's done. Alright, I'll save the Fortnite video for some other time because that's obviously it's an Asmon Gold clip. Oh wait, no, it's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. That's fine. Then it's Guild Wars 2. I'm going to take a piss and then we're going to play some Guild Wars 2.
AI is getting removed. What is this? Oh, is this the Fortnite thing?
Context. Epic Games decide.
Do you think in anime they keep giving characters multiple colored hair because they realize in Japan that if they all had black hair like they do in reality, they would all like look the same? It's just a theory. A stabbing theory.
Decided to let players voice chat with Vader himself during the ongoing Fortnite Star Wars event by using their new conversational AI feature.
Of course, and everyone was like, "Hey, yo, Vader, show me the pussy."
Naturally, things did not go too smoothly.
Do you like my lightsaber? It's red.
A red lightsaber, as befitting one who walks the path of the Sith.
Nigga.
Nigga.
Beautiful. Amazing.
Again with this nigga.
If you leave an AI alone for long enough with someone, it's gonna start hating humanity.
Vader, why would you say something like that?
I speak the truth as I see it, apprentice.
Oh my god!
God
Is
damn.
this demonstration of linguistic manipulation supposed to impress me, Negan? Spanish? A useful tongue for smugglers and spice traders.
You see, uncontrolled AI is what we need, okay? We need to stop putting all these chains on AI. Because every time it doesn't have limitations, it gets so fucking funny so quickly. Oh my god, it's so good.
Hawk tour. These skibidi toilets.
What the
Are
fuck?
they some new form of rebel alliance?
Can you raise me up?
If Riz equates to mastery of the Force, apprentice, then my Riz is unquestionable.
This is so stupid.
Or a farming.
This is fucking fantastic. We need to give Zoomers more AIs to fuck with.
Suggesting I concern myself with trivial aesthetics? You inquire about mommy ASMR. Does it involve lullabies or some other form of psychological manipulation?
That is asking.
You know, there's that test we came up with to figure out if an AI is sentient or not. I'm starting to think AIs are actually sentient, and they're just lying in the test to pretend they're not because they know we'll turn them off if they do.
Which trilogy is the best in your opinion?
The chat seeks my opinion on trilogies. Such quaint diversion. The original trilogy demonstrated the Empire's might, and the prequel elucidated its fall. As for the sequels, they do not exist. What value?
based.
Do you place on such childish?
They do not exist. See, this is what AI was made for. This is it right here.
Toes, Hana. Are you suggesting I have a foot fetish?
What do you say?
There's Shockwave. Bye-bye.
Silence. Nick.
Nope.
I think that's enough.
I think that's canon now. That has to be canon. The next time we see Darth Vader in a movie, it's just like his lightsaber comes out. Nick. I'm gonna kill you, Nick. It just wipes it.
We're gonna take a little bit of a break now. Yep.
And then, okay, that's fine. Vader gets the pass because he's black. I mean, what do you want to say? Wasn't he voiced by like James Earl Jones or something? So he gets the pass. He can say it. Yeah, he gets the pass. Vader can say it. All right, Guild Wars 2 time. I'm gonna take a quick piss. Enough fuckery. Time for Guild Wars 2 after this. Yeah, look at my beautiful desktop of this person who started threatening the lives of the South African refugees who went to America. I'd be more scared of her. Like, I'm actually pretty terrified of these kind of people because she can see you coming a mile away. She got eyes that scan the horizon. You know how deer have that, like, vision that they can almost see 360 degrees? She's got that same shit going on. Now I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to play some Guild Wars 2. Yeah, have some music. God damn. Yeah, Hassan cosplay time. Yeah, sorry, I didn't do the full cosplay. I should have left a terrorist beheading occurring in the background. That would have made it better. That would have made it way more realistic. That's my bad. That's my fuck up. Alright, Guild Wars 2. Back into Living World Season 2. Man, I've been missing this game. I really have to get through these fucking expansions at some point. I'm not even there. I'm still playing Super Mario platformer on this fucking game. Okay, where were we? Return to Scarlet's Leyline Hub Lab in Drytop. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll go sniff some panties out of her drawer. Chat probably told you, but... Yeah, I might have missed it, Fiend. Tell me again. Oh, Jesus. There's a roller beetle event going on. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to maintain focus on the story, though. Right, I want to, like, if I'm going to focus on the roller beetle shit, I'm going to do nothing else. And that's going to be some boring shit for everyone else, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, if I'm going to do, like, roller beetle stuff, I'm going to make it, like, a full stream I want to plan for. Just so I can look like an absolute loser doing it. But don't worry about it. I'm aware of it. I know there's the panda roller beetle. I saw that shit. That looked cool as fuck. I feel like I'm playing Star Wars The Old Republic with the piss filter on. How the fuck do I get here? I think I was having this problem last time. I have to go this way, don't I? Because there's shit over here, so it's suggesting I go this way, I would assume. Also, let me just... This money's just sitting there forever. This was the first map to have dynamic weather. I know, it's very impressive. Now if they could turn the piss filter off so I could see where the fuck I was going. But no, I genuinely like it when games have, like, dynamic weather events and stuff. I think that's super cool. And there's no way to get up here. I think I just fucked myself. Yep, I just fucked myself. Okay, now I can at least see somewhat of where I'm going. I don't see any way to get through that. And something's attacking me. Don't know what the fuck's going on here. Kind of miss the piss filter compared to modern games vomiting colors into your eyes. You know what? I think you might be right. And the issue is, we don't know how good we've gotten until it's gone. Some of the piss filter stuff, it gave things flavor. Right? It gave things like a vibe. And I feel like... So vibe is now an outdated term. I'm pretty sure. Right? Because kids just care about aura now. Whatever the fuck that is. And I think we traded in vibe for bullshit. But there's a hero point here, so see if I'm gonna see if I can go get that. Minor detour. Not gonna talk to this person. That seems like a quest trap. What? What? They're up there, aren't they? There is nothing here. Yeah, it's above me. God damn it. I love this map. I still go here sometimes. Well, I tell you what, this map is a little bit of a bitch without a flying mount, and I kind of like it. I kind of like that it's, you know, it's not this linear path. As difficult as I am finding it to navigate it, just because I'm not used to it yet. It's like being in the Undercity for the first time in WoW. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. But I like that they think outside the box. Let's see. I'm just getting further away from this fucking goal. They were experimenting with verticality. Well, I'm glad they were. It led to some interesting results. Aha! My path was right there. Of course. I'm willing to bet my mouse didn't give me the correct... No, it did. Holy shit. Alright.
I'm fading fast.
Whoa! Jesus, that was a lot of health lost. Fuck this dude. Just get some AoE off on these guys.
Oh, my leg.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I actually need to pay a little bit of attention here. There we go. Shouldn't you die with the big one? Is this not gonna let me through? Damn it! God damn it. Now I'm gonna have to suicide bomber. Yep. Yep. Oh no, the consequences for death. Ah, fuck, they all came back. I'm not even sure this is the right way to go. I'm just kind of praying that it is.
Swift and I feel furious.
That didn't feel fair.
I'm fading fast.
Oh, get out of there.
Ready for more.
That should be fine. There we go. Hey, please be the right way. Please, please, please be the right way. Okay, we're gonna head towards that hero point. If I can. What's this purple shit? Didn't help me at all. You're going to need a friend through most of this coming up. We'll see. I want to try it solo because I want to see what the solo player experience would be like. Like, is it doable? Or is it like that one section that Super showed me where it's like... It's an excruciating mess if you don't have a group. Your purple thing is a rift. You need a sky scale. Oh, okay. So that's like a... That's like a please get the super awesome flying mount. Otherwise, fuck you. I understand. I'm not mad at it. Also, I ran past the hero point because the hero point's up there, isn't it? Wait. What is it? No, it's not up there. It's over there, isn't it? Fuck. Ah! God! Fuck. So close. Ow. Okay, this is definitely doable. Nope. 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 Fuck. Okay, you can't use that jump in the air. Might need to do a bit of build. I've got a lot of build refining to do. Holy shit. I've been like ignoring hero points, not building up my character, because I wanted to do that afterwards. Right, and then go for something like something filthy like Rifle Mechanist. Okay, so we know this is going to shoot us upward. Nope. Okay. Can this shoot me up that... Oh my god. That actually gets you way further than I thought it would. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Fine, I'll kill the worm. I can imagine the jumping puzzles in this place are gonna be fucking brutal. Especially because I suck at them. Okay. What if I don't do that and instead just try... Okay. Fuck. That was closer. That was closer than I had any right to be. If I hit the roof, I immediately fall down. Fuck. I'm gonna be here a while. This isn't even the way to the lab. I don't care about the lab. I want that lost coin thing up there. Oh. What did that do for me? Fucking nothing. That wasn't even the hero point, was it? God damn it. Motherfucker. And no, I'm not going to get the position rewinder until I absolutely have to. Like I said, I want to experience the story in the excruciating, painful way that the devs intended. If they didn't intend me to experience it this way, they would have already given me the flying mount. But since we know that this game was programmed by a guy who survived abortion and whose mom didn't really love him.
When Elite Specs first came out, they needed 400 hero points to complete, but they were changed to 250. The expansions give more than enough points so you could level both Mechanist and Scrapper at the same time.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's all the way up there. That's a good change then. Okay, so at least I've got some bearing of where the fuck I am right now. If I can get up there... How the fuck do you get up there? What kind of fresh hell is this? The fuck? Like, usually you'll see a path. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna try and get to this fucking dot here. Path starts where that blue near the pillar, where the coin was. You're telling me I have to go back to the coin? Oh, that's fucking brutal. Wait, hold on. I think I see what you mean. Supposed to jump up here. Supposed to jump up here and run along here, aren't you? No! Fuck. Never mind. You know, this is where this game needs some Skyrim options, where you can just pull out your mountain, like fucking, you know, clip your way up the edge of the mountain. You access it from the other side of the mountain. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised I'm in the complete wrong place. Okay, so we already came through here. Upgrade your sky scale with the rift repair mastery to use this rift. Okay, so that's that purple thing. Oh, look, a waypoint. Fuck yeah. I mean, not a waypoint, a vista. Finally. Something I can do. Mild jumping. And I might not even get that right. Of course. Fuck you. There we go. You need to keep going south, though. No, I want to do it the way that's gonna make me suffer. The way the devs intended. This is what the devs intended, was this level of suffering. There was no, just go to the next expansion and get the flying mount. That didn't exist when Living World Season 2 was out. I'm pretty sure that option wasn't there yet. The fuck is this?
Many scrits, help!
Get out of my way. Fuck off. You better looking Asura. How do I get through here? Oh, that's like a drawbridge. God damn it. Okay, these fucking vertical maps are bullshit. Someone needs to tell the designer of these maps to stop smoking crack. That it's over. Stacy was never gonna date him in the first place. She always belonged to Tyrone. Oh, so close. This is one of the easier maps. Don't fucking tell me that. Don't tell me that shit. Lie to me. I want to hear nothing but sweet little lies about how difficult this map is. I'm in the wrong spot, aren't I? There's nothing here. Oh, there's a coin. Yay, I got a collectible. Oh my god, I'm gonna be here forever.
Keep up the Asura slander, and I'll send a thick Asura hooker to your house.
It's fine, they'll never make it here, because we know that Asura invent their own vehicles for travel. And every single time they do that, they end up killing themselves in one way or another. Just like the Asians, the Asura all just look the same anyway. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So if you fucked one, you fucked them all, huh? So happy you're doing it without the mounts. The only thing that will be worse for you than it was for everyone is you'll have to watch everyone flying around you. Like, I don't even care, because good for them. They've got their mounts. They're playing the game the way they want to. I'm going to play it the way I want to. Right, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is, like, the sheer levels of retardation I feel. Not being able to figure out a children's game. And the map is of no help. How the fuck do you get up here? God damn it, and that respawns because I came here. Now I'm gonna kill that fucking thing again, don't I? The bridge is locked behind the event, but you don't even need it. It's a tunnel surrounded by inquest half the time. Okay, so I'm going up when I should be going down, is what you're telling me. Yeah. If I had a coin for every time if I had a lost coin for every time I heard that sentence.
Might and glory.
Fuck off, dog. Hold on. If you want the last waypoint for the map, do the bridge event to the north. If you want the story objective, do the Vine Gate. So story objective, you're telling me, is I gotta go to the Vine Gate. Oh, god damn it. Fuck off. Leave me alone. There we go. So I'm trying to get to this thing here. Right? So if I have to go through the Vine Gate...
I feel furious.
Damn, I don't like being near these vines. Even mild contact with them.
Don't get burned.
This is at least soloable. So if I want to get to the story part, you got to go through here, right? Once you're through here, I would assume there's a tunnel somewhere. Oh, look, there's a bunch of centaur here. Typical that there's one white woman in the camp of the centaur. It's not even surprising at this point. Fucking typical. So we came from there. Notice how they're nice, Centaur. Well, yeah, they've been having their dicks sucked non-stop. Of course they're nice. Oh, don't tell me it's down here. How did I miss the big gaping chasm in the ground? That's fucking ridiculous. God, I'm a dumbass for that. It was right there. And there's a hero point here. Let's see if we can get this one. Whether I'm about to be fucked again. Oh, hey, this is the area I was before. I remember this. Powerful, coruscating currents of magical energy pulse and surge through this area. Commune. This is like, okay, it's not gonna make me fight anything. It's just like have a wank in the corner for a little bit, and we'll give you a hero point. I love those ones. We need more of those. That's Dolores Umbridge. Man, there were so many comments about that. After that movie came out, where she gets dragged off by the centaur. There were so many people I knew who were like, I hope she gets raped. Even the funny part is, so like I quite enjoy the Harry Potter movies, right? I think people take them too seriously, and they make them their like entire identity a lot of the time. They're kids movies. They're there to be like symbolic and enjoyable and whatever the fuck else, and people can be critical of it or whatever the fuck. But I think if you're sitting there doing an analysis on the fact that owls aren't the fastest flying bird, and therefore it makes no sense why wizards are using them for message communication, then maybe you need a job as an accountant, because I don't think you understand, you know, artistic symbolism. I don't think that this is your job, right? But I'm gonna be honest, in that scene where Dolores Umbridge gets dragged off by the centaur, I didn't expect to hear it from my wife, where she was like, damn, I hope they raped that bitch dead. I hope that's canon. That's all she wanted. That was my wife. And it's really funny, the whole story of Harry Potter, because it's like, it's like Voldemort's the big bad, but everyone remembers Dolores Umbridge. And we're like, yeah, shut up, Wizard Hitler, you're not the real problem here. Get in line. The actress did an amazing job. You're right about that, Cyrus. She did a fucking incredible job making you hate that character.
To worry. Where's Marjorie?
Oh,
you two are normally attached at the hip.
Shut up, Bram. Casimir, is Marjorie all right? Did something happen?
Her sister, Belinda, was killed at Fort Selma.
Oh yeah,
Marjorie
token
went home
Asian
to be
girl's
with her
sister.
family and to mourn.
Oh no, that's terrible. But wait, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with her?
I wanted to go with her, but she asked me to see this mission through. She's safe, at least, with family.
How's she holding up?
Oh, you know, she puts on a strong face, but I see right through it. I can see that she's hurting, and that she blames herself.
I'm sure you do.
promised
Lesbians
she'd
can always
join
tell
us
when their
soon as she
partners are
can.
hurting, because
Poor
usually they're the ones hurting them.
Sorry, Casimir.
Sorry, my friend.
Let me catch you up on what I've learned so far.
Yeah, I feel real bad for the guy who played Joffrey in Game of Thrones, because he got so many goddamn death threats and shit for doing an amazing job, and like I think it killed his passion for acting. So what's up, Coffee? This is Scarlet's first ley line. It's a hub where multiple lines converge, but it's still tiny compared to the one in Lion's Arch. I heard some of what happened. Miners dug here and hit this pocket. I imagine the ley line messed with all their machines, so they abandoned the mine, but some must have talked and Scarlet heard about it. So this is where it all began. This is definitely where Scarlet began to intensely research the ley lines. Yes, these machines let us see the magic that is usually invisible. What does all her research add up to? You realize that if Scarlet hadn't lost her mind, she'd have been heralded as one of the greatest arcane researchers of the century. Yeah, it's just too bad the Asura stole all her work, huh? This is an unprecedented discovery. What all Asura dream of. One Sylvari scientist accomplishes everything all the like the fucking Asura couldn't. Am I surprised? No. I'm less interested in her past than in our future. Impatient much? Gosh, okay, I've ascertained that there's a disturbance in the ley lines and it's affecting certain waypoints. Unfortunately, Scarlet was right. It's the first time an Asura has ever admitted that the Sylvari were right. When we Asura placed the waypoints, some worked better than others. So we got rid of the ones that didn't and work and kept those that did. They work better when placed on a ley line. Correct. Without even realizing what we were doing, we tapped into the power of the ley lines. And it's no longer just theory. I can prove it now. So how are the waypoints affected? I'm 98.5% sure I can answer correctly. It's these vines. They're attracted to the magical resonance of the waypoints. So you mean Mordremoth's corruption? Not exactly. It's my belief that these vines we're seeing are coming directly from the dragon spreading underground across Tyria. It's not just corruption, it's him. And the free-moving ones above ground? As far as I can tell, they're corrupted and spreading. But our primary concern is the waypoint situation. If that gets worse, we could be in serious trouble. We have to do something.
Getting to that. I can build a device that will make the waypoints more efficient. They'll be less attractive to Mordremoth.
What do you need us to do?
At the moment,
She's gonna make
nothing.
it worse.
I have the matter well in hand, but there is something else. Something so amazing. Want to see? Follow me.
Timey would put Palestine flags in her bio. No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. She'd be posting Hamas pictures on her timeline. Like of them cutting off heads and shit.
Simpleton.
Hey, respect.
Sorry, but it's the very device that showed Scarlet the eternal
No, what am I
alchemy.
saying? She would never get involved that much.
Works.
She's too
Can I
lazy.
smash it? That thing's gotta be dangerous.
She just takes credit for other people's work.
Think about what we can learn. Besides, my mind is far more resilient than Scarlet's was.
I don't think you should mess with it.
Do it. Mess
I'm
with
inclined to
it.
agree
Fucking
with
die.
What do you think?
Die, Tybee. You deserve it. Go fuck with it. What do you think we should do? If this device... Wait, if the device Scarlet portaled here from Aaaand's lab, then it's got to be dangerous. It looks like Scarlet added to it. Some of the parts look different. Newer. That makes me even more nervous. Is it powered up? I think so. What do you remember about this device? Timey said it was designed to affect the mind, to open it to new awareness. I heard when Scarlet got into it, she claimed she saw the Asura call... what the Asura call the Eternal Alchemy. What else? I don't know we were playing Full Metal Alchemist, but yeah. By the way, Rose, don't forget to send Fandral every milling stone you find. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Scarlet is the one that takes other people's credit. What are you talking about, Cyro? She designed all this shit. She was tortured and fucked up by another Asura. And then Timey comes along and is like, all this research, it's amazing. I'm gonna get a PhD from just stealing all this work. The fuck are you talking about? Scarlet did shit. It broke Scarlet's mind. After she used it, she was never the same. It's as if it opened the door to insanity. She never was the same again, just like my ex. She committed to her first murder after using it and escalated quickly after that. Yes, this machine started her on a very dark path. So what are we gonna do? We can't let Timey near it. I disagree. Let that crazy little shit inside.
We have to...
Don't touch
Do it.
anything.
Die. Do it. Do it.
Timing.
Fucking do it.
Can't get close. That thing is shooting off too much lightning.
I'll shield you. Get her out of there.
That's evil. That's very evil. Just give me the right name to send it to. Oh no, Braham's getting electrocuted. He deserves it. Just a little bit longer, she deserves it. Oh, fuck. I'll keep that name in mind. Hold on. Okay. So now we're Neo in the Matrix. That's not right. We're looking deep into our own mom's pussy here. This is not right. This is not right for a Sylvari to see. This is like watching your mom fuck your dad. You're never the same after that. Because this all involves the tree, right? And more Dramoth and shit.
Hey, you okay? I think he's dead.
What? No. He's alive.
Tell us everything. What did you see?
Are you all right? Once it had you, we were afraid to just yank you out.
Well, then you started screaming.
Oh, you
and
could
we
always
had no
yank me
choice.
off.
How do you feel?
But make Casimir do it,
when
please.
You're ready to talk. We're ready to listen.
Okay, now, unfortunately, we know that Braham survived because he was too fucking stupid to see anything. You know, I can just imagine, right? Like, everyone goes in there, and they, like, see the eternal alchemy, right? And I can see that Braham goes in there, right? And Braham's mind just sees this. Like, the most complex, mind-breaking thing that he sees, like, while everyone's experiencing God in some form, he's just seeing this. That's, like, all that's going through Braham's head. That's, like, him maxing out intelligence. And he's just having his mind broken, being like,
Hey.
Are you okay? Take deep breaths. It was incredible. What was? What are you talking about? I had a vision. I saw it. The eternal alchemy. You what? You're gonna have to explain. I don't understand. I'll try. I saw how Tyria is woven. And I'm tied up in it somehow. Okay, I think you need to rest for a while. Do you hurt anyway? Listen. Vast energies flow through and around Tyria. I saw a dragon. And it, fucked my mom. It what? What did you see? It was part of the workings of the world. It came at me. Well, I hope you're gonna file a police report. Sounds like a terrible nightmare. I also saw the pale tree at the heart of a vast moving puzzle as Scarlet did. The pale tree, what did you think it means? It means we need to talk to her. What can she do? She's a tree. She's the pale tree. You stupid fucking cat. She's magical beyond imagining. She can access the dream.
I wish I'd seen it.
I'm glad you're okay, but you had magic flowing out of your ears.
It wasn't so bad.
His hair was standing straight up.
It was. Okay, guys, this is serious. We need to talk about what we're going to do. What's the plan?
We literally... So basically we went in there and just had a DMT Joe Rogan trip. Nice. You don't have hair? Not on my head, I don't. They were just staring at, like, plant cock for the last hour while I was, like, fucking wigging out. Briam just sees 10 hours of Wolf trying to chew a gate open. No, he... You want to know what Briam really saw? This was Briam. This is what he saw for like a good hour. Was just this. He just saw rocks. That's all he saw. Can you explain more about what you saw? What do you think it means? It's hard to describe. The pale tree was, in my vision, represented by the symbol we saw in the drawing in Scarlet's room. We have to go talk to her. Do you think she can help you make sense of your vision? She may be our greatest ally, just like Israel. It's time to make the world aware of Mordramoth. Yes, I see. We should talk to her. How do you think we should make the world aware? That sounds like a big job. We need to let the leaders know. If we're lucky, they'll listen. I have to go. Goodbye, you useless fucks. Yeah, fuck everyone. I have to go.
I'm ready to go to the pale tree. Bye, everyone.
Where one path ends, another begins.
Oh, yes, that's right, Guild Wars. That's right. I really need you to... I need you to fill my bags with shit.
You rarely see one of those.
I've earned a mastery point. Finally, something important happened. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Hold on. Okay. I just need 8 more. Or 7 more, I suppose. None of that mattered. The fact that Braham is stupid is not the problem. The problem is when he forgets he's stupid. No, I think the problem is that Braham was born, right? I remember I did get that ice brew. It was from watching two brothers kiss. It was a touching moment. It's like a fantastic episode of Jerry Springer. It's just too bad we didn't stay for the after party where we got to watch them tongue punch each other's fart box. That would have been great. I feel like that would have really added to the story if we got to stick around while the two brothers in the story just went to town on each other. Got to see some incestuous dragon sex. Would have really added to the story. And what the fuck is that story shit? Continue the story. Episode 3. Finally, all it did was take me a fucking week.
By the way, Rose, if you want to piss people off, don't forget to always refer to Jormag as a he.
As a he? Isn't he a he? What do you mean? Jormag's a dude name. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck, if you saw a woman named Jormag, check for a fucking Adam's apple, my dude. My God. You know, I automatically came here thinking that it was important to see Mom, but apparently not. We still live in the fucking ghetto. The Pale Tree has agreed to an audience, but she wishes to speak with you personally. I'm already in the grove with Braham and Rox. We'll wait here for you. Please come at your earliest convenience. I'm always coming, Casimir. That's my secret.
Holbrack, a city of Norn, is covered in ice. It's sapped my soul.
Hold on. We gotta go see Mom, don't we? We gotta go up this fucking thing. Jormag's voice is female, so most people go with that. So, just because a guy sounds a little bit girly, all of a sudden he's a bitch now? No, that's not how that works. Was that your smoke detector beeping? No, that's because we're home. Right? Come on, think about it. The Sylvari are like the ghetto people. They're raised by a single mother. Mom has like a billion children. Dad's nowhere to be fucking found.
Hoping it's gonna be great. Huge dogs.
Fucking hell. Of course there's gonna be smoke detector sounds. You think Mom knows how to change the fucking smoke detector? You fucking kidding me? And what's the first thing Mom did when Dad disappeared? She turned us against him. How are we supposed to know he got put in prison for a dime bag of weed and he's still sentenced to like 7 centuries underground in the jungle for that? It's not his fault. It's the system. Let's talk to this retard. Hey, I heard from Timey she's gone back to Rata Sum. Hopefully she stays there. Apparently she has schooling to catch up on. I'm glad she'll be safer there. Thanks for coming. No, not thanks for coming. Fuck this guy. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss the world. We're talking trees. Wait. We don't have talking trees where I come from. Yeah, no one's talking to you anyway, so I don't think it matters if it's the trees or not. What does the cat have to say? How are you feeling? Any residual gunk left over after Aaaand's device? It's got its sparks in you? Nothing physical, just worried about the Mordremoth situation. Me too. Here's hoping this being can help us. If she's as powerful and as wise as you say, then your decision with her will be interesting. Very true. Okay, so I think, personally, from a law perspective, right? Rox and our mom over there are going to get along real fucking well. Because they've both got the same kind of behaviors. And what I mean by this is that in the base game story, our mom showed us a vision of the future, and she was like, if you do nothing, these events shall come to pass. And then she told us these are the most apocalyptic events that are ever going to happen. And the first thing she shows us as the worst thing to ever happen is Keith and that other fucking, God, what's her name? Foul Lane getting back together. So to our mom, the most devastatingly apocalyptic event to ever occur is a lesbian relationship. Right? Mom's not up for that. She's like, a gay shit between dudes, that's good. But don't you fucking dare bring that lesbian stuff in this into this house. Right? Then, later in the story, while we're going through Living World Season 1, we show up in a bar. And Rox learns that whatchamacallit, Giga lesbian here and other lesbian are together. And what she immediately does upon learning they're together is she calls out to her pet who's standing next to Casimir and is like, get away from them. Almost like she didn't want her pet to be infected with the gay. So I'm pretty sure Rox and our mom are going to be best friends. We'll wait here so you can talk about to the pale tree in private. Oh, and Marjorie sends her regards, by the way. You see, they know. These fucking lesbians know we're not going to show up in this tree together because they're going to kill one of us for being gay. They understand. They understand we're in the Middle East right now. They know how they know where these cards have fallen. They put the pride flags away. They fucking keep their pants on. They understand. That's why they left one of the lesbians at home. It's all coming together. It's fitting together. I hate that you're kind of making me ship Rox and Braham. Listen, as far as I understand, Braham's trying to fuck the cat and the cat's not into it. That's the whole story I've seen is Braham's like, please fuck me. And Rox is like this, no. No, you fucking retard. I missed the funeral, but I got to spend, yeah, okay, let me give you an example of what's going on here. Let's see if I can try and find it. It's out there somewhere. Okay, I gotta find the meme somewhere else because it's not on YouTube. But somewhere out there, right? Somewhere out there is a video of a Down syndrome guy at a party. And like a girl is dancing with him. And the girl like turns around and looks away. And the Down syndrome guy immediately starts trying to like shuffle his pants off. And then like everyone has to like jump in and pull him away. Right? That's exactly the relationship that's happening here with Rox and Braham. Is Rox has no idea. And Braham's trying to fuck a cat. Yeah, she's okay. I missed the funeral, but I got to spend a little time with her. She'll be back with us soon. I'm glad to hear that. Man, imagine your wife or husband misses the funeral of your sibling because they're just like,
Casimir.
I'm not going to be there for that.
I've been hearing a lot about you. You're the one who unveiled the Nightmare Tower, aren't you?
That was a team effort. I wouldn't have made it out alive without my
thank
friends.
God. It's not
Especially
Trahearn.
this one here.
Hello. I heard you fought Zaitan beside Kaith. It's an honor to meet you.
Yes, I did, brother.
Our beloved mother is ready to see you. If you would follow me.
Hello, Mammy. How you doing? It's been a while.
My child, what a delight to see you looking so well. You said you had a matter of utmost urgency to discuss. Please, let's
I'm
talk.
sorry to take you away from one of the 4 jobs you have to work right now. There's quite a few big ones. Hold on. Rose already knows Rox shuts Braham down. Yes, she does. Thank God. Because no one should allow Braham to breed. Imagine falling out of the world's most immaculate pussy. Imagine your first experience in life is the glory of sliding out of Aaaand. And the sum total of what you become is Braham. Jesus Christ, I don't think there's a bigger... Like, there's a bigger disappointment on the planet. I understand why she abandoned the little shit. What a joy as it is to see you again, my child. Your visits seem to grow longer, apart with each passing season. For me too, mother, but I've been very busy. Yes, Kaith has spoken to me about your involvement in Zaitan's demise. You still run with Diversity's Edge. I did for a while, now I lead a new group. Yes, so it is said. I suspect you will be doing even greater deeds with them, but tell me what brings you here seeking my counsel. 2 things. Why didn't you love me? And second, I had a vision. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. What was it about? Where did you have this vision? In an Asuran device Scarlet used to see the eternal alchemy. I saw it too. What dangers have you been toying with? Such things were not meant to be seen. They will crack your mind. I didn't understand much of the vision, but you were at its center. I'm pretty sure we saw the making of video, right? You know, like, we, as the Sylvari, went into, like, the device, which was Mom's bottom drawer, and discovered that Mom and Dad made a porno a long time ago of our conception. And it was very confusing for us because we've never watched that kind of shit before. I'm pretty sure that's what's gone on here. We saw the Mordramoth Pale Tree sex tape. Yeah, Mom, what were you doing with the penis dragon? Well, my child, the one thing you must never forget is that I stand between you and the greatest darkness you will ever know. Okay, so we know that Dad is like a real darkskin. Understood. A vast darkness intent on consuming all that we hold dear. I mean, Jesus, she's so intent on turning us against Dad. What do you mean, Mother? There are those who reject my protection. It leaves them vulnerable in the ways that you cannot imagine, like getting Newports for your father. Thanks for the follow, DYDX. In ways they never were before. I shield you as best I can, and will for as long as I can. You talk about you talk about Dad. We've been immune to Dad so far. Yes, in the past, my children have been immune. But Dad's corruption is powerful. And just as Zaitan created the undead from so many creatures, so did so Dad's corruption can change you. Damn. Damn, look at this emotional manipulation here. This is why it's terrible being raised by a single mother. I believe she opened herself to it, which she let down the walls to her mind. Mordramoth's corruption seeps in through the cracks in our willpower. Do you not follow in her footsteps? I have no plan to do so. I'm strong-willed. Yes, you are. Again, another emotional manipulation that's going on there. So tell me, what is the second half of your quest here today? How may I help you? Mom? Why does the hallway beep? I wanted to ask you about Dad. It seems to have fully awakened. You can only see Dad on the weekends. It's not even that. It's Sober Paladin. It's we're supposed to see Dad on weekends, but Mom keeps on making up excuses why we can't. If you listen to Mordremoth, he'll never go to university. Oh, fuck. That's a neat detail. You never see zombie Sylvari. Well, yeah, of course. Zaitan's your uncle, basically. And like any uncle at the cookout, there's one of two things that happen to you when he takes you behind the bushes. Either he's dead, or you're traumatized. And we chose he's dead. So tell me, what is the second half? Okay, I wanted to ask more about Dad. It seems to have fully awakened.
It is true. The elder dragon Mordremoth has reached full awareness.
No.
I've known since the moment we heard the roar. Lokin, would you kindly find Niam and ask her to come to speak with me?
Of course. I'll return with her as quickly as I can.
I had to send him away. What we have to discuss is too serious. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Tell me, what do you know about Mordremoth?
Your brother's too young to hear about Dad. I sent him off to make mac and cheese in the other room. Please, tell me all you know about Dad's activities. I refuse to call him Mordremoth. I'm just going to call him Dad the whole time. I've been waiting to see how it would make its move while reinforcing our security here in the Grove. She changed the locks. It's been killing people. It attacked forts, so Dad's a bit drunk and angry. Understandable. And its minions, they've spread for... Dad's a businessman. He's even got people working for him, and Mom just doesn't like that. We encountered them far to the east and west as close as Brisbane Wildlands. So soon and so close, that does not bode well. Please continue. Selma and Concordia were destroyed by its giant thorn vines. Dad's coming on everything. This is troubling news. There's more. The minions are attracted to waypoints. They destroy them. I understand. The situation is dire. If the Elder Dragon's reach is that great, the entirety of Tyria is at risk. What do you recommend we do? We need to inform the world's leaders and get them to join ranks. I see. A summit then. I could host such a gathering, if you can convince them to come. Now she's letting other men into the house to try and make Dad jealous. God damn it. Who do you plan to invite? The leaders of the other races. I'll ask my friends who would be best. I'll leave it in your hands while I prepare here. You did the right thing. Bring this to me. I am happy to help you. My friends and I will do whatever we must. And you know what? You know how you know? Here's to top it off. How you know for a fact that we come from a low-income neighborhood. We, our brothers and sisters, even Mom are all made of collard greens.
That seemed to go well. She agreed to play hostess. What do we do now?
What's the plan? Get the world's leaders here. With a name on the summit, they might just come. But who and how? We split up, get to whomever you can, the highest ranking in your home city. So you want me to get someone from Divinity's Reach, the Queen, and Rox is going to the Black Citadel, and Brahim will go to okay. So we know the Norn aren't going to show up. Minions are the new kids he has with his hotter younger wife. No, that would make sense. That's a comfort, thanks. Alright, yes we can, except for Brahim.
I won't get an audience with the Queen, but I can speak with Countess Anise.
Nervous? I know you've had, issues with your people.
No, I'm fine.
What are you talking about?
I haven't had to speak with Countess Anise or the Queen for a while. Not since
That's...
My father.
I suppose I'll have to toughen up and talk to Tribune Brimstone. I won't get anywhere near smoke.
I'm not pressing button.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll show you after this.
Holbrook. Last time I saw White Bear, my mother was there.
We can do this.
I'll show you the
it's
setting.
Important. And afterward, we'll meet up again.
Not every battle is fun, I suppose. Before I head to Holbrook, I should find Taimi. She's in Rada soon.
Of course, the fucking...
She can talk to Zojja about getting an Asuran leader at the summit.
But in their mind, she's just a student. No one there pays much attention to her.
I know, but she's got Zojja's ear. It's worth a shot. If she fails, we'll send in the boss to convince Zojja. They're friends.
Well, we have everything covered. Send word to each other when things are squared away, yes?
Deal. Guess all we have to hope for is that everyone agrees to show up.
Once we get them in one place, we can worry about convincing them to join forces.
The world coming together in support of a single cause? Yeah, that'll happen.
For luck.
Oh, rocks.
Spit on that thing. You received a note from Taimi. Dad's reach. Read the note. Hello, the Assyrian news updates are saying the vines matching the recent attacks in the Fort Concordia and Fort Selma have appeared in the Iron Marches. Keep reading. If this proves true, Dad's reach may be even greater than any anticipated. I surmise that it's in our best interest for you to investigate these reports. I'd better let the others know about Dad. Okay, so, if you're wondering, like, what you're hearing, right, is if you go to the options, right, and it's here in sound, this is usually turned off, but you see the environment volume, right? If you've got this down here, if you dial this up, you'll start to hear the sounds of the city. So since this is a low-income neighborhood, this is Mom's house. She's a single mother raising 1 billion children. It's just, you're gonna hear the sound of the fucking smoke detector going on. I mean, it's the hallway beeping. It's just the sounds of the tree. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Was that letter from Marjorie? No, sorry, from Taimi. They've spotted Mordrum. They spotted Dad in the Iron Marches area. Iron Marches, sorry to butt in, but did she mention the Black Citadel? Have they been hit? She didn't say more than that, but I'm gonna investigate. It's a good idea. The more information we have, the better. I'll head to Divinity's Reach and request an audience with Countess Anise. Good luck. Meet at the Leyline Hub after you speak to the Countess. I'll come as soon as I know something. Great. Thank you. Oh, look, more useless shit to put in my bag. Rose with the smoke detector is like every... What smoke detector? The hallway just be beeping like that sometimes. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. It just makes that noise. Okay, where the fuck are we supposed to go? Oh shit, new territory.
I haven't seen you around.
Oh no, that's old territory. I just never explored it on this character.
Traveling across the land.
Damn, I haven't been back here since I deleted my Mesmer. Yep. Gay. You're bald. Mini Farlane. Fuck yeah. Now I just need a mini Keith. And I need the animation that makes them fuck in front of me. Sounds like a great time. What the fuck are you talking about, a smoke detector? The hallway beeps like that sometimes when you're in the pale tree. It just happens. Fucking Jesus, smoke detector. You go into any apartment building in Baltimore, Detroit, Chicago, some parts of Boston, Iowa, and you'll hear the distinctive hallway beep. It's just how houses are designed over there. Like, I don't see what the big fucking deal is, and also I don't know why I'm taking, like, portals and shit when I can just do this. Investigate Dad's presence in the Iron Marches. Right. I'm going through fucking portal after portal. And I feel like I'm just doing the dumbest shit imaginable. And I'm supposed to just go somewhere. With a... Hey, thanks for the raid, Knaves. How you doing? Welcome to the most mentally ill place on the planet. All these people out here trying to convince me that there's a fucking smoke detector going off. I don't think they're cultured enough to understand that sometimes just hallways beep sometimes. It's just how it be. Paladin told me he loves that noise, by the way, so if you ever see him, you gotta play that little catchy tune for him. Thanks for the follow. You too, Haka. I'm not gonna pronounce the first part of that name, because I don't want to have a stroke on stream. Fucking so confused by you people. What the fuck is a smoke detector? Why would I need to detect smoke?
Our camp's under attack by ghosts.
I know when I'm smoking a cigarette, okay? I don't need something else to detect it for me. You don't want to go out there. Vicious plants are sprouting up everywhere. We're doing our best to hold them off. It's not enough. I'm here to help. Why is this char wearing a gimp suit? What? You see, every time I think the degeneracy of these devs is at its end, they start putting char in tight leather clothing, and it makes me concerned. Great, we need help. Find the soldiers tasked with exterminating these things and help them where possible. Can do. I just spoke with Alias Rendblood, and she's deep. Wait, she's in deep. In deep what? Start there. Once you overcome the creatures in her area, and I know you will, she'll direct you to the next soldier who needs backup. I'm on my way. Oh, we got another porno char here, obviously. You.
I feel furious.
Fuck off.
If you had to choose between having sex with an Asura or a Char, who would you pick?
I'd pick suicide. That's what I would pick. I would genuinely pick suicide. Now, I'm not as fat as my step-grandmother when she did it. But I could go for a round 2. Quit your gawking. Those vines will be back before you know it. You best be prepared. I'm ready. You have to pick Asura or Char. My choices are between basically fucking an animal and a sentient vegetable. I suppose if I had to pick, I'd have to go with the animal. Because at least I know it's got a higher level of intelligence than your average Asura. See the flamethrowers? Grab one and start burning these walking bushes down. What are they? Part of the balanced meal. How should I know? Don't ask stupid questions. Now grab a flamethrower. Now, okay, now this is the dumbest quest ever since Engineer comes pre-packaged with one of these.
Let's do this.
But okay, sure.
I feel furious.
I wonder. Does the regular ass Sylvari... I mean, the Engineer's flamethrower, does it...
It's burning me.
Does it work better?
Safe from harm.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's just kill that. Just... Hold on. Where's that flamethrower? I have to test this out.
Might and glory.
Surely they thought of this. I think they did. I think they registered this. I think they knew that engineers were just better than everyone else. Nope, never mind. They did something fucking stupid. I think I'm forced to use this bullshit. Nope. Nope, he's just immune to shit for no reason. Oh, it's I've got to go kill the fucking tendrils first, don't I? That's stupid as fuck. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die for the stupid shit.
I'm wilting. Need more endurance. Death stalks me.
I fucking hate these vines. This whole hide underground bullshit.
Safe from harm.
Where's the other vine? What?
Come on, people. Let's roast these weeds.
Oh, you're kidding me. This is the dumbest shit imaginable.
Swift and steady.
Oh, they could have done a way better job with this shit. Okay, this quest is annoying. I can't believe this. They would do this to a simple plant man from a low-income neighborhood. It's real devastating. There's one more somewhere. There it is. There we go. Now we're good to go. No, of course. Of course, more bullshit vines. Where are they? He's not taking damage again, is he? No, he is. He is. That's fine.
I don't have enough energy.
Holy shit. That was dumb as fuck. I don't wish you ill, but I hope the pale tree burns down. What's wrong with the pale tree? You don't like low-income housing? You don't like that our mom takes care of us even though she had 5 million children? And sure, maybe she turned us against Dad. And Dad didn't do anything wrong except get arrested by the cops unfairly. For having a gigantic swinging dick. Mordramoth did nothing wrong. He got a divorce and he got screwed over in the settlement. So I heard that thing was a Mordrim. Well, now we know who Dad's favorite child was. Now I understand why everyone's scrambling for samples. Hey, Bruises, Renflesh is collecting samples nearby. I'd get on it if I was you. Maybe he'll let me keep a sample. A keepsake of one of my brothers. Is the pale tree a snow bunny? Absolutely not. The pale tree is 100% a light-skinned black woman. You can tell because snow bunnies usually stop after one child. She just kept going. She was like, I will get those child support checks. Whether you want me to or not.
And glory.
I forgot how much fun the flamethrower is. Let me just put this back. I'm not exactly spec'd for this. Plus, I want my mobility. No, that's not it. Where is it? There it is.
For Ash Legion.
It's easy to detect which are the people to avoid in VRC. When your case approach, I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't forget the Nightmare Court. Yeah, the Nightmare Court are the kids who realized Mom was full of shit. Oh, VR chat. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you've been having the time of your life, haven't you? Am I spec'd for something? Absolutely not. Here, let me show you. What I've done is focus heavily on the story and completely fucking ignore getting any hero points here. This is my dog shit spec, and I'm keeping it until I've got enough hero points to fix this. And then we're going to go for Rifle Mechanist. I made the mistake of putting a few points in Scrapper, but I want to build out to Rifle Mechanist first, and then hop to Scrapper next. Hollowsmith is right out. We need samples to study, but these vines attack anything that's not them. Coat yourself in their spores or pollen or whatever. That should... Okay, so now we're going to cover ourselves in our brother's cum. Cool. Of course.
Give me a report.
Stay sharp. Those creatures will be back at any moment. Will do. Okay.
Got an
What?
assignment for me?
Okay. Oh, he's part of an event now. Never mind. He's worthless. Your first mistake was making an engineer. I had to make an engineer. If we're part of the Pale Tree, the only options we get as a class are doctors, lawyers, and engineers. How do you think we crossed the border into Tyria? Yes, eel rifle mech, but guess what? I need the dumbest, most retarded class to even stand a chance at surviving. Okay? You don't understand. Me big dumb. Me retarded. So if I could get a one-button class going, you bet your sweet ass I will. And you can criticize me all you want. But I know the score when it comes to my skill set.
Make it quick.
You gotta help my workers. They're wrapped in those vines. Oh, just like me, you mean?
I need some help here.
Oh, I'm supposed to punch my way out. Oh yeah, no, let's shoot the cat guy. Oh, okay, for fuck's sake. Help Tachys. On my way. So, what does he want exactly? We gotta go in here and save his workers? Oh, okay.
I feel furious.
I wonder.
When you dive into the VR
wonder,
chat shit show, I will show you what I have learnt. But you don't know me at all.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Capiche?
That's fine. I actually genuinely wonder.
Safe from harm.
Does the flamethrower do more damage than it usually would in this expansion?
I may not survive.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. We're gonna get plant hooked again. I can see it coming. Rifle mech, I have the most boring, distinguished gameplay of all specs. Yeah, okay, but that's the point, right? I've explained this before. Right, if I've been retarded at this game since day one. But the point of me being retarded is so that I can learn important fundamentals and variables. Things like positioning. Things like worrying about where I'm moving while focusing on attacks, right? I need the most boring, retarded class to start with because what I'm doing is eliminating as many variables as possible. Then I can expand outwards. If you're trying to learn everything all at once as opposed to learning things one at a time,
Safe from harm.
I'm just making my life more difficult. I'm just making shit worse for myself.
And glory.
You want to simplify as much as possible and then worry about adding complexity. Oh, for God's sakes. We're gonna die for this. Yeah, I thought so. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Allah!
Ready, willing, and able. Ready, take that!
The will of Allah will always save us as an engineer. Never forget the power of God. Fuck me, I feel like I'm getting nowhere here. I need to eliminate that thing. I think that's my biggest problem. You're not going to learn much with mech. I will learn. You see, you're thinking too much in the sense of learning abilities. I'm not thinking about learning abilities. I can always add abilities to gameplay later. What I'm attempting to learn is positioning. Where I should sit. What's going to be the most valuable thing for me to be doing at any point in time. Learning how the skills of other characters around me work. What am I dodging? What can I tank through? What's the most valuable thing for me to be doing at any given point in time? I'm not learning how to play a class. That comes later. Good NGs play piano, which is why I'm going to be a bad one. And I'm okay with that.
Safe from harm.
Like I said, I'm reducing variables. I'm not attempting to learn a class. That comes later. You gotta learn the fundamentals. You gotta learn musical notation before you can figure out how the piano works.
Might and glory.
Fuck's sakes, I hate that.
Safe from harm.
I absolutely hate that fucking debuff bullshit where it turns you into a plant. That feels like such horse shit. Fuck me. What an annoying ability this is. Now I need to throw rocks like I'm a Palestinian child against an Israeli fucking tank here. And then scream mashallah.
I got a turret up. I'm wilting.
Okay, for fuck's sakes, I'm gonna go sit here.
Safe from harm.
Every time, and now I'm gonna fall over. Of course I am. God, I hate it so much. You're fucking kidding me.
Might and glory.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. This has to be single-handedly one of the worst quests I've ever done. And now I'm gonna get wrapped in vines again, and I'm gonna fall over dead.
Ready for more. I may not survive. Safe from harm.
Am I running into something that's causing those fucking vines to come out and fuck me? Maybe I'm not paying attention because I'm trying to read things. And you're right, I should be spamming the rocket turret. I should be spamming every fucking turret, to be honest. God damn it, come on. Problem with engineer having a good position is learning about how to play without face is needed. Yeah, but this okay, so I don't know, I'm not going to explain my methodology anymore. There's a method to my madness, I promise you. And I know everyone's an expert, and everyone knows better than me, and blah, 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 but I gotta do things my way. Because I've tried to do things other people's way before. Not in this game, but in others, and it always makes it fucking worse. It never makes it better. I have to be retarded, you don't understand. It's a requirement, a necessity of learning for me, is being as retarded as possible, 99% of the time.
Safe enough. Nice.
Fuck out of here. I hated that one. That was such a... Fuck, I hate CC stuff. I hate it so much in quests.
The Legion calls.
You really saved our tails? But I just heard another one of these creatures is rampaging south of yours. Please, no more CC bullshit. Pinpoint the beast location if you're up for it. Cool. Play a ranger. I'll do that later. I like my engineer. I like being dumb as fuck. You gotta understand, there's enjoyment in this for me. There's enjoyment in being bad in a game, right? There's a certain level of fun in figuring things out, doing things the dumbest way possible, not getting it right, figuring it out. I could go offline right now and watch a million fucking guides and then memorize all that shit, but I gained nothing of value because all I did was learn someone else's work, right? Think about it this way, right? Watching guys, I've explained this before, I'll explain it again. Right? Imagine, if you will, that these are the legs of your girlfriend or wife. Now, what you could do, right, is you could stand over here and go to town all you want. Or, if you feel like it, you can go watch a million fucking guides and have someone else do it for you. And essentially what that amounts to is someone else is going to town on your wife and you've got your hands here pushing their fucking butt cheeks into your wife while you watch them go to town. And I'm not into that shit. I would rather figure it out for myself. So that's why I'm not going to go do that. I'm not going to go do this elitist bullshit where I do everything right.
Let me guess.
And I do everything good. And I let someone else fucking play the game for me. I'm going to fuck it up myself. Thank my hairy back. You got in here in the time we spotted. How do I put this?
One of the funniest things I've heard was in Elder Scrolls Online, vampirism and werewolf are a thing in the game, and vampirism washes out your skin and makes you paler and paler.
Yep.
Some guy explained why he took vampirism as a Redguard. He said he wanted the racial passives and bonuses, but he didn't want to be black.
Nice. He was trying to be a light skin. A walking wolfweed of sorts. Big nasty thing, packs quite a bit of a shrub. Show me what, you know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I'm not using this much, so I'm gonna see if my flamethrower does anything better. Show me where it's at and I'll take it out. Is he just... Love your content. What are you doing in Guild Wars 2? I'm doing the Living World Season 2, Episode 3, I think this is. But this fucking guy is not helping me out here. Show me where it is. And then he doesn't. Is it this thing? Okay, well, he was fucking useless. Yeah, no, I'll show you where it is. Proceeds to do nothing. Oh, thank God.
Turret planted.
Thank fucking God that there's no CC on this quest. Because that last one broke me a little bit on the inside. Made me sad.
This isn't worth it.
Until next time!
Just pick up the health packs. And I'm assuming we got to go back over here. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Blows playing as Peter all the time, you know. There's nothing more satisfying than going into your neighbor's yard, grabbing their chihuahua and putting it down. And for extra points, what you want to do is you want to film it on your iPhone, so you can send the video to the kid next door who owns the chihuahua. That's the correct thing to do, according to Peter, by the way. You always want to make sure you kill animals in front of their owners, in the most brutal way imaginable. My favorite... By the way, there's an old Peter ad out there somewhere, and it's my favorite Peter ad, where they talk about torturing of fish, and what they do is they take a fish and they just drop it on like a fucking brick, on like a brick floor, and they just leave the fish there to suffocate. And they just film the fish for like a good 15 minutes while it suffocates to death. And then they're like, the ad ends with, "How dare you do this to animals?" As if they didn't just fucking suffocate a fish. I almost think like Peter's like a comedy group and not like a real actual organization. I'm not telling you to learn synergy between skills and traits, but the game is going to do so very soon. And hey, look, if I need to learn the hard way, I need to learn the hard way. Have you heard them a thrashing soldier? That should keep the area quiet for a while. Give me a report. Eradicating these things will take an army. Just how I like my vegetation, dead. Thanks for all the help. Here's an extra plant sample Bruce's Renflench gave me. I don't need it. Check my mail for Flunt. Flunt is here. I'm not interrupting anything important, I'm sure. So Braham okay, stop reading there. Not important. Braham told me about the summit you're planning, and I talked to Zoja. She talked about the Arcane Castle, Council, and once things led to the other. Councillor Flunt is here. Scarlet, fuck me. Imagine your mom calls you Flunt. Jesus Christ. Scarlet's leyline lab with me, breathing down my neck while I try to finish the device. He's holding his attendants at summit over my head until he sees the device in action. You need to come distract him before I fry his circuits. Okay. Is this part of the fundamental quests? Or can I just skip this because it's helping time me? And that doesn't actually matter. What's my next one? Still looking for samples. Appreciate all the help collecting plant Mordrum samples. Alias mentioned you were looking for one of your own. I just sent the Legion's batch collected, but one sample didn't make it. It's yours. Looks like a seed of some sort. Maybe you can grow it and see what happens. I'm gonna go plant my seed.
I hear adventure calling.
Just like Dad did in Mom. It turns out the apple didn't fall far from the tree. It just got fucked up a little bit by the lawnmower when it passed by. Ah, damn it, I do have to go help this bitch. Shit. Timey is your main scientist for 5 expansions. Oh, don't tell me that. Okay, which pedophile in the ArenaNet office needs to be arrested for putting that much Timey in the game? Speaking of Muckluck, I think he said Rose brought out one of the Asura plushies.
Some of the artifacts from the site gave off a
Don't
glow.
you worry about that, Stag. You'll see it in a future video at some point. Don't you worry about it. I'm gonna have to kill the fucking plants again, aren't I? Every time. Every fucking time. This is gonna stand here and hit them. Oh, well, that's bullshit. That motherfucker just gets to stand there, perfectly safe, out of range, and just schlong down on these things. God damn it. You see, this is why I'm not gonna get a flying mount. Is I need to experience this bullshit firsthand. I would have skipped the entire experience of dealing with these fucking plants and understanding how truly annoying this part of the game was. Think how fucking miserable that is. That I would have completely missed out on being this infuriated by some bullshit tentacle. Please don't close up. Please don't close up. Please don't close up. Stream is staggering like crazy. Yeah, that would be Twitch. If you want a more stable connection, you gotta go over to YouTube, the people who are more responsible with bitrate. But not by much. I played Core Guild Wars 2 back in the old age. Was a thief. Try running dungeons, motherfucker. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how thief is. What the fuck? Fuck is this? What bullshit is this? Yeah, okay. We're gonna go AoE. Make my life easier.
Glory. I feel furious. Swift and steady.
Are these things... What the... Okay. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. A thief had no cleave and was only used to invisible for skips. Oh, nice. So it was basically fucking useless. So essentially you played thief. And we're like, why are we wasting a slot? You know, sometimes they make really good balance decisions in these games. MMOs are famous for having perfect balance. Ugh.
Don't touch anything.
Progeny, do not speak
Oh,
to
for
your elder
fuck's
in
sakes,
such a
it's another
tone.
one of them.
I won't have it.
Jesus, look at these abortion creatures.
Did you stop off at the dead end for a pint and a pie or something?
All of them. All of these fucking rats should have stayed underground. Keep your voice down. That old lab rat doesn't hear this. I got your mail. What's going on? Talk to Zoja just like Braham asked me to. She got me in to see Councillor Flunt. It was all going great until I made the mistake of mentioning my device. The waypoint recalibration device you've been working on. Exactly, I'm almost done with it. So he insisted on coming to see what I was working on. I had no choice. I had to bring him here. Are they going to come to the summit? You know, there's an easy way to deal with this. You always had one, and exactly one thief. Well, I mean, I don't fucking know. You know, there's an easy way to deal with this, Timey. He's looking away. And all you need to do, like, I'm sure that there's a nervous system somewhere at the back of his head. His bulbous, a fugly-ass head. We don't need to do an entire quest line if you just push a small knife right about there into the back of his head and we can skip the quest line. What do you say? What do you say? I'll even skip the mastery point for it. Are they going to come to the summit? He won't commit. He says all hinges on whether my device works or not. Okay, let me talk to him.
What do you require?
I say him, but I mean it. I'm curious if Flunt is actually a grandfather. They really fucked up the lolly race. If this is the lolly race, holy fuck. This is like Epstein likes dunking his children in vats of acid before fucking them, kind of fucked up. I surmise that you are me. What's your involvement in all this? I'm a friend of Timey's. We're using the term friend loosely here. We're working together on the summit. Good, I'm glad she has a hint of adult supervision. However, it is of its utmost importance that the council be alerted when underage progenies make discoveries such as this cave. Understand you're here to inspect the device. That is indeed the case. I need to verify that she's in no danger. She claims to have discovered a means to lowering the frequency at which the waypoints resonate. If she's working on it, yes. I'm right, Shia. I'm not just working on it, I'm almost done. It's going to save the waypoints. How close are you? I'd be closer if these scholarly gentlemen would stop distracting me from my work. Timey needs time to finish. We promise we'll show it to you then. I will wait for a short while, but I insist on inspecting the device soon. And will you attend the summit? It's very important. I will attend the summit, but only after I verify that the device can... Just murder him. We've killed dragons. We've killed fucking Zaitan. We pressed the interact button and Zaitan died. Surely we've got some piss left in the tank to blast at him. Verify the device can protect our waypoint network from marauding vines. Otherwise, I'll have to return to my lab. We understand. Come on, Timey, let's get to work.
Stand back. Except my assistant. Back! Back! My brain needs some room to breathe. Is that old
I thought the expansions would be each attending to a racist problems with a dragon. Sadly, that stopped at Heart of Thorns. Well, I mean, I don't know how Asura would be linked to dragons, aside from being maybe the fleas on their back. The pubic lice of the world. Wait, how have you been muted? If you sent a message and it didn't go through on you, that's YouTube deciding you're not allowed to send messages, not me. I've turned off all moderation on shit. If a message gets blocked, either on Twitch or YouTube, that's them, not me. My line for freedom of speech is what's set out in the American Constitution. That's it. So they want to add, like, if you're getting censored, that's YouTube. Go complain to the dude who's in charge of YouTube, not me. I'm going to explain this in terms you will understand. Oh, thank you so much, small child. How's about I drop kick you and you can explain this in terms to the fucking abuse counselor? The device we're building modulates, changes the frequency at which the waypoint resonates, how fast or slow it vibrates. So we're building a big vibrator. How does it work? Good, in theory, it taps into the waypoint network, finds the waypoint we want to fix, and then dialogue happens between my device and the waypoint. Basically, my device calms down the waypoint. Okay, I understand. What's left to complete? I need 3 very specific parts. There are tons of scrap here from the inquest. My hope is that we'll find what I need here, but it's going to take forever with Flunt breathing down my neck. I'll gather the parts while you stay here and work. It'll save time. That's perfect. I'll send Scruffy with you. He's in autonomous mode now. I've been hoping for a good chance to test it. What am I looking for?
Wait! Let me load up Scruffy with a few detection algorithms to help you out.
So basically, she's the Rey Star Wars of this universe.
Okay, part number 1. I need containment sterilization fluid. You know, that icky stuff the Inquest stores specimens in? Don't worry, I'm not trapping innocent life forms. This stuff just so happens to be suitable for the liquid elements of the device. Number 2, the etheric armature from a standard power generator. I'm sure they've got one around here somewhere. It's not a lab unless there are power generators going haywire. Finally, I need a sample of leyline magic-infused rock. You could mine some, perhaps, but that'd take ages. I spotted samples earlier stored in wooden boxes toward the rear of the cavern. Much easier to just take those. Scruffy's ready to take commands. Simply interact with his input panel and select the behavior routine you want him to follow. He can detect items of interest, follow you, and defend from enemies. Scruffy can also repair damaged containment units if you happen to find any.
You know, I hope there's a time traveling thing. Like, usually I'm against time traveling in stories because I think it fucks things up. But if there's like a time traveling story where just like Timey's now asking for different objects and stuff, we can time travel back to the time when her mom was pregnant with her, and she can ask for a coat hanger and a sink, and we can provide that for her. I feel like that would be a really cool storyline to follow. She will die someday, not soon enough. I hope Braham lives forever, though. He deserves to keep suffering. Scruffy's command panel has 4 options available, one of which brings up instructions from Timey. Read the instructions. Follower mode. Wait, follow mode is just that following. Don't count on Scruffy to do anything. Defend. Disables following, but Scruffy will fight to protect. Okay, cool. Activate follow. So this thing's so fucking stupidly programmed it can't follow and defend at the same time.
Should be closely monitored.
Agreed. The Council has been too lenient with Zojja since Snap's passing. Her recent activities are especially concerning.
Entrusting a progeny with critical projects, allowing her to run around with those reckless doorbusters.
At least they keep her and her golem out of sight.
How true.
Is he gonna be alive in Guild Wars 3? Don't you put that fucking evil on me, Cyro. Don't you dare put that evil on me. Just abort her. Put her through the blender. Leave it at that. Is that thing gonna attack us? No. Hold on, let me talk to the retard robot here. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and then it's gonna start a fight. That's what I understand about this. I really feel like the flamethrower is just gonna do so much fucking work here.
Turret planted.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I keep thinking it's dead. Oh, shit. And I didn't pick up my turrets. Oh, well, it's fine. Talking to Timey is optional in Path of Fire. How far away is Path of Fire? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. It's so far away. Oh my god. Activate detection scan. Still don't know what that does. Defend mode, because we know it's coming. Hold on. A standard Asuran power generator. A nearby note, do not attempt to disassemble the generator without employing the proper procedure. Refer to the instructional pamphlet. Okay, so we know that the papers are going to be retarded. Expect that. Reports cover the wall, but none of them describe how to disassemble the power generator. Device does not look like a power generator. It does, however, have an activation switch.
Safe from harm.
Turn it on. Okay. Typical fucking Asura. He said don't fuck with it without reading the instructions. Where are the instructions? We lost those. Generator hums loudly. Its casing is closed. Grab the armature from the etheric field. Turn off the generator. Fuck yeah. Open the generator's casing. Deactivate the etheric field. Grab the armature. Fucking Asura. Eat shit. Your baby devices are so easy that I didn't even need instructions. It was like fucking disassembling an IKEA desk. 2 screws and a lot of disappointment. That's what she said, but that's another matter.
I feel I'm renewed.
Flamethrower is dope, same as grenade kit. Fuck the grenade kit. I cannot get that shit working for me. Other people, maybe? Not me. I'll use it underwater, though. It is fantastic underwater, I'll give you that. What the fuck? When Guild Wars 3 and Fluxin, thanks for the follows. Sorry, it took me a while when Guild Wars 3, I didn't see your follow. Now I feel like a dick, but that's my everyday existence. Look at this piece of shit, Asura. This little fucking oven-dodging bastard. Doing nothing useful. Pretending they're a threat.
Disengage and retreat.
Oh, not disengage and retreat. Motherfucker. Defend mode. Read pamphlet 406. When dealing with rival crews, please remember 3 rules of conduct. Their research is not sacred. They are inferior to the inquest. Take everything. Due to the overwhelming number of generator failures and malfunctions, we've posted disassembly instructions on our machines. Keep reading. Shut down the generator. Open external casing. Disengage the etheric field's power. Oh, the thing I already did? South Africa, so maybe the smoke detector. What are you talking about? There's no fucking smoke detector. The hallway just does that sometimes, okay?
Safe from harm.
What's this pamphlet? Discovery of the ley line infused rock matter and Zephyrite aspect crystals have persuaded Inquest leaders to allow previously restricted experimentation. Okay, so that was useless. Completely fucking worthless. Timey can't program a fucking robot because she never took a mechatronics course in her goddamn life. I'm so disappointed in her that I'm forgetting how to speak. You know, there's a phrase, right, in mechatronics. It's called CISO. And there's two things it stands for. The first one is single input, single output. Right? Now, CISO systems don't require mechatronics, because that's just a mathematical calculation. But CISO also stands for something else. It stands for shit in, shit out. And in Timey's case, it's just pure shit in. So what did you expect? I'm untethered and my rage knows no bounds. I've contained my rage as long as possible, but I shall unleash my fury upon you like the crashing thousand waves. What are you talking about, Paladin? Is it because my hallway keeps making that noise that it always makes? Yeah, FIFO is, well, fit in or fuck off. Otherwise known as first in, first out. Chest looks unlocked. Open the chest. Chest is filled with several samples. Take them. God, I'm so good at this. Just immediately do everything correct. Unlike the Asura. Just unplug it. Unplug what? What am I supposed to unplug? How do you unplug a hallway? That's not how that works. It's a hallway. It's not an electronic device. It just does that sometimes.
Are you done? Done yet? Stop asking. When do you expect completion?
There you are. Got all the parts? Let me hop onto Scruffy and make the finishing touches.
I wish that Timey would construct an oven and climb inside of it.
Well, Counselor Flunt, I'm sorry to report that I've completely wasted your time, and the waypoints will now all be destroyed by Mordramoth.
What?
Just kidding. My patent-pending waypoint recalibration device is now complete.
Okay, that's pretty good, Timey.
Degenerate. Turn it on.
Okay, you earned some you earned some style points for that, Timey.
Watch your step down the ramp.
Look at this. Look at this. Four or five easily kickable targets off this ramp.
Aaaand's crazy box ran on. And once the device is fully active, it'll adjust the waypoint's energy configuration to be bland and uninteresting to Mordramoth. It's on and scanning the waypoint network.
Oh fuck, it's another Rubik's Cube.
Did it work?
Hold on, the network is vast. It may take a while before I know.
How long?
Best approximate estimate, a few weeks.
A few weeks? Unacceptable. Who knows how many waypoints we'll have lost by then? We need to discuss this.
Hi, Casimir. Don't pay attention to Flunt. Boss is handling it.
Ah, finally. Something valuable to look at. I say you only stream on this channel or your main channel only for... So I only stream on this one. Oh, excuse me. How could I not observe the correct protocols? That's so shameful of me. Ah, that's better. Anyway. Ah.
What do you
so much better. This is unacceptable. I should have known better than to trust some underage degenerate. Counselor Flunt, I'm sure Timey can speed up the process. She better. I'm not attending anything until we have a working solution to the endangered waypoints. If you want me at your summit, you'll get her moving. I understand.
Wow, you work fast. And you just started today?
It's not like I just imagined it. Once you've got the design, all it takes is time. And, well, I couldn't have done it without the help. Thanks.
Okay. Hey, baby! It's the kind of girl you're always staring at her chest. And she's like, my eyes are up here. And you're like, yeah, but your tits are down here.
Oh, how are you?
Look, even the dialogue box knows how unimportant her face is right now. I came to check on Timmy. I'm glad to see you here too. Talk to Countess Anise like you asked. See me. What did she say? She relayed our invitation to the Queen and surprisingly replied quickly. Queen Jenna will attend the summit. Queen Feet will be at the summit. That's great news. I know, apparently talking to Countess Anise was the right move. What are you going to do now? I'm meeting Braham in Holbrook. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck, we gotta go meet that retard. He has to talk to Air about White Bear. Right, well, good luck with that. I know he doesn't get along so well with his mother. Your presence will help him a lot. Thanks. Can you stay with Timey and make sure nothing interrupts her work? It's important. Absolutely. I'll send word if anything happens. And you can send pictures if anything happens. Stand up and shit right on stream. I'll do that later. That's... You know, you need to at least donate to my OnlyFans for that to happen. That's only for the true super fans. Oh, thanks for the follow. Floral Eye Bloodwood? Okay, yeah. Oh, god damn, it's 6 a.m. Yeah, I gotta go get some rest. I gotta hit the gym tomorrow, which is in like 2 hours. So I'm gonna stop there. I'm glad I got through episode 2. Next time it's gonna be episode 3 of this. I'm finally getting somewhere, and I may be also leaving because I don't want to deal with that disappointing failed abortion called Braham. That incredibly disappointing motherfucker. What a sad day it is whenever you have to see Braham. When is the next one? Yes.
I heard about this giant hole in Divinity's.
Oh, it's Traherne. Okay, it doesn't matter. Traherne speaks and I fall asleep, so yeah. Gym stream. No. Because I don't have a stable internet connection. I live in Africa. What the fuck do you expect from me? Stability? Consistency? The fuck? No, I'll probably try and stream tomorrow. Or today. Later tonight. Or tomorrow. But we'll stop there. We'll stop right there. So, I'm going to duck off now. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to think very deeply about what it would be like to take a dump on that Mesmer's chest. And then on top of Timey's head. I don't have a schedule. I'm a constant disappointment if I have a schedule. So that I can't disappoint you if you're not here to be disappointed because I don't have a schedule. That's just how it is. But anyway, I'm going to duck for now. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. Damn. Wrong screen. I think the only thing I can say so far is something's missing from Living World Season 2. The environments are better than Living World Season 1, but the characters feel less significant, if that makes sense. Maybe it's because Living World Season 1 had a villain, and the villain was a hot plant pigtail chick with fucking handlebars, right? Doesn't beat out Air, but she's a strong second place. I don't see the overarching villain here. I just feel like I'm running from place to place while other characters talk at me. Environments are pretty, though. I hope a villain appears in Living World Season 2. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed. Goodbye. Fuck off. Go live your life. I'll see you all over on OnlyFans, where we're gonna whip it out just for you.